Bore da, croeso cynnes I bawb yma I gyfarfod mis Mawrth o Bwr Iechyd Prifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr. Dyn ni yma yn Fenwy Cymru yn Llandudno ar ddiwrnod braf o Wanwyn. Diolch I chi os ydych chi wedi ymuno efo ni yn ein lleoliad heddiw. Diolch hefyd os ydych chi'n ymuno ni ar-lein, naill ai yn fyw, neu os ydych chi'n gwylio recordiad o'r cyfarfod hwn, croeso cynnes I chi gyd. Mae gennym ni agenda gynhwysfawr fel arfer a byddwn ni'n cyflwyno eitemau yn unol a drefn y rhaglen. Yr eitem gyntaf felly I ni gyflwyno ydy ymddiheiriadau, a dyn ni wedi cael ymddiheiriadau gan Chris Lawson-Field, hefyd Jason Frannan, a mae Georgina yn dirprwyo o ran Jason, croeso cynnes eto, George. Hefyd dwi eisiau croesawu yn arbennig Gareth sydd yn dirprwyo I ni heddiw, croeso cynnes eto, Gareth. Cyfarfodydd ffurfiol cyntaf I Stewart. Ti'n gweld lle mae Stewart, croeso cynnes Stewart fel cyfarwyddwr statau ar ymgylchedd. Ac hefyd dwi'n gweld Paolo sydd yn ei swydd newydd hefyd fel cyfarwyddwr, felly croeso cynnes I Paolo hefyd. Gai hefyd estyn croeso I Tamina sydd yn y gynulleidfa, ond mae Tamina yn ymuno â ni fel yr cw, fel mae'n cael ei galw Ebrill y cyntaf, ond mae Tamina wedi manteisio ar y cyfle I ddod yma yr wythnos hon, croeso cynnes iawn I Tamina. Dyn ni'n croesawu ein hymwelwyr o Archwilio Cymru hefyd ar gyfer eitem nes ymlaen croeso cynnes I Llŷr ac I Seimon. Diolch I Catrin am cyfieithu ar-lein yn digwydd yn ogystal. Diolch I Laura am gymryd cofnodion. Dyna'r sŵn fyddwch chi'n clywed gan Laura yn prysur yn teipio yn ystod y cyfarfod, felly diolch fawr iawn I Laura. Eitem nesaf felly ydy datganiadau o buddiant yn ymwneud â'r agenda. Unrhyw un efo datganiad o buddiant ysgol yn dda. Cofiwch os ydych chi'n anghofio, ac mae yna fater ydych chi eisiau datgan pan dyn ni'n dod i'r eitem a ydych chi'n cofio yna tynwch sylw bryd hynny. Na, neb eisiau datgan buddiant. Na, felly ymlaen â ni i'r eitem nesaf. Cofnodion y cyfarfod blaenorol. Cyfarfod diwetha ni oedd 30 o Ionawr 2025. Ydy pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y cofnodion yna fel cofnod cywir o'r trafodaethau ysgolch yn dda. Pawb yn hapus? Diolch fawr iawn. Eitem nesaf felly 2544 ydy'r log a camau gweithredu a diweddariad I ni dyn ni wedi derbyn ychwanegiad hefyd ar e-bost yn dod ynglyn â'r prosiect Pipin, ond pam na I droi at chi falle I dywys ni trwy'r eitem yna sgwach yna.
Yes, diolch, Cadeirydd. So just in terms of the action, we've given the updates on there. I think most of them have been got written updates. Happy to take any questions, but there was one update, Carol. I don't know whether you wanted to give an update on around the item 2521.
Yeah, thanks very much, Pam. And I think Gareth, as Vice Chair, and I have been understanding the situation in relation to accommodation for physiotherapy. It's quite there's quite a long history to this, and we got a very detailed briefing for it. So, and of course, we are going to be moving this service into Plasgo Gorau, which is a development, just significant development actually. If anyone's got a chance to drop into that, it's a provision that is going to add a lot of value to us as a health board. I think in relation to moving across into that wasn't in the first phase, and that looks like that's that delay is still going to be for some time yet before they get in. So an interim solution is being sought, and through the capital investment group, they're having a little look at that. And that we should be able to come back through with a substantive response on the accommodation. You know, we will find an alternative if we have to elsewhere. And in particular, when we come on to the performance report a little bit later, I'll focus on enabling access to physiotherapy is really, really key. And at the moment, people are waiting too long. So it's a very live agenda for us, and a lot of action taking place to try and resolve it, but it's not quite resolved yet.
No. No. Iawn, diolch yn fawr iawn. Di pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y log camau gweithredu yna fel sy'n adlewyrchiad cywir, sgol na. Pawb yn hapus, unrhyw sylwadau. Na, reit, diolch yn fawr iawn i chi am hynny. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf 25-45, sef yr eitem profiad. Fel da ni gyd yn wybodol pob cyfarfod, da ni cael eitem sydd yn rhoi manylion i ni o profiad y claf, profiad teulu, weithiau profiad staff, sydd yn rhoi mewn welediad i ni o'r hyn sy'n digwydd yn y bwrdd iechyd a profiad pobl o derbyn gwasanaethau yn aml. Ac mae o'n eitem sy'n atgoffa ni o pam dyn ni yma, wrth gwrs, sef i gyflawni gwasanaethau ar gyfer y cyhoedd yn ein hardal ni. Ga i ychwanegu ar yr eitem hon bod na ymgyrch wedi dechrau'r wythnos yma, ymgyrch defnyddiwch eich Cymraeg. Sef ymgyrch i annog, hybu a cefnogi pob un ohonyn ni i ddefnyddio Cymraeg. Dych chi wedi clywed fi'n dweud o blaen ein bod ni gyd yn gallu bod yn pencampwyr dros y Gymraeg. Beth bynnag yw safon ein Cymraeg ni, bod ni'n rhugl neu prin y geiriau dyn ni'n siarad. Dyn ni gyd yn gallu cael agwedd gadarnhaol at y Gymraeg, a dyn ni'n gallu dweud bore da a diolch os ddim byd arall. Felly, mae'r ymgyrch yma yn ein hannog ni a cefnogi ni i ddefnyddio beth bynnag Gymraeg sydd gennym ni. Ymysg yr holl strategaethau, a'r holl bolisïau, a'r holl ddeddfwriaeth sydd ynglyn â'r Gymraeg, y peth sy'n gwneud gwahaniaeth ydy defnyddio'r Gymraeg. Os ydy iaith yn mynd i fod yn fyw, mae'n mynd i fod yn fyw oherwydd mae pobl yn ei siarad hi ac yn ei defnyddio hi. Felly mae'r ymgyrch yma yn cyd-destun yna yn annog ni gyd i wneud yn rhan. Felly, cofiwch yr ymgyrch yna ac gnewch eich gorau i bod yn rhan o'r ymgyrch dros ddefnyddio'r Gymraeg. Gyda hynny o gyflwyniad, dwi am droi, dwi'n meddwl, at Angela sydd yn mynd i gyflwyno'r eitem yma. Angela, drosodd atoch chi.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Angela Wood dwi, cyfawyd o gweithredol nyrsio a baradrai gwaith dwi. I want to introduce the story Delith this meeting. Delith had a very positive experience within our children's ward at Ysbyty Glenclwyd following her 6-year-old daughter falling ill and having to access our services. The fact that the staff were able to communicate with her in Welsh and were able to use the cultural issues that might be present as well to support her was really, really welcomed, and she's very keen to share her story, and we'll play the video very shortly around that. There's some key messages around this, around the awareness of the staff on the ward and making sure that staff are very clear on capturing the language of the patients and the family around the wards and departments to make sure that we're communicating effectively. For very young children and other vulnerable groups, language is needed. It's a need rather than a choice. The patients have got to be communicated well, otherwise we can't capture what they're experiencing, and we also are not able to provide the care they actually need. So it's a fundamental element of the care we provide. So our learning from this story and for the work that we've been doing has been staff should be encouraged to use their language skills, as David has already outlined, however little, to make sure that that reassurance is there and it's welcomed. And the fact that people are making the effort, even if Welsh isn't their first language, is really accepted across the organisation. I, as an exec, has been encouraged by the board to make sure that I'm having Welsh lessons, which I do every week. And I was really, really pleased that I was able to go to Nant Gwefern in January for a week's immersive Welsh course, Miniad Dau. It was scary, but it was really well worth it, and I came back much more confident and able to communicate. So I would like to play the story now for everybody, and then both myself and Teresa, as the Welsh language lead, will be able to answer any questions.
Ychydig wythnosau nôl, oedd y ferch yn sâl a oedd rhaid i mi ffonio llinell cyngor 111 i gael cyngor be i wneud. O'n i ddim yn sŵr i fynd â hi i weld yr doctor ar frys felly, neu ar y sadra a rhywmeddyginiaeth adra. Ond ges i siarad, oedd y cynnig yna i gael siarad efo rhywun felly siarad Cymraeg, ges i siarad efo rhywun oedd yn siarad Cymraeg, ac oedd hynny wedi tyfu meddwl yn syth a gallu egluro'r symptomau, a wedyn ges i'n nghynghoru wedyn i fynd i Glan-Clwyd at yr GP allan o oriau, a wedyn oedd y ferch eitha sâl a gath i fynd i'r adran damweiniau ac argyfwng wedyn lle. Yn fanno cwrdd â rhywun yn siarad Cymraeg iaith gyntaf i ddechrau fo, oedd yn andros o braf, a wedyn nifer o'r staff yn fanna yn amlwg wedi dysgu'r iaith, ac oedd o jyst yn tawelu meddwl gallu, achos oedd o'n gyfnod reit ansicr i fi, a ni'n teimlo reit bryderus yna'n hun hefo'r ferch, ond oedd jyst gallu siarad Cymraeg efo rhywun ac egluro symptomau, a bod y ferch ei hun yn medru egluro symptomau drwy gyfrwng Gymraeg yn ei mamiaith, jyst yn braf ofnadwy ac yn arbennig o dda i'n lles emosiynol ni felly. Wedyn gath y ferch i symud i'r ward, y ward y plant, a oedd y gymaint o staff o fanna yn amlwg wedi dysgu Cymraeg mwyn gallu cyfathrebu efo'r plant drwy gyfrwng Gymraeg, ac oedd hynny mor braf. Ar ôl cyrraedd y ward, oedden nhw'n cofrestru ni ac yn gofyn sawl cwestiwn ynglyn â hanes meddygol y ferch felly. A nes i sylwi bod un o'r cwestiynau ol oedd nhw'n ofyn oedd be oedd iaith gyntaf y plentyn. A wedi bod yn yr ward o blaen efo plentyn arall sydd gen i, o hwnna wahaniaeth, a hwnna'n gwestiwn pwysig i ofyn i ni fel Cymru Cymraeg felly, achos oedd cael siarad drwy mamiaith efo'r staff yn andros o bwysig i ni. Lle drwy nos oedd yna un nyrs yn edrych ar yn hola ni ar ôl y ferch, ac oedd o yn amlwg wedi dysgu Cymraeg, ac oedd o'n hyderus iawn yn siarad Cymraeg efo'r ferch felly, ac oedd hynny wedi creu perthynas yn syth, oedd hi'n ymddiried yno fo, ac yn medru egluro symptomau yn glir felly, a nath i ddotio a dweud, mam yn siarad Cymraeg, ac bod hi'n teimlo'n eitha gwael, oedd hi wedi sylwi ar hynny felly, ac oedd hynny yn amlwg dyn ni wedi deimlo'n well. Un neges os ni'n hoffi roed allan i'r staff sydd wedi ymdrechu mor galed, oedd ni yn gwerthfawrogi i'w hymdrech nhw i ddysgu Cymraeg i siarad o'r plant. Os ni'n hoffi nhw i just cael yr hyder i siarad Cymraeg efo'r rhieni hefyd. Nath y nyrs oedd efo ni gyfadde bod o ddim yn teimlo'n hyderus i siarad Cymraeg efo'r rhieni, iddo ofn cael y termau meddygol yn anghywir sydd ddigon teg, Ond iddyn nhw beidio teimlo'n ofnus bod ni ddim yn mynd i farnu, chos mae rhiant sy'n gweld i blentyn yn ymateb mor gadarnhaol i rywun yn siarad Cymraeg fel yna a gweld y lles emosiynol yn mynd i ddotio hefyd a peidio barnu a just helpu nhw i siarad Cymraeg mwy. Felly dyna'r neges bwysica sydd gen i. Bore wedyn, nath na aelod arall o staff oedd wedi dysgu Cymraeg, oedd hi, dwi'n meddwl, yn gyfrifol am ystafell chwarae yn Ysbyty Glan Clwyd. A mae'r stafell chwarae yn fendigedig, mae yna llwyth o adnoddau yna, yn amlwg mae nhw wedi ail-beintio'r lle a mae yna gymeriadau cyw wedi cael eu peintio'r y waliau. Oedd yna gymysgedd o lyfrau Saesneg a Cymraeg a bob math o weithgareddau. Ond oedd y ferch yn ei gwely methu codi felly yn bore hwnnw. Felly nath y ddynas yma ddod â bocs o weithgareddau iddi. Oedd hi'n amlwg wedi dallt, mae mamiaeth y ferch oedd Cymraeg. A jyst i ddod â chwileiriau Cymraeg iddi, DVDs Cymraeg, Sally Mali, a lluniau gymeriadau Cymraeg iddi liwio. Gallu, just y ffaith bod wedi cydnabod na Cymraeg oedd mamiaeth y ferch, felly oedd hynny'n help mawr. Ond mi oedd hi'n siarad Cymraeg hefo fi fel rhiant hefyd, oedd hynny yn am dros o braf, a nes i chanmoli am hynny. Oedd yna eirfa Cymraeg ar y waliau yn ystafell chwarae, dyddiau'r wythnos, misoedd y flwyddyn. Nath y ferch sylwi'r hynny, gafodd ei straeon Cymraeg ac ati hefyd, a gafodd ei lyfr bach Cymraeg yn dod adra fo hi, oedd yn androsod garedig, ar ôl bod yn Ysbyty Glan Clwyd ac yn ward y plant a cael yr staff yma yn gwneud ymdrech arbennig i siarad Cymraeg efo'r ferch. Oedd y brofiad mor bositif, a mae'r ferch wedi bod yn sôn wrth yn y taid a'r teulu gyd, oedd nhw'n siarad Cymraeg efo fi na una. Ges i hwn, ges i'r llun Sally Mali mewn liwio ac ati. Jyst y cydnabyddiaeth yn diwylliant ni hefyd ddim jyst yr iaith, felly mae'n mor bwysig i ni fel Cymru. Fedra i diolch gyffredinol i bob aelod y staff am y gofal gawson ni'n Ysbyty Glan Clwyd yn mhob un o'r adrannau, ond arbennig i'r rei oedd wedi gwneud ymdrech i siarad Cymraeg a dysgu'r Gymraeg yn arbennig. Mae'n mor bwysig bod y plant a bobl bregus eraill o fewn y gwasanaeth yn cael y profiad positif fel gawson ni.
Helo, fe enw i di Liam ac dwi'n weithio ar y ward plant yn Ysbyty Glan Clwyd. Os dwi'n dweithio, siarad Cymraeg yn bwysig iawn, enwedig efo y plant bach sydd yn dod i'r ward yn iaith cyntaf Gymraeg, so dwi'n trio fel hyn. Y plant sydd yn dod i'r ward yn teimlo'n sal, yn teimlo'n ofnus, ac ddim yn eisiau mynd i'r ward, eisiau mynd adref. So, bethau bach fel, wyt ti'n teimlo'n iawn, ble mae'r boen chdi, wyt ti'n meddwl ti eisiau ffisig neu diod. Pethau bach fel hyn yn helpu plant yn teimlo'n mwy cyfforddus ac yn helpu plant yn ymddiried yn y fi.
The Ysbyty Glan Clwyd ward, children's ward, and that should be going out across Wales, from S4C, I think it is. I was actually asked to review the film without subtitles. And it was really tested me, but it was lovely to see my nurses speaking Welsh to those patients, and it really demonstrates. So I'd encourage people to watch it when it's actually televised, because it really shows the interactions and how much it means to them.
Gwych iawn, diolch fawr iawn. Angela, just troi Theresa rhagor, bod Theresa eisiau chwednegu rhywbeth.
Mae'r fideo di ddeud o'i gyd ydi. Diolch i'ch cadeirydd am adael i ni gael stori'r claf am y Gymraeg heddiw. Da ni yn ddiolchgar, mae wythnos y Gymraeg mor bwysig i ni, a dwi'n ddiolchgar i'r tîm sydd wedi helpu drwy'r wythnos. Mae yna stondina wedi bod yn ysbytai ni. Maen nhw wedi creu fideo o rei o'r staff sydd wedi bod yn dysgu'r Gymraeg mwyn trio cael y neges drosodd pwysigrwydd siarad y Gymraeg. Ond mae yna hefyd pethau eraill wedi bod yn digwydd ar draws. Mae yna rhaglen arbennig wedi bod ar radio Ysbyty Gwynedd, wedi rhoi drosodd i tîm y Gymraeg i siarad am beth da ni'n neud, a mae hwnna wrth gwrs yn mynd allan nid yn unig i'r staff ond i'r cleifion hefyd. Wedyn, diolch yn fawr iawn i bawb. Dwi'n ddiolchgar i Angela am ddysgu, dwi'n ddiolchgar i chi gyd am ddysgu, ond y bwysicach fydd, dwi'n ddiolchgar i bawb ar draws yr ysbyty holl staff sydd roi cynnig arni. Boed o'n bore da, diolch, dwi'n ddiolchgar i bawb. Mae pawb wrthi, a mae'r tiwtoriad yn brysurach na ryw oed, mae rhaid mi ddweud. Fedra i'n cadw i fyny efo'r gofyn, ond diolch a braf clywed y stori. A gweld y lluniau hefyd. Diolch yn iawn.
Gwych iawn, diolch yn iawn. Reit, unrhyw sylwadau, gwestiynau, na i droi gyntaf Caroline, wedyn Dyfed, wedyn Clare yn y ffordd yna.
Iawn, diolch yn fawr iawn. Dwi'n croesawu'r cyflwyniad yma yn fawr iawn. Mae'r cyflwyniad yn canolbwyntio ar blant a'i rhieni, a dwi'n siŵr bod ni gyd yn ymwybodol bod pobl hŷn hefyd yn dueddol o bod eisiau defnyddio eu mamiaith wrth iddyn nhw heneiddio. Ond mae o'n fwy na hynny hefyd, mae unrhyw un sydd mewn gwendid eisiau defnyddio ei mamiaith, a mae hwnna'n gallu bod yn gleifion o unrhyw oed a'i ffrindiau a'i teuluoedd hefyd. Mae'r cyflwyniad yma dangos hefyd pwysigrwydd defnyddio'r Gymraeg ar draws Gogledd Cymru. Nid dim ond fatar i Ysbyty Gwynedd di hwn, Glan Clwyd yna, ond mae hawliau unigolion siaradwyr Cymraeg yng Nghyffiniau Wrecsam hefyd yr un mor bwysig. Felly mae'n bwysig o'n ni'n gwneud be fedra ni ar draws Gogledd Cymru. Does am disgwyl i bawb fod yn rhugl yn Gymraeg yn syth, ond mae'n bwysig bod pobl yn ymwybodol o pa mor bwysig ydy mamiaith i gleifion ac i deuluoedd a ffrindiau sy'n ymweld hefyd, ac i'r staff yn y gweithle hefyd. Felly mae'r ymwybyddiaeth yr un mor bwysig a'r broses o ddysgu, a dwi eisiau diolch yn fawr iawn hefyd i'r staff sydd yn rhugl ac yn hyderus i ddefnyddio'u Cymraeg, ond hefyd y siaradwyr newydd sydd yn cael eu hannog rwan i ddefnyddio'u Cymraeg yn y gweithle o ddydd i ddydd, a cydnabod ymdrech dysgwyr. Mae'n dipyn o her. Dwi wedi bod mewn sefyllfa o'r fod dysgu iaith arall mewn gwlad wahanol fy hun, a dwi'n gwybod gymaint o her a gymaint o ymroddiad ac amser mae o gymryd. Felly diolch yn fawr iawn i chi gyd.
Diolch yn iawn. Dyfed, ti'n nesaf?
Pwynt tebyg i Caroline, mae'r Gymraeg yn holl bwysig, a dwi'n defnyddio profiad personol teuluol o aelod o'r teulu yn cael diagnosis ar gyfer dementia, a pa mor bwysig oedd gallu cael y drafodaeth hynny yn y Gymraeg. Dwi'n yn arbenigwr, ond yna rhywbeth unigol amdano fo, achos dwi'n meddwl bysa diagnosis yn gallu digwydd yn yr un ffordd, os na fysa fo wedi gallu siarad yn ei famiaeth. Dwi'n meddwl bod hynny mor bwysig, a dwi'n meddwl bod ni angen annog, mae'r cadeirydd di crybwyll hyn yn gynharach. Dim ots beth i'ch lefel chi o Gymraeg, mae'n bwysig i ddefnyddio fo, a teimlo, peidio teimlo nad ydych Cymraeg chi ddigon da. Dyna dwi'n meddwl mae pobl yn teimlo weithiau, o na, na i ddim ddefnyddio fo, tydi o ddim digon da. Mae o ddigon da, a drwy ymarfer a drwy gael anogaeth, dyna sy'n, a dyna di'n rôl ni fel siaradwyr Cymraeg rhugl, ydy annog pobl i ddefnyddio eu Cymraeg, a mae mor bwysig bod ni'n neud hynny.
Diolch yn iawn. Mike, nesa, wedyn, Paulo.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Before I speak, I should say I declare an interest. I'm an employee at Bangor University. There is an item also after the break where I need to make that declaration. Just like to refer to the North Wales Medical School. You were at the opening. We started the Year 1 students in Welsh classes back in September with some trepidation. More than half of the students are from England. So we grouped the students into 3 competency groups. The most positive feedback has been from the non-Welsh speaking group who are making great strides. Feedback very positive. Thank you for a break from the science was one. A bit of feedback. I think Welsh language is very important for the North Wales Medical School. In fact, for all of our healthcare programmes, if we're to get more graduates to remain in Wales, there is no tie-in for medical students on the bursary. And I think this is an important step. So just want to record my thanks to the Board Welsh team who are supporting us with those Welsh lessons. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn, Mike, am y cyfraniad yna a'r newyddion am y datblygiadau yn y Brifysgol, Ysgol Feddygol. Paulo, ti nesa.
Diolch yn fawr, cadeirydd. Mae'n really pwysig i weld sut mae Cymraeg yn gwneud gwahaniaeth i pobl eraill sydd yn sâl, a os maen nhw'n plant neu pobl hŷn a pobl yn sâl. Ond hefyd, rhywbeth dwi eisiau deud fel rhywun di dysgu Cymraeg ail iaith, ydy mae'n mor pwysig i deall y gwahaniaeth rhwng siarad efo plant ac siarad efo oedolion. Ond nath o dod i fyny yn y fideo bod pobl yna, a mae'n lot o weithiau yn lot mwy ofnus yn siarad Cymraeg i oedolion na be di o'r i plant. Ac beth sy'n really pwysig, mae lot ohonych chi wedi deud yn barod, ydy y faint o hyder ti'n rhoi pobl i siarad Cymraeg fel pobl sydd ddim yn iaith gyntaf. A y ffaith bod dwi'n teimlo'n cyfforddus siarad Cymraeg efo chi i gyd heddiw, ydy, mae'n fel testament i sut ydych chi wedi gadael fi teimlo yn bod yn gwneud siŵr bod gen i fi hyder digon i siarad efo chi o hyd yn gwaith. A dwi'n just meddwl bod hwnna'n really pwysig i deud o flaen pawb bod os ti'n defnyddio fo mwy, ti'n mynd yn well, a ti dim ond yn mynd i defnyddio os mae pobl yn rhoi digon o hyder i ti a gwneud siŵr ti ddim yn ofyn yn defnyddio fo. Diolch yn fawr i pawb.
Wel, diolch i ti am dy holl ymdrechion a'r ffordd ti wedi cyfleidio Gymraeg o fewn y bwr iechyd. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall. Diolch yn fawr iawn am y stori yna sy'n atgoffa ni am safle'r Gymraeg o fewn iechyd. Gai jyst atgoffa ni hefyd bod y Gymraeg ddim yn bodoli mewn unrhyw bocs unrhyw le. Mae'r Gymraeg yn bod yn pob man. Felly, dyn ni'n gallu trafod busnes yn Gymraeg, dych chi'n gwybod? Dyn ni'n gallu trafod y busnes iechyd yn Gymraeg. Does na ddim rheol yn erbyn hynny, y gwrthwyneb. A fydd un o llwyddiannau ni fel sefydliad ydy pan fyddwn ni'n cael mwy o gyfarfodydd yn y Gymraeg, bydd fwy o gyfathrebu mewnol yn digwydd yn y Gymraeg, a fydd pobl, fel mae Paolo wedi dweud, yn gweld hynny fel beth naturiol i wneud. Dyn ni bell o ddiwrth hynny ar hyn o bryd, ond gall fod yn nod i ni i ddatblygu'n sgiliau a'n hyder ni i wneud mwy o ddefnydd o'r Gymraeg fel bwr. Gan bod ni'n brif gyflogwr yma yn y Gogledd, 20,000 o weithlu, ac mae gen ni creiddiad yn does i bob man, felly mae gen ni ddylanwad. Diolch i chi gyd am eich gefnogaeth, diolch i'r tîm am y gwaith gyda Gymraeg, tîm rwydfrydig iawn a gweithgar iawn. Felly, pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr eitem yna gyda diolch, dwi'n siŵr. Diolch fawr iawn. Ymlaen at eitem nesaf, eitem 2546, adroddiad y cadeirydd, ac mae'r adroddiad yna wrth gwrs yn papurau dwi ddim yn mynd i ddarllen drwy'r adroddiad. Dwi eisiau tanlinellu un y ddau y bethau yn unig. Mae wedi bod yn gyfnod i ni atgoffa ein partneriad am ein gwaith ni o gwmpas mesur arbennig. Carl a fi wedi bod i sawl cyfarfod eraill ohonoch chi hefyd yn amlinellu ein datblygiad sydd wedi bod o dan mesur arbennig. Fydd na fwy o hynny heddiw. Dyn ni bod i Gaerdydd i drafod gyda aelodau o'r Senedd ac wedi cynnal cyfarfodydd ar-lein. Mae'n wedi bod yn ddefnyddiol iawn, a dwi'n credu bod y cyfarfodydd ar-lein na wedi cael ni feddwl do helen am sut allwn ni ddatblygu falle cyfarfodydd gyda'r cyhoedd yn arbennig o gwmpas rhai materion sydd yn angen sylw falle. Rhywbeth i ni ystyried i'r dyfodol ydy hynny a defnyddio'r dechnoleg i gyrraedd pobl. Ac dwi eisiau tanlinellu un peth yn arbennig i gloi. Fe welwch chi gyfeiriad fyna at Siarter Hillsborough fel mae'n cael ei alw. A nath Pam fynychu cyfarfod wythnos diwetha, dwi'n meddwl, y Merthyr Tydfil ar ran y bwr iechyd i ddangos ein cefnogaeth i'r siarter yna. Gobeithio bod chi wedi clywed am y siarter yna, sydd un o'r materion sydd wedi codi allan o'r drychineb yna yn Hillsborough, Game Build Road, rhwng Lerpwl a Nottingham Forest yn Dwi'n trio cofio pa flwyddyn, 1989, 1989, ie. Ac mae yna drychinebau eraill wedi bod ers hynny, gweithio'r modd, Manceinion a Grenfell, ac wrth gwrs i ni yng Nghymru, dyn ni'n cofio wrth gwrs 1966 ac Aberfan, a byddwn ni'n cofio drychineb yna am byth. Ac un peth sydd wedi codi allan o'r gwaith ydy yr angen i sefydliadau ochri i dioddefwr. Ond pan bod hynny'n berthnasol i ni fel bwr iechyd felly, beth sy'n elo hyn a ni? Wel, yn anffodus mae gennym ni bobl, unigolion a theuluoedd sydd wedi dioddau oherwydd amgylchiadau sydd wedi digwydd drwy'r gwasanaeth iechyd. Mae gen ni unigolion, mae gen ni deuluoedd sydd wedi dioddau. Rwan ein rôl ni wrth arwyddo y siarter yma, wrth gefnogi'r siarter, ydy newid ein meddylfryd. Ac i ni gerdded yn sgidie'r dioddefwr, yr person a'r teulu sydd wedi dioddau. Nid yna i fod yn rhadmerydd ar ran y sefydliad, ond yn hytrach i gefnogi'r dioddefwr a'r teuluoedd a'r unigolion yna. Mae hynna dipyn o newid i sefydliad sydd yn naturiol i amddiffyn i hyd. Ond dwi eisiau annog ni gyd i fabwysiadu'r ffordd yna o feddwl. Dwi ddim yn hawdd, mae'n anodd. Dwi'n meddwl am y gwaith dyn ni'n nghanol ar hyn o bryd yn dweud y gwir gyda theuluoedd sydd wedi dioddau. Gadewch ni roi'n hunain yn esgidiau nhw. Gadewch i ni ochri gyda'r dioddefwr a gyda'r sawl sydd yn aml wedi cael cam. I hynny ddim yn golygu bod ni ddim yn cefnogi staff, i hynny ddim yn golygu bod ni ddim yn cefnogi'n gilydd, wrth gwrs yn bod ni. Ond, yn anad dim, dyn ni yn cerdded yn sgidiau'r dioddefwr. Felly, dwi yn annog ni gyd i feddwl am hynny yn gyson wrth ni ymwneud â phobl. Beth bynnag sy'n digwydd i bobl, gadewch ni fabwysiadu'r agwedd yna. Dyna'r her dwi'n gosod i fi fy hun, ac i bob un ohonyn ni fel aelodau o'r bwrdd yma. Dyna oedd y peth bwysica oedd gen i ddweud heddiw yng nghanol pob dim arall, cyfarfodydd a trafodaethau. Dyna'r peth bwysica dwi eisiau dweud heddiw am neu adael hynna efo chi i ystyried. Felly dyna i chi grynodeb ag rhyw drawsdariad o'r materion dwi wedi bod yn wneud â nhw ers y cyfarfod diwethaf. Dwi'n hapus i dderbyn unrhyw sylwadau neu unrhyw gwestiwn, wrth gwrs, fel bob amser. Diolch yn iawn. Dwi'n eisiau holi rhywbeth. Na. Na. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad. Diolch o galon i chi. Ymlaen felly at yr eitem nesaf, adroddiad y prif weithredwr, eitem 25-47. Carol, trwy atoch chi.
Yes, Cadeirydd. Thanks very much indeed. It's a different report this time because the first time we're reporting the executive committee business to the board, so that's on the agenda a little bit later on. So a couple of things that I did just want to cover off, and David mentioned new colleagues that have joined the executive team, which is fantastic. But also I'd like to register my thanks to Imran for his support over the last 6 months or so, and our warm congratulations to him on his new appointment to North Cumbria. A couple of things to just draw out of the report. Members will have noted the education steering group has now been established. I think this offers a really significant opportunity for us as a health board to really put our mark on our commitment to supporting education for all in the organisation, to link with our partners. Mike has already mentioned the medical school, which we will touch on later on in reports today, but also our work with further higher education institutions, as well as our own learning and development offer in-house. So got our first meeting up and running, which is really good, and we'll be bringing reports through to the People and Culture Committee on that. I was pleased then to see some of this in action when I visited the West End Medical Centre. I've had an opportunity to visit there a couple of times, and I have noticed the really significant progress that has been made in this practice. It is a practice that is provided by the Health Board, so a managed practice, one that has been particularly challenged around staffing, and was able to meet with the leads, their multidisciplinary leads, and actually how proud they are of the progress, and rightly so, that they have made. And we're looking at the medical students there, research opportunities, so a very research active and very I think enthusiastic and forward-thinking practice. I wanted to mention it at my visit there.
And it was good to see, if I may add, Carol, that Darren Miller, the local Senedd, recognised the progress, so that was really good of him, because he had taken a keen interest in the work, of course. So I think we should thank him for that, actually.
Absolutely, absolutely agree, David. And he said to me, he will, of course, as other elected members do, stand up where things are not quite right, but also stand up where improvements have been made. And so it's really important. Great. I also visited recently the North Wales Adolescent Service in Abergele. And that's a service that I've been sort of in contact with for about a decade. So it was really great to go and visit, see for myself, and actually a very impressive offer around education again, with the local authority working with the health service. As I was there was a young person sitting there mock GCSE, so let's be very quiet, but they I was impressed by the offer there, and what's really interesting about that visit is the level of intensive community service that will be put in place over the years, probably the last decade, has actually meant that fewer young people are having to be admitted as inpatients into that facility. So there's a very significant shift, I think, in particular around eating disorder services as well. So I did see firsthand the environmental improvements that we are making there. So it was great to see some of the bedrooms being upgraded, but also our work on the enhanced care area, which will mean that more children can be supported in North Wales rather than travel across into England. So if colleagues from those services are watching, a huge thanks to them for spending some time with me and taking me through the things that they're proud of and the things that they want to work on further as we move forward. So I'll leave it there, Chair, if that's it.
Diolch yn iawn, Carol. Diolch yn iawn am gwaith cynhwysfawr yn ystod misoedd diwetha. Unrhyw sylwadau, unrhyw gwestiwn gan aelod, sgwch yna. Rwy'n eisiau dweud unrhyw beth? Caroline?
Dwi'n jyst hoffi croesawu'r yr ymweliad yna hefo yr uned yn Abergele. Dwi'n falch iawn bod chi wedi cael y cyfle i fynd yno, a dwi'n nodi hefyd y cyfeiriad yn yr adroddiad at y cyfarfod gyda chi hefo'r barnwyr llysoedd teuluoedd yn arbennig. Dwi'n meddwl bod y ddau elfen yna i'w croesawu'n fawr iawn. Diolch.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw arall? Na? Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, adroddiad Prif Weithredwr, os gwelwch yn dda. Diolch eto am y gwaith, Carol, ac ar ymdrech yn ystod y misoedd diwetha. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf 2548, sef adroddiad yr is-gadeirydd. Gareth, drosodd at y ti.
Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. Dwi'n gobeithio bod fi adroddiad i yn glir, ond bydd rwy'n hapus i gael cwestiyniau wrth gwrs. Ond dwi eisiau dweud tipyn bach am gyfarfod gofal sylfaenol Advanced Cluster Development yma I fenyw Cymru am echdoi. Roedd mwy na 80 o cyfrannol guddion o'r bwrdd iechyd, gofal sylfaenol ach ein partner ni. A roedd yn gyfarfod diddorol iawn gyda lot o ynni ac hoel yn yr astafarth. Ond roedd yn glir iawn, rhaid I ni roi arweinyddiad, mwy arweinyddiad am I pwnc hynny bwysig iawn. Esgusodwch fi am fy Cymraeg dim ond drwg, ond hefyd hwntw.
Na, Cymraeg ardderchog Gareth, a gadewch ni longyfarch Gareth am y ffordd mae o'n cyfleidio'r Gymraeg a'r ymdrechion mae o wedi wneud. Mae o'n dilyn ambell I gwrs, dwi'n gwybod, ac yn mynd bob hyn, mae'n mynychu dosbarthiadau. Felly, enghraifft wych iawn o rywun sydd yn gwneud pob dim posib I hyrwyddo'r Gymraeg.
Ond does dim hyder gyda fi.
Wel, ti wedi dangos bod digon o hyder gen ti. Mae gennym ni hyder yn y tŷ. Dyna di'r peth. Felly, diolch I Gareth am y geiriau na'r cyfarfod da wedi bod yma ddoe efo gofal sylfaenol maes. Dwi'n gwybod ti'n awyddus I ni roi fwy o sylw iddo fo, wrth gwrs, a hyrwyddo. Diolch hefyd am yr holl waith mae Gareth wedi gwneud yn ystod mis o'r dwytha. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu unrhyw sylw, sgwch yna I Gareth. Carlain?
Ie, diolch yn fawr iawn. Dwi'n ddiolchgar iawn am yr adroddiad yma, Gareth. Mae o'n adroddiad cynhwysfawr iawn ac yn fuddiol i'r gweddill ohona ni ar y bwrdd. O'n I falch yn arbennig o weld y cyfeiriad at yr ymweliad efo'r tîm amrywiaeth niwrolegol. Mae hwnna'n faes pwysig ac yn faes, da ni wedi bod yn bryderus ohono fo oherwydd y data. Ond mae'n ddiddorol y ffordd da chi'n cyflwyno bod angen y newidiadau. Mae'n rhywbeth mae QSC wedi edrych arno fo, da ni wedi cyfeirio ato fo nifer o weithiau yn y bwrdd hefyd. O'n i'n falch iawn hefyd o weld y cyfeiriad at y chymweliad hefo yr hwb newydd yn yr Royal Alex a'r eich diddordeb yn cams a gwaith yna. Mae hwnna wedi bod yn faes anodd iawn yng Ngogledd Cymru dros nifer fawr o flynyddoedd. Dwi'n cofio mynd yn ôl ddegawd pan o'n i'n gweithio yn Cyngor Sir Ynys Môn ac yn gyfarwyddwr gwasanaethau cymdeithasol a'r gwaith o'n i'n wneud efo fo'n bryd hynny. Felly mae o'n faes pwysig dros ben i'r Bwrdd Iechyd ac I gydweithio efo'r cynghora. A dwi'n falch iawn o weld datblygiad yma yn nghanol Gogledd Cymru ac yn gobeithio fel ni datblygiadau tebyg yng ngweddill Gogledd Cymru hefyd. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch. Unrhyw arall cwestiwn neu sylw ar y adroddiad, Gareth? Na, pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y adroddiad a diolch Gareth unwaith eto am gwaith. Iawn, ymlaen ni felly at yr eitem nesaf. Ar adran nesaf yn cyfeiriad strategol, mae gen I nifer o adroddiadau pwysig. 2049-2050 yn canolbwyntio ar datblygiadau sydd wedi bod, ac mae'n berthynas wrth gwrs rhwng y ddwy eitem yna byddwn ni'n awgrymu. A bosib yr eitem ddilynol gan y Chwilio Cymru hefyd wrth gwrs. Ond na I droi at Carol I gyflwyno'r eitemau yma, sgwch yna, Carol.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Thanks very much. I will roll these next two together, and Paolo's going to support me on this. So, as you said in your chair's report, we have undertaken a series of engagements briefs to a number of colleagues, including actually a broad one to members of the public around the progress that the Health Board has been making over the last 2 years. It is literally 2 years and 1 month since the Health Board was escalated into level 5 intervention. And it is important for us to mark the annual review of that progress. Just by way of reminder, the Welsh Government's escalation and intervention framework applies to all NHS organisations, and there are regular what they call tripartite discussions to assess the progress of the organisation. Those meetings are influenced by other stakeholders as well, but ultimately it is the Welsh Government's and the Cabinet Secretary's decision on the level of escalation for an organisation. So that process was undertaken earlier this year, the outcome of that being that we will remain in level 5 escalation at this stage. I understand there's a further tripartite assessment in a few months' time where they'll take a further review. But importantly, I think what was recognised, particularly in the Cabinet Secretary's statement of the 5th of March, was the progress that has been made in relation to their health board. I'm going to draw out just a couple of headlines, and I'm going to go across to Paolo then just to give us a little bit of a deeper sense of this. But there is a very clear progress in the way in which the health board is governed. So our corporate governance work has been recognised by both government, and we'll come on to Audit Wales. I don't want to present their report for them, but that has been really quite significant. And this is my view, that I think that being on other boards, that we are now operating as other boards would operate. So I think that's an important marker. We've made significant progress in financial governance and financial performance. And again, we've got some reports on the agenda a little bit later on, so I won't go into that, but into much detail. But it is a key marker of us being able to manage our organisation effectively, and for the Welsh Government to feel they can invest money in this health board to be deployed for the benefit of people in North Wales. I think it's been recognised as well that we have made progress in terms of culture. And again, later on today, we'll be launching the values and behaviours framework that the board approved recently. And that's an important marker as well as the work on leadership development and stabilising of leadership in the organisation. And of course, the improvements we've made in quality. All of those are rooted through the reports that we have today. It doesn't take away from the fact that we have got significant work still to do. And the item on the integrated medium-term plan will be setting out those priorities and the really key focus of work. But if I were to draw out one specific area, it really is about the access to services for the population, whether that be in urgent and emergency care, be that in planned care. And Gareth, just referencing your report, you know, the pressures in community mental health care as well. So, you know, there are issues right the way across the board. So lots to do, but I think really important to mark progress. It should be giving the organisation, all of our colleagues across the organisation, more confidence that we're on the right road. Even if that road stretches out ahead of us a little at this stage. So we've got to keep going. That's the key thing. And so I've just handed over to Paolo. It's Paolo and his team who have been sort of the machine that sits beneath all of this. So Paolo, if that's okay.
Diolch yn fawr, Carol. Na'n ddim mynd trwy gyd o pethau mae Carol wedi deud yn barod di tynnu allan oherwydd dwi'n meddwl mae'r papur yn mynd trwy gyd o manylion ar ben ei hun. I will, though, however, just draw out maybe 3 things that would be useful to just kind of get our thinking behind. So the topic of de-escalation was one thing that I wanted to talk through. I think the last couple of years we've really been in the space where, you know, we get on with the improvements and the de-escalation will take care of itself, which I think has been the absolute right way of going about it. However, now with the amount of foundational work that we have completed, and Carol spoke to a number of areas, but governance being one of them, you know, today being a great example of that and how we conduct ourselves, I think we're really ready to start asking, you know, how far off are we really from the highest level of escalation to the next level of escalation. We're not talking about from the highest to nothing. So, you know, how far are we really? And Karen mentioned the Cabinet Secretary's statement and the report that came out. There was a fair bit of positivity in there in a number of areas. So that's really encouraging. The second reflection, I think, is just one of balance. I think it's really difficult that whilst we've made a lot of progress in rebuilding the health board and in a lot of areas, particularly those foundational that required improvements, that the paper's trying to respectfully acknowledge the fact that we've got a lot still to do in a lot of areas, particularly access, as Carol mentioned, in the areas that make a big difference to the population of North Wales. But at the same time, really pointing to that hard work that staff members and colleagues across the organisation have made to get us to where we are today over the last couple of years. So I think that's really important to note. And my final element to draw out really is a bit of a look forward. I think we've got quite an exciting year and years ahead. And that there's lots that we'll hear more about in the 3-year plan, IMTP slot. We've got some big deliveries this year, which are really going to accelerate moving us forward, our foundations for the future, our kind of operating model and how we'll move ahead. The electronic healthcare record being a massive digital enabler to make sure that we can support service redevelopment. We've got a number of capital projects that are coming through, not least things like Llandudno, which can help planned care, Royal Alex, which will take off some of the burden in the emergency care space centrally, Ablet, mental health, so some good coverage there. And also some of the developments in pockets which start moving our emphasis into the primary and community space, things like ophthalmology and a different use of optometrists and particularly our pharmacy work. So there's quite a lot to be excited about, I think, going forward. I think we've done a huge amount going backwards, but really a year of delivery on those things that are going to take us forward is how I'd sum that up. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn. Paolo? Felly, unrhyw sylwadau cwestiynau, dwi'n meddwl rwan, ar yr hyn da ni wedi clywed o dan yr eitem yna. Na i droi at Dyfna. Na? Ti eisiau dweud rhywbeth?
Ie.
Reit. Dros at ti gyntaf.
Diolch, dwi'n meddwl pwynt ola Paolo yn fan'na'n yn bwysig iawn bod yr delivery mewn ffordd, achos dyna ma bobl yn cleifio ni a pobl sy'n defnyddio'r gwasanaethau eisiau weld. Ond mae'n bwysig nodi hefyd na tydi sefydliad ddim yn mynd i fod yn un effeithiol os nad ydi y llywodraethiant ag ati mewn lle. Mae rhaid i ni fod yn iach fel sefydliad a da ni wedi wneud lot o'r camau yna fel mae'r adroddiad yma'n nodi. Wedyn, dwi'n gobeithio wedyn fydd hynny yn adlewyrchu yn yn dangos yn fan hyn sut da ni'n mynd i fynd ati. Mae'r IMTP fel mae Paolo wedi deud yn dod ymlaen yn eitem yn nes ymlaen. Mae hwnna'n dangos sut ydyn ni'n mynd i'r afal a yr heriau a datrys i ni. Diolch am yr adroddiad.
Diolch yn iawn. Gareth, ti'n nesaf.
Diolch Cadeirydd. Yeah, I just wanted to say I think it's a really good paper and hopefully you don't need reassurance, but that it does strike the right balance. And I think we've got a really, one of the things we bang on about, but I think we also do it in practice, is about the need for transparency and honesty. But being transparent doesn't always mean just saying the bad things. No. So I think it is good to recognise, and I think you use the foundational power, that's right, they're not the visible things, we've got a lot more work to do, but I think it strikes the right balance, so thank you both for that.
Diolch yn iawn. Claire?
Diolch Cadeirydd. Barod pawb, dwi Claire bod yn aelod annibynnol and dwi siarad yn Saesneg nawr.
Speak up a bit as well.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
I think it's a good report. I think it demonstrates that we are quite self-aware of those things that are still real challenges for us and we need to focus on in the years ahead, but also the progress that we've made in some areas. And I think we should be honest that some of that progress is quite significant. And so it was helpful for Paolo to talk about de-escalation. I guess for me, how much are we in a position to take our evidence to Welsh Government and proactively seek de-escalation in areas where we feel it's right and fair and appropriate for that to take place? And how much do we wait for that to happen? And I guess my request as a board member would be that there are a number of things around financial control and governance, where we are absolutely showing good performance now.
Yeah.
And so I would like to hope that as a board, we would be starting to proactively say to Welsh Government that, and it would be good, I think, for the organisation and for our communities and for the people we serve to see that we are making progress in some areas, you know, not reducing the fact that we've got some things that are really still big issues for us to address and improve on, but some things are moving really positively forward, and it would be good, I think, for the public, for us, for our staff, to be able to feel and see some of that. So I guess maybe that's a question for Carol, really, in terms of York.
And that is an important point to consider in terms of progress of the organisation. It doesn't all move in the same direction at once,
No.
does it? But progress in one area can impact another area and can actually encourage the whole organisation when we see progress in one area. You know, it's something we shine a light out and can use as evidence of the way that we have made some inroads over the last 12, 18 months. So I think that is an important point. No question gan rhywun arall? Caroline?
Diolch yn iawn am sylwadau. A hefyd o'n i jyst isio nodi o ran rhan C6 o'r adroddiad ansawdd gofal. Mae yna datblygiadau o bwys wedi digwydd dros y flwyddyn dwytha yma yn y meysydd yma. A dwi'n meddwl bod hwnna hefyd efalla yn rhywbeth fel ni ganolbwyntio arno fo, trio cael hwnna i lawr o lefel 5 i lefel 4. Ac o'n i'n ddiolchgar iawn hefyd am y wybodaeth fanwl yn C3, gwasanaethau bregus. Falch iawn o weld hynny wedi cael ei rhannu allan fel hyn, hefo wybodaeth ynglyn â pob un ohonyn nhw. Maen nhw i gyd yn bregus am resymau gwahanol. A mae hwn, dwi'n meddwl, yn faes, mae QSE wedi canolbwyntio arno fo gryn dipyn. A mae hwn yn faes, mae angen i ni weld gwelliant y nifer o'r meysydd yma dros y cyfnod nesaf.
Diolch yn iawn. Cyn i mi droi at Carol a Paolo i ymateb, mae bwysig hefyd nodi bod ni'n bodoli o fewn teulu'r gwasanaeth iechyd yn dydyn. Da ni'n un bwr iechyd, ond da ni'n rhan o'r gwasanaeth iechyd yr NHS. Mae rhai o'r materion da ni'n wynebu fel un bwr iechyd yn gyffredin, dydy gwir, i raddau mwy neu lai. Ac mae'n bwysig i ni atgoffa'n hunain o hynny weithiau. Yr hyn sydd yn wir i ddweud, a'r hyn mae Carol wedi crybwyll eisoes ydy, byddwn ni'n cael ein barnu fel bwr iechyd ar brofiad pobl o'r gwasanaeth maen nhw'n derbyn. Dyna ydy'r llinell gwaelod fel maen nhw'n dweud. Oherwydd dyna profiad ni hefyd, dyn ni'n defnyddwyr gwasanaeth iechyd yn dydan. Dyn ni'n gallu profi gwasanaethau o fewn y gogledd yn ogystal. Ond dyna bydd, dwi'n meddwl, llinell mesur rhan fwy o bobl yn y gogledd ydy profiad nhw o'r gwasanaethau maen nhw'n derbyn. Ac dwi eisiau dweud dau beth sy'n bwysig dwi'n credu. Un ydy, mae gennym ni gefnogaeth yn y maes yma. Mae gennym ni gefnogaeth yn partneriaid. Mae gen i gefnogaeth gan y Llywodraeth. Mae pawb yn awyddus i weld ni'n datblygu ac yn llwyddo, ac dyna'n ddiolchgar iawn am y gefnogaeth yna. Oherwydd, pan ydych chi'n ceisio newid, yr hyn gall partneriaid wneud ydy estyn llaw a cefnogi chi, ac dyna'n ddiolchgar iawn am hynny. Ac wrth gwrs, y sawl sydd yn mynd i bod yn creu'r llwyddiant yma ydy'n staff ni. Tra bod ni yn llunio strategaethau ac yn cynnal cyfarfodydd ardderchog, wrth gwrs mae'n un bwysig. Ond yn staff ni yn anad neb sy'n mynd i greu'r llwyddiant a creu gwahaniaeth yna. Yn rôl ni fel bwrdd wedi creu'r amodau lle mae hynny'n bosib. Dwi'n credu bod Carol a chithau gyd fel tîm wedi creu'r amodau hynny. Rwan ein gwaith ni dros y blynyddoedd nesaf ydy mynd ati i hyrwyddo hynny fwy ac i sicrhau bod ni'n gallu creu llwyddiant dyn ni gyd yn disgwyl amdano fo ac mae'r cyhoedd dyn ni'n gwasanaethu yn sicr yn disgwyl amdano fo. Felly, dyn ni mewn lle da i barhau gyda'n cynnydd dwi'n credu, ond mae yna gryn dipyn o ffordd i fynd eto. Ond gadewch i ni fanteisio ar y cyfle heddiw, dwi'n meddwl, i ddeud diolch i bawb sydd wedi gweithio mor galed yn ystod y flwyddyn neu ddwy diwetha, ac dyn ni ar daith, dyn ni ar siwrne, ac dyn ni'n falch iawn o'r cynnydd dyn ni wedi gwneud hyd yma. Gyda hynny, Carol a Paolo, troi nôl atych chi am sylwadau i gloi, sgwch yna.
Diolch. I'll pick up Claire's question, which is a great question, Claire, one that we've been asking, we've been discussing ourselves about our approach. And, you know, my sense on this, a couple of things really. Number one, let's be clear about de-escalation criteria, what it is, what it isn't. I would like to see, and I have talked to Welsh Government officials about this, what the route map looks like through 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, because our ambition shouldn't be to get from 5 to 4. Our ambition should be to get to routine monitoring. We will then be a very effective organisation. We will be delivering for people of North Wales, and our job will be done till the next era, of course. But so I'd like to see that. We have done some of the comparator between ourselves at level 5 and the nearest organisation at level 4. And absolutely, I think there is challenge to be put into the system about, well, aren't we, you know, creeping or knocking on the door at level 4 around this? But the key thing for us is the use of evidence, and the evidence of that improvement becoming irrefutable. You know, it's there, provided both internally but also externally, and we'll come on to Audit Wales colleagues' work shortly. I would like to see us increasingly focus on our ability to self-assess our own progress. We have had lots and lots of external organisations come in and assess us as an health board over the last 5 years more. But if we can become more mature in our own holding the mirror up and a balanced assessment of our own progress, I think that should help us as well. But just a footnote, really. Clearly, there's a political context here, and so it's I'm just going to sort of call it out, really. Because there's no getting away from it. There are things that we can and can't influence. But I guess to some extent, my sort of personal view is, we have to trust those people in that political world to take a considered view of the progress that we're making. And I think without exception, every single elected representative that I meet wants to see success in North Wales in the health service. So I think if we are all collectively focused on that, I think that will help. But Claire, I would absolutely now, I think we should be focusing on this and start pushing up the door. And in terms of Caroline's comment, our 3-year plan, our IMTP item, we should now be seeing the further progression of those steps across, particularly the next year, but even beyond. Some of the challenges that we have will take longer than a year to remedy and resolve. So we know this is a medium-term solution. I don't know, Paolo, did you want to add anything?
No, I think you've covered everything.
Yeah.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw arall? Unrhyw sylw? Na, felly i pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna ar fysyniad arbennig ac bwysig i dderbyn y sicrwydd am y cynnydd sydd wedi digwydd yn ystod y 2 blynedd diwetha. Pawb yn hapus efo hynny. Diolch o galon, diolch yn iawn am y gwaith gawn ni eto jyst danlinellu bod ni'n ddiolchgar i'r holl staff ar draws y bwr iechyd am ei ymdrechion i gefnogi cynnydd sydd wedi bod. Diolch yn iawn i bawb. Ymlaen at reitem nesaf 2551, llythyr archwilio Cymru ydy'r eitem yma. Dwi am droi at Carol I gyflwyno gyntaf cyn roi at ein gyfeillion o archwilio Cymru.
Diolch Cadeirydd. We'll just say a couple of words really. First of all, starting with the words of thanks to colleagues in Audit Wales. Having been in the NHS in Wales for a very long time, Audit Wales become a part of your life if you're the Chief Exec, and an annual structured assessment is really key. So thanks for all the work that you've done with us, and to executive colleagues around the table who've fully supported the work. I think these items blend really nicely together because we can be assessing ourselves the same way we think we've got to. It's really important when colleagues outside of our organisation can actually have a look and hold that mirror up to us as well. It doesn't cover absolutely all of the business of the organisation. There are other pieces of work that Audit Wales undertake and other bodies undertake that give us different views on different aspects. But in particular, this report does focus on governance. I've commented on governance, on strategic planning, and particularly on the use of resources. So they're the areas that I've sort of pulled out in my introduction to the last item as well. So I think, Chair, I would just say to thank colleagues and hand over to them, and we can pick up any other responses.
Diolch Carol. Pam?
Diolch Cadeirydd. Obviously we'll hand over to Audit Wales in a moment, but I just reflecting, it's next week since I joined the health board. I don't think in my whole career I've had 2 structured assessments within a year, and I think it's just probably certainly for me and the health board, and we'll cover some of this bit later on, just to reflect actually between the last structured assessment, which I think came to the board in May, and where we are now, actually just to see some of the direction and the positive movements in actually quite a short period of time. So I think that's just important to recognise and acknowledge that. And I think, obviously this has been through audit committee as well. So so what you've got here is the annual audit report, and this might want to come in afterwards, which covers all the accounting elements, as well as the structured assessment, which is the annual governance. So really just wanted to say diolch I Audit Wales. Diolch Cadeirydd.
Diolch yn iawn. Troi at gyfeillion o Archwilio Cymru Glir, Simon, croeso cynnes at ni'n bennig Simon, a croeso wrth gwrs I Glir sydd wedi gweithio yn rheolaidd gyda bwrdd iechyd trwy gydol y blwyddyn. Felly, croeso cynnes I chi. Dda hefyd yn troi at Karen fel geirydd pwyllgor archwilio, os oes unrhyw sylwadau o'r pwyllgor archwilio. Hefyd Rys, os oes gan Rys sylwadau, ond chi gyntaf. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch Cadeirydd, bore da pawb. Peake-Jones ydw I, archwilydd arweiniol o Archwilio Cymru. Mae'r adroddiad archwilio blynyddol yn crynhoi ein gwaith archwilio gyda'r bwrdd iechyd yn ystod 2024 sy'n cynnwys ein arolygiad o'r cyfrifon yn ogystal â'n gwaith archwilio perfformiad. Mae'r holl adroddiadau sydd wedi crynhoi yn ystod yr adroddiad blynyddol hwn wedi bod drwy'n prosesau arferol. Mi rydyn ni wedi derbyn ymateb rheolwyr i'r argymhellion a wnaed o fewn yr adroddiadau hynny, ac mae'r adroddiadau unigol wedi bod at yr pwyllgor archwilio I gael ei derbyn a'i trafod yn ystod y flwyddyn. Yr adran ariannol sydd gyntaf, felly na I droi at Simon I gyfer hwnna, a na I gyfro'r adran perfformiad wedyn.
Iawn.
Diolch Claire, diolch Chair, and bore da pawb. Unfortunately, that's been the limit of my Welsh language skills, I'm afraid. Although I'm originally from the northeast of England, so I grew up with English as a second language as well. I'll just run through a brief summary of the financial audit aspects of the report. The work on the 23-24 annual accounts resulted in a unqualified true and fair opinion, but it did have a qualified regularity opinion on 2 aspects. The first being the failed to meet the first financial duty, which is to break even over the 3 rolling years ended 23-24. Second one, the health board incurred irregular expenditure for payments to an interim executive director in that year. We also tabled a substantive report which detailed the opinion matters, but also outlined the failure to meet the second financial duty to prepare a 3-year integrated plan. The report did highlight that there were significant improvements in the quality of the accounts that were presented to audit, but it did report that there were significant issues with the remuneration report. However, we have taken measures, Pam and ourselves have taken measures. We have been having and will continue to have weekly meetings until the production of the report, just to expedite our audit of that. We've already started to do preliminary work on that this year. The report also does have some minor issues and recommendations summarised in there, but Russ and his team have had those in much more detail in our final accounts memorandum, which has also gone to the audit committee as well. That's all the summary I'll give. I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has any.
Diolch yn iawn. Cyn troi'r cwestiynau, Karen, fel cadeirydd, felly audit committee chair, if you've got any comments now, and then we'll take any questions.
Diolch yn fawr, David. Yeah, as Pam's already alluded to, 2 structured assessments in 1 year was quite...
I won't get one free.
I did try and get better value from the external audit, but I didn't quite succeed.
No.
But it's really pleasing to see progress being made, and we certainly felt that as a committee, that you could, as Carol's already alluded to, see the progress made, particularly around the governance and the financial controls and everything else. So, and the relationship that has developed very well over the last 12 months as well, in terms of not only with external audit but with internal audit as well. So yeah, it was very pleasing to receive this report this year, and hopefully we'll have an unqualified regularity this year, but I'll let Russell deal with that.
Russell, do you want to make any comments and then after statement?
Diolch, Chair. So Russell Collicott dwi, cyfarwyddwr gyrrhaeddol Cathyd dwi, and it's a pleasure to be able to report on the findings of Audit Wales in this committee. So I think I'd pass my thanks on to the team. It was a very interesting moment back 18 months, 2 years ago, when we started this journey together in 23-24. It's great that we've been able to get that openness and transparency. We work on a basis of no surprises, and we have many meetings together to work together as a collective to make sure that those accounts are very clear. It's great that we got an unqualified audit opinion, which is a clean bill of health on all of our financial reporting, and we didn't change our position through draft submission, through external audit, and then final submission back to government. We've carried that on as well with the charitable funds, so Exchequer and charitable funds. So I think we've got some really fast improvements, some great improvements, and it's great to see how you interact with the team actually as well, and how they interact back with you. So long may it continue, and 4 days from now we'll be setting some 24-25, and obviously we'll be working in that exact same spirit with the team. We are commencing some pre-audit work. We are looking at the remuneration committee, of course, to make sure that those lessons are learned as we go forwards, and we're very hopeful that we'll have another successful year. So thank you very much.
Just mynd ymlaen i'r adran perfformiad, os di hynny'n iawn.
Ie, a wedyn nawn ni gymryd cwestiynau ar y cyfan.
Dyna grêt. Diolch yn fawr. Felly, mae ein gwaith archwilio perfformiad wedi grynhoi ar tudalenau 10-17, ac mae'r rheini'n cynnwys ein adolygiad o waith partneriaeth i wella llif cleifion allan o'r ysbyty ar gyfer gwasanaethau brys. Datgalodd y gwaith yna bod yna ymrwymiad cryf ymhlith partneriaid i fynd i'r afel ar heriau sydd wedi bodoli ers tro yn y maes hwn. Mae amryw o fentrau a phrosiectau ar waith rhwng y bwrdd iechyd ac adrannau gwasanaethau cymdeithasol y cynghorau lleol yn y gogledd. Ond hynny, mae'r ffigurau perfformiad yn parhau fod yn wael ac yn heriol, ac mae yna gyfleoedd i wella ymhellach, gan gynnwys trwy sicrhau bod yna ganllawiau ac hyfforddiant ar gael i staff, a bod partneriaid yn mesur effaith y gweithredoedd sydd ar waith a'r gwahaniaeth y maen nhw'n gwneud i gleifion. Hefyd, fe wnaethom waith i ddeall cynnydd mewn ymateb i'r argymhellion a wnaethom yn y maes cynllunio rhyddhau cleifion o'r ysbyty, waith a wnaethom yn wreiddiol yn 2017. Fe wnaeth yr archwiliad darganfod bod yna gwelliannau mewn rhai meysydd, ond bod angen pwyso ymlaen i ymateb yn llawn i'r argymhellion yna, ac fel ganlyniad wnaethon ni argymhellion newydd i'r bwrdd ymateb i, a maen nhw wedi gwneud hynny. Ein adolygiad o drefniadau'r bwrdd iechyd i sicrhau arbedion ariannol. Mi wnaeth y gwaith hwn gydnabod y gwaith cadarnhaol a wnaeth y bwrdd iechyd i gyrraedd ei gyfanswm diffyg rheolaeth, ei deficit control total ar gyfer 2023-2024, ond yn amlygu'r angen am waith pellach i weithredu'r trefniadau newydd a gyflwynodd yn ystod 2024 i darganfod a weithredu arbedion. Yn olaf, ein asesiad strwytheredig blynyddol, y Structured Assessment, a na i fynd ymlaen, mae'n chydig bach o fanylder yn cydnabod bod hwn wedi bod at yr pwyllgor craffu yn barod, ond yn adeiladu ar y trafodaeth da chi newydd gael fel bwrdd hefyd, rydyn ni'n cydnabod yr gwaith cadarnhaol sydd wedi ei wneud yn sawl maes o fewn y Structured Assessment. Un o'r pethau gorau amdano y Structured Assessment yn fy marn i ydy bod o'n ddarn o waith da ni'n wneud ym mhob bwrdd iechyd bob blwyddyn, so mae'n caniatáu ni edrych ar y cynnydd sydd wedi ei wneud. A fel sonwyd Pam, da chi'n lwcus iawn, fel i fod yr unig bwrdd iechyd sydd wedi derbyn 2 mewn blwyddyn, felly ymddiheuriadau neu llongyflliadau am hynny. Ond yn sicr oedd o'n dod yn amlwg i ni wedyn faint o waith sydd wedi cael ei wneud yn ystod y cyfnod byr hwnnw, a bod na gynnydd mawr wedi wneud mewn meysydd oedd yn peri poen i ni wrth wneud yr archwiliad 2 flynedd yn ôl yn sicr, ond blwyddyn diwetha i raddfa llai, a mae hyn yn cynnwys lot o waith sydd wedi wneud i recriwtio. Mae gennych chi aelodau annibynnol ym mhob un o'r safleoedd hynny erbyn hyn, a dydy hwnna ddim yn swydd bach, mae hwnna'n yn rhywbeth heriol i, mae bob bwrdd iechyd yn cael trafferth felly llongyflliadau ar hynny. Ond mae yna sawl maes eraill arall o ran llywodraethu, nathon ni gydnabod, megis eich gwaith ar risg. Mae yna lot o waith ar y gweill dros y flwyddyn nesaf fyddwn ni'n cadw golwg gofalus arno fel megis yr gwaith da chi'n neud i edrych ar eich strwythyr, parhau i recriwtio mewn sawl safle ar yr tîm gweithredol, a dwi'n cydnabod bod yna gynnydd wedi wneud ar hwnnw ers i ni'n cyhoeddi'r adroddiad hwn hefyd. Ond mi ydych chi wrth gwrs wrth i yn ceisio datblygu cynllun hirdymor a cynllun clinigol, ac mae hynna'n rhan y mawr o waith fyddwn ni'n cadw golwg bwysig ar ac yn gwneud sylw arnyn nhw yn ystod ein Structured Assessment flwyddyn hon hefyd. Felly derbyn ac yn ategu lot o'r sylwadau cadarnhaol sydd wedi wneud gennych chi bore yma, a oedden ni'n falch iawn o weld nhw fel rhan o'r gwaith. Yn olaf, hoffwn dweud, mae gennym ni rhywfaint o waith dal ar y gweill yn y cynllun bydd yn dod at yr pwyllgor archwiliad dros y misoedd nesaf, ac mae hynna'n gynnwys ein adolygiad o gwasanaethau wedi drefnu, adolygiad o rheoli galw ar gyfer gwasanaethau brys ac argyfwng, defnydd y bwrdd o arian strategaethol ychwanegol gan Llywodraeth rhwng 2020 a 2024, ac hefyd adolygiad o gwasanaethau digidol, felly mi fydd rheini yn dod at y bwrdd iechyd dros y misoedd nesaf ac yn mynd at y pwyllgor archwilio. Ac yn olaf, hoffwn cymryd y cyfle hwn i ddiolch i bawb o'r bwrdd iechyd sydd wedi cefnogi ni wrth i ni wneud yn gwaith, wedi rhannu gwybodaeth ac wedi rhannu amser hefyd. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi.
Diolch yn fawr iawn am y cyflwyniad yna clir ar adroddiad. Reit, cwestiynau. Mae gen i Bertha wedyn Rhian.
Hi, Simon and Thea. We've met in the audit committee, and it's lovely to see you here again. It's lovely to hear your report and read it, which I read thoroughly. I have a bit of a question comment around your focus on delayed discharge of care, hospital flow, etc. And really note the comments you've made about 17 recommendations not being followed through. I'm aware this is a little bit historical. I'm also aware that there's been a massive amount of work within the Health Board over the last 6 months, which I think Imran in particular has been fielding with a really successful pilot project, which I think we'll discuss later under another of the reports. But obviously we won't know what improvements that has made or, how sustainable it will be as yet. But when would the next audit be looking at this kind of area would be one question I would ask, but also because this is so much a systems thing, and there is such a lot that is out of the control of the health board and out of the control of the local authority, to be honest. So are there any efforts that you could make to kind of capture more of that? You know, that really this is a huge area. And obviously we can all see there are problems that lead to blocks in hospital flow and patient discharge, but it's very difficult for, you know, kind of separate organisations to influence, say, on the private sector and all the rest of it. So would there be any way you could actually have a look at that side of it in the future?
Ac roedd hynny'n waith cenedlaethol hefyd yn dod, felly pwysleisio. Ond ie, posib ateb yna?
Yeah, that's okay. Yes, absolutely aware. Because the discharge planning was part one of 3 parts of unscheduled care, our unscheduled care review. So we looked at how the health board was working with social services, but as you say, it's such a hugely complex area, and there's so many other players involved: third sector, private sector. So it's very difficult to encapsulate all of that. But we are doing part 2 is looking at the flow out of hospitals. So I've been in discussions with him right over the last couple of months and aware of some of the good progress that he's been making, as you mentioned, really. And then the 3rd part, we'll look at the kind of the national arrangements, and we'll be doing an all Wales summary. So hoping that will pick up some of this work. But again, given the complexity and the size of unscheduled care, and you can kind of pull so much into it, and it's difficult to define in a neat scope. It's probably not something that we're going to crack over the next few months. I mean, absolutely take on board everything you say, and we can feed that into our future plans for future audits. And you know, given what the follow-up report said, and that there were some areas of progress, it's possible that we'd want to do a piece of work to follow that up again, and maybe incorporate it, as you say, into a broader piece of work. So I'll take that back if that's okay, and feed it into our future discussion. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch. Ie, ti nesa.
Yr un pwynt mewn gwirionedd ynglyn â'r rhai pobl o'r ysbytai ddylai ddim bod yna. Ac wrth gwrs mae'n siomedig bod ni fel bwrdd ddim wedi dilyn eich argymhellion. Ond mae o'n rhywbeth sydd mor bwysig yn dydy. Mae cymaint o'r broblem tu fewn i ysbytai yn deillio o'r ffaith bod yna 300 gwely wedi cymryd, a felly dwi eisiau neud yn siŵr wir bod y bwrdd ddim yn colli y cyfle i fynd i'r afael ar hyn, a bod ni'n cael adroddiad yn rheoledd ynglyn â'r sefyllfa. Felly ategu mewn ffordd rydych chi wedi deud a be Merth wedi deud. Diolch.
Wel iawn. Rwy'n arall unrhyw cwestiwn neu sylw? Na. Os nad oes, diolch am y cwestiwn neu sylwadau gan aelodau. Hefyd diolch i Simon a Philippa ac eraill rhan o tîm Archwilio Cymru yma yn y Gogledd am ei gwaith, am y berthynas sydd gennym ni fel bwrdd iechyd efo chi, ofnadwy o bwysig i ni. Dyn ni wedi cymryd agwedd y bod chi'n adnodd i ni, dweud y gwir, ar yn siwrne wella. Dych chi yma i gefnogi ni, dych chi yma i bod yn bar o lygaid neu sawl par o lygaid i archwilio'r hyn sy'n digwydd ac helpu ni i deall yn ei wella. Felly mae'r berthynas gadarnhaol yna yn mynd i bod yn cefnogi ni ar hyd y daith, a dyn ni'n ddiolchgar iawn i chi am yr agwedd yna tuag at y gwaith, a dyn ni'n edrych ymlaen ar gyfer y flwyddyn nesaf, flwyddyn wedi hynny, falle hefyd. A diolch i chi am ddod heddiw i gyflwyno, ac dyn ni'n edrych ymlaen at ddiwedd y flwyddyn ariannol hefyd, wrth gwrs, ac fydd yna gryn ddathlu, dwi'n meddwl pan fyddwn ni'n cyrraedd y dyddiad yna. Diolch galon i chi. Diolch. Reit, ydy pawb yn apus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna gan Archwilio Cymru, ac yr holl gynnwys yna, ac yn gefnogi yr holl argymellion sydd yn yr adroddiad. Pawb yn hapus. Diolch mawr iawn i chi. am hynny, ac mae yna waith i wneud gan y pwyllgorau fel a rhian wedi nodi ag wrth i gyfynnu rhai o'r materion yna ac i fonitro y cynnydd ac mi fydd yna adroddiadau perfformiad yn dod i ni fel bwrdd fydd yn amlygu rhai o'r materion yna dwi'n siŵr. Eitem nesaf yn yr un adran ydy 25-52 effeithiolrwydd y bwrdd adroddiad dyn ni wedi rhoi at ei gilydd ag i ddangos chydig o waith dyn ni wedi gwneud yn hunan asesu ein perfformiad ni o ran bwrdd sut dyn ni'n effeithiol ac yn y blaen. Felly na i droi at Pam ar gyfer yr eitem yma. Pam.
Diolch, Gareth. So this is building on the previous reports. Just I think it's just important to link it back to the previous item, previous one before, which was on the de-escalation or escalation criteria. And one of the criteria is that the board needs to undertake a self-assessment. It was always in our plan to do this in February, which we had actually communicated through to Welsh Government because it informs our end of year governance arrangements, and it helps us identify what the priorities for the forthcoming year. It's a good practice to do on an annual basis, so I would say we wouldn't do it because of that, but actually it's good for the board to undertake its self-assessment in terms of where the board feels it is and opportunities in terms of enhancements. I think it's really important just to reflect on the previous reports and how far, certainly I would say I've seen the board come in the last 12 months, others will have seen in the last 24 months. If you remember, there was the review of Audit Wales in terms of the board effectiveness. And actually, if you look at that report and hear some of the feedback from the previous reports, as well as some of this feedback, I think, and hopefully you'll agree with me in that we're actually acting as a normal board. I compare myself to our other peers, and I think we're doing a lot of good in it in a lot of areas. Okay, we've got lots to improve, but I think it's in that context. I think the board it's really important to understand where we are. So what this report does, we've had the opportunity, all board members, to undertake a self-assessment. We had a really high response rate in terms of the assessment, as you can see detailed in the report. And then as a board, we had an opportunity to consider the results at our informal board session. I think what that helped us to do is just really look at some of the key messages, but also identify areas of priority and improvement going forward. You will see that they are linked to the item in terms of the plan. So it's about the next steps. It's not about an add-on, it's about how we continually evolve. So just in terms of some key messages I'd like to draw out. 90% of board members agree that the chair and the chief exec work really effectively together. I think that's a really strong message. And that's really good just to see in terms of that relationship, because as we know, if that's not a strong relationship, that can affect how the board. Well done to David. It's really great to have that feedback, I'm sure, for both of you from your peers. I think, we've done quite a lot of work over the last year in terms of board effectiveness through our facilitated board sessions with Chris Martin and Silver Maker, and I think that's helped us evolve in understanding, one, individual responsibilities, wider collective roles, but also areas in which we can be much more effective. How can the board be in a more strategic space, making sure that we're making decisions, the best decisions for the people of North Wales that we serve. So I think that's just really important. The journey the board, I feel, has come on. And then I think just really to pick out, there's just some highlights there in terms of the things that we're doing really, really well, seeing improved relationships certainly since the board has been in place, the way in which the executive directors and independent members work together. I think that's really demonstrable in terms of progress. The diverse skills that we've got on the board, I think it's really important that we have the people come from different backgrounds. Often in lots of boards, you might have lots of people from the same background, whether it's NHS or so it's really good to have the diverse, because then we make sure that we're making decisions on behalf. And then I think, we've heard lots of in terms of how the board operates, made some good improvements. I won't replace some of that. And then just before I ask for any comments, David, I think just bringing back to certainly the point that Audit Wales made around how risk and assurance is managed at board, that 95% of board members felt that the board and committee were clear in terms of risk. So I think we've assessed that it's been validated by Audit Wales in terms of some of the key messages. I've also just really to highlight, I've just had the draft internal audit report on risk management and board assurance. I'm really pleased to say that's come out as reasonable assurance, and there are some substantial elements in that. So I think that's, again, from our internal audit colleagues. And also the risk team have we've been successful in being shortlisted for risk management awards. So I think it's an organisation award. So I think there's a whole range of things that are in progress, which hopefully will give some confidence. And then I think the last bit is really some of the areas which I think have been highlighted through the structured assessment around some of the leadership vacancies, but actually we've made significant progress. So I would say probably there's probably other health boards that have got more vacancies than us. So it's really important that we benchmark where we are in terms of some of that. And then continue just to make some improvements, which we'll build into our plans this year to allow the board to be much more strategic and the operational focus. I think with the formal executive committee now taking up place, that will give the board the sightedness of what happens at an executive. So I think hopefully that gives a sense of where we are. It will feed into our annual governance arrangements, and part of the plan is I'll develop a governance improvement plan for the forthcoming year, which will take through audit committee monitoring. So do we have a speaker road question?
And we wish the risk management team well in those awards. And I was just wondering, what award do you give to a risk manager? But yeah, unrhyw gwestiynau yn y sylwadau. Karen, over to you first as chair of audit. Thank you. Wedyn Gareth.
It's not a question per se, it's just to show that the work that's been done under Pam's leadership to actually be shortlisted for an award, given where we were 12 months ago, is pretty phenomenal. And I think, on behalf of the audit committee, especially, but on behalf of the rest of the board, please do pass on the congratulations and thanks to them for all their hard work this year to actually get us to that point where we can be nominated. It is a real achievement. So down to your leadership, I'm sure, Pam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Karen, yes, we all agree with the sentiments, I'm sure. Gareth?
Diolch Cadeirydd. Diolch am adroddiad defnyddiol. No, it's all right, I'm not saying anymore. Just it's a very useful and well-drafted report. And I just wanted to reflect, I know we seem to be in reflective mood today, but it's the end of a year, perhaps that's appropriate. It's 2 years ago, isn't it, since you and I had our first meeting. I wasn't here because I had COVID, so I was making comments off from down south. But I do think it is absolutely true that this report reflects, the the huge progress that's been made just in terms of our capacity to work together. Because if we're honest, when you and I and a couple of other of the independent members joined the board, I think it wasn't that individual relationships with the executive were fine, but it felt like we had to walk on eggshells because we didn't want to get into that cycle of negativity that I think had characterised relationships before. And I remember with my first Performance and Finance Committee that, you know, when we have the session at the end, when we say, you know, how has the meeting been? Quite a senior member of staff, not one of the executives, but a senior member of staff, was the first person to speak. She said, this meeting's felt really safe and I didn't expect it would be. And that shocked me, actually. So I hope this is shared also by our colleagues in the executive. But I think we're now well beyond that. We have very good relations, and that means we can do our job, because I don't feel afraid now that when I challenge things, it's seen as being hostile or trying to undermine people who are trying to do a good job, but it is doing our job. So, you know, as we said, and we'll say later, no doubt, you know, there are still many, many things, and like you said, that the people that we serve haven't seen sufficient improvement. But just in terms of the way we do our work, I think it is completely transformed. So.
And that is an expectation of the public as well, isn't it? That people who have roles in this organisation, the public expect that we give our best and we work together well for the benefit of the people we serve. That's the least people expect. And I'm very glad to say that I think we do work well as a board. We've got a great mix of people. I can see people developing in roles, and I think we can make further progress as a board. We are one team. You know, we can support each other and we can challenge each other in equal measure. And that's how we can best serve the public of these communities here in North Wales. So that's a well-made point, Gareth. Diolch yn fawr. Unrhyw un arall unrhyw gwestiwn ar y droddiad, unrhyw sylwadau? Na, os nad oes, gawn ni ddiolch am yr adroddiad. Diolch i Pam a'r tîm hefyd am gyflwyno hynny. Ydy pawb yn hapus i ni gytuno hefyd ar y meysydd dyn ni angen gwella mae'r adroddiad wedi amlygu. Mae'n y restr ohonyn nhw, mae'n argwymol ryw hanner dwsin o eitemau i ni weithio arnyn nhw fel bod hefyd. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn hynny. Diolch yn iawn. Gyda hynny, dyn ni dod at doriad. Mae'n 6 munud wedi 11. Dyn ni'n mynd i dorri tan 8:45, 9 munud o doriad i chi. Ac ail muno 8:45 ar y dot. Sgwelwch yn dda. So a quick break and we welcome you all back at 11:15. Diolch yn iawn. Croeso nôl, diolch am ail ymuno â ni ar gyfer y rhan yma o gyfarfod bwr iechyd Prifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr. Dyn ni rwan yn ein hadran gwella ansawdd. Yr eitem nesaf ydy 25-53, cynllun tymor canolig integredig, neu cynllun tair blynedd mewn gwirionedd, ac dwi am droi a Carol fel y Prifysgol i gyflwyno'r eitem yma. Carol, diolch.
Oh, diolch, Dairydd. So we've spent this morning so far looking back, reflecting on progress. This is about looking forward and planning over the next 3 years. A couple of colleagues will help with this item as well. I think we will be presenting some slides, if that's okay. I know the team are on that. But if I can just say a couple of introductory comments. So Audit Wales colleagues referred to a first and a second duty in their discussions, and there is indeed a duty around the development of a 3-year integrated medium-term plan. In particular, the legislative framework in Wales is very supportive in terms of planning, not just in the medium term 3 years, but beyond that, and quite unique legislation to some extent in terms of how it applies to us in the NHS. If we spin back 2 years, just for a moment, the first year that I was here, that the majority of us were here, we were talking about 3 90-day cycles and special measures. And that was about building a momentum, a very quick, rapid response to some of the critical issues that we were trying to deal with. Alongside that, we did have an annual plan. So that was year 1. Year 2, so the year which we are just completing in 4 or so days' time, we had an integrated annual plan. So we did put all the special measures and our other actions in together, but it was for a 1-year period largely. So this represents a now significant step in terms of a 3-year integrated medium-term plan. I won't steal the headlines on the money and the performance elements, but I think this demonstrates us trying to drive forward the planning and delivery agenda. And when I reflect on Claire's question about de-escalation, is one of those signals, I think, that we are starting to move along that maturity matrix. So that feels very important. There's a huge amount of detail. So if everyone's made their way through the plan and everything else that goes with it, well done. It's become a specialist subject for some, I know. And the Welsh Government are getting sharper, I think, on the delivery aspects of reflecting the Cabinet Secretary's ambition for the NHS in Wales. So we know that we are going to be challenged about our plan, but we're more than happy to receive and respond to that challenge. I think the final thing that I would say just before we hand over is the sense of involvement that we've had in the plan, both from committees and the committee chairs, Claire and Gareth in particular, but other board members, but also the stakeholder reference group. We've had discussions at the Trade Union Partnership Forum, etc., etc. So a wider range, I think the Regional Partnership Board, a wider range of contributions. And so in the spirit of being open and transparent, we will also be putting out into public and stakeholders and our own staff different versions of this plan. We don't expect them to read all that is put before you today, but to try to give that sense of the direction in which we are moving in and the level of ambition that we have for people and communities in North Wales. So that will come. And I think there's even going to be a short film, Helen. Helen is sorting that out for us. So the public will know very clearly what we are going to work on, and we will be holding ourselves and others will hold us to account in this forum for delivery. So I'm going to hand over to Paolo now. That's okay.
Great. Diolch yn iawn, Paolo.
We just move forward 2 slides, please. Na I siarad chi trwy sut mae'r cynllunio wedi cael ei gwella, a wedyn be di'r siap o'r plan i gyd, a wedyn na'i handio drosodd i Steve, a wedyn Russ i siarad trwy yr performance, a wedyn beth sy'n digwydd efo'r pres. Dwi'n siŵr mae pawb eisiau hynny. So on the improved planning, just checking we're on the right slide. So I think I would like to say that we have improved on the planning process from last year, but of course I would say that in my role. I think we took a lot of learning from previous years. We've obviously had the special measures independent review, which gave us lots of things to think about and include. And we've also been working with other health boards on how they do things and making sure that we take the best learning from that. I think we started much earlier this year. We managed to get a draft. I know the slide says a good draft. I'll leave that up to everyone else's opinion whether it was a good draft or not, but it was a draft before Christmas, which is much earlier than in previous years. Carol touched a bit on the engagement being a lot broader, both internally and externally, and hopefully it feels that way to members, a lot of whom who've given us feedback that you can hopefully see reflected in the plan. I think it's ended up with a much more well-rounded plan, but also quite a lot more kind of targeted and focused on some of the key issues, which is a difficult balance to strike. We feel like we've definitely made progress. There's a lot more learning to factor into this. It feels a little bit like you fix one thing and that creates an opportunity for more learning. So we certainly need to be making sure that we implement those going forward. And I think part of the answer here is more continuous planning. So rather than an annual event, which puts us under some quite pressure to get a plan out, creating a plan that is a lot more agile and responsive to the changing needs of the organisation as we go through the year. So just on to the next slide, please. In terms of some of the progress being made, this may cover some of the areas we've covered previously, but over the last couple of years, we've talked a lot today about how we put a lot of the right foundations for a health service a lot more capable for meeting the needs of the people in North Wales. On the slide there are just a few examples, some of the fundamental requirements of an effective organisation, things like governance. We've just been talking about board member recruitment, but also relationships, some of the integrated frameworks across planning, performance and risk, and of course the financial control environment that's put us into a much better place financially have all been important elements of that. Understanding the nature and scale of the problems, so how deep the rabbit hole goes on some topics. Planned care, I think, is a great example of this in terms of long waits. There's been a lot of work from folk around the table to really get underneath that, which has really shown us what's some of the core issues within the organisation. And then importantly is fed other pieces of work like Foundations for the Future, focusing not just on the structures element of that, but processes and some of the cultural bits. We obviously made significant progress in achieving financial balance and meeting our financial duty. I won't steal Russ's thunder on his elements of the slides, but I think a particular area of interest this for me in terms of comparison against other health boards who aren't at the same level of escalation as us, and where they will end up this year as part of their integrated medium-term planning efforts. The development and testing of the quality management system, so some great work there supporting the challenge services, but also corporate departments. And I know Angela and team have been doing a lot of work in making sure that this isn't just something which is around clinical services, but is around good quality across everything we do in the health board. Starting to improve organisational culture and the process of cultural change. We're going to be hearing more on the values and behaviours later on, but also something that came out of some recent conversations, and Gareth was one who brought it to the table around a bit of a growing belief that actually we can make a difference and we can start to see improvements. So some of the early dial turning is actually starting to kind of spread across the organisation in terms of what we can do from here. Much better processes from learning from events, and I think in particular the integrated concerns policy, again an area that Angela and team have been working on, has really helped us there and our handling of all manner of things, including complaints and our performance there. And I suppose all tying that up into an increasingly meaningful way in which we've been engaging with not just our partners and stakeholders, but also citizens and the public and the community. So that's looking back. Moving on to the next slide. I guess this is, however, we do recognise that there are significant challenges that still remain ahead, and my comments earlier about being balanced, I think this is the balanced part of that. The organizational structure, processes, systems, culture, strategy, they all have to be aligned in order for us to make the right improvements, which is why the Foundation for the Future program is one of our major change programs, and this will be the year of delivery for that program. We've had many independent reviews, Royal College reviews, GERFT reviews, and there are a huge amount of things that have come out of that we need to apply across the organisation to make sure that we're adhering to best practice and we're consistently doing that across our region, which will improve things like productivity, efficiency and utilisation, which is going to be really key for us this next year. Access to services, I think, has already been covered, is the largest impact on the population, and it's across planned care and scheduled care, primary, secondary settings, and elements of this, particularly access to our emergency departments, are really impacted by those whole systems issues that have been referred to earlier on in the conversation. And while some of those things are outside of the direct control of the organisation, there are many improvements that we can make within the organisation, and we will make in this next 12 months. Collaboration with partners and making sure we're as effective as possible in doing that is absolutely crucial. And in doing that, opening opportunities to have better utilise the assets we've got available in primary and community cares, and being able to make sure that people can access the right range of services, both physical and mental health services, closer to home, and trying to really make that step change into integrating prevention and early intervention into those endeavours, which is something that we need to really strengthen in our plans going forward. And under all of that, making sure that the services that we offer are of the highest possible quality, which needs to be at the heart of absolutely everything that we do, and that those are equitable across our geography, as I kind of mentioned previously, and across all different socioeconomic groups. And finally, one of the key challenges here, and it's great to have Stuart in the team on the estates and infrastructure side of this, and Dylan on the digital side of this, but there have been some areas of underinvestment that we need to try and address going forward, and think about the most effective way of kind of getting the best out of our digital and our estates infrastructure, which are important enablers. They're not going to turn things around in and themselves, but they are important enablers to give us the right platform to do things going forward. So lots more innovation being explored there in that capital resource space. So final slide from me, if we just knock it on one more, is an overview of the plan in terms of the shape of it. Now, Carol's mentioned you've got the full whack in the material, but in terms of a shot of the 5 strategic objectives, we've got some continuity from last year's plan, which we think is important to make sure that we're not constantly changing strategic direction. We've got the same 5 strategic objectives with some minor modifications, but building an effective organisation. There are now fewer priorities in that because we've started to break the back of some of the work in there. Developing strategy and long-lasting change is a really important area for us, and that has grown somewhat in terms of the efforts in that space, because that's going to be crucial for building an organisation that's fit for the future over the long term. Compassionate culture, leadership and engagement is vital, and we've really woven in the Welsh language and culture as part of that to make sure that comes out loud and clear, as I think has been exemplified in today's meeting. Objective 4 has always been and remains the biggest area of focus in terms of making a real difference for our population. And Objective 5, which we've adapted slightly to include skills development, to really kind of make sure we've got the right kind of skills profile across the organisation and having the right environment for learning. So I think that's probably all I'll say in terms of just orientating us around some of the progress, the remaining challenges, where the plan is focusing and why. I'll now hand over to Steve on performance.
Yep. Steve Bell, Director of Performance Commissioning. So this slide captures the performance requirements for 25-26, and in the bottom right-hand corner just captures the current aims of a healthier Wales operable in Wales, and that's to improve health, well-being and outcomes for the population of Wales. Now, on the centre then of the slide are the Cabinet Secretary's Health and Social Care strategic priorities and enabling actions, because it's recognised across the NHS, both in England and Wales, that some of these areas require additional focus. So whether we're talking about timely access, which we've heard about this morning, is not to the level it should be. whether we're talking about population health and prevention improvement, building community capacity, improving mental health, and women's services. So these are extra focus areas that the Cabinet Secretary wants us to look at and more critically deliver. And in the centre column are a number of enabling measures that have been developed by the NHS, a lot of it evidence-based from the Royal Colleges and other good practice, that we are expected to deliver and adopt, and if not, justify why we aren't. So there's a significant challenge going into the system, and rightly so, because performance is not at the required standard it should be. But there's a set of tools to help us navigate through and deliver. So next slide, please. So part of my role is to work with operational colleagues, finance colleagues, workforce colleagues, and planning colleagues to determine what level of activity do we think we can deliver in 25-26 for all the resources that we get. So we're talking the financial resource, the human resource that we employ, and all the assets, and convert that into levels of activity, and then to see if they are at the right standard of quality of care, and also if they're being delivered in a timely way. So this is a snapshot of the performance that we expect to deliver in 25-26. And these are for the services that we directly provide as a health board. We obviously commission services outside of our health board footprint. So we will bring a performance assessment to the future meeting of how we expect those services to be delivered. But this is for the services that we are directly responsible for. Now, a lot of these are progressive across the year in terms of our performance. We know that we are struggling for areas within planned care, but making significant improvement. But also in urgent care, there are some of the targets for 1 hour ambulance breaches and 12-hour delays in ED. The actual target is to have none, but the NHS unfortunately does have widespread issues in these areas. So the ministerial aim for 25-26 is to show improvement across the year in those top 2 targets. For cancer, it's to deliver 70% access, and for timely access around diagnostics, and 104 weeks is to have no patients waiting by the end of the current financial year. So you can see in that section where we've worked with operational colleagues to build up these trajectories, that they reconcile back to finance and activity, so they are deliverable. Those are the forecast performances that we expect across the financial year. And so they do show through the colour coding a improvement across the year, but there will be periods at the start of the year that we will still continue to fail a number of these targets. But it's really important that we have a strong start to the year, and that some of the momentum that Carol and David have referred to, that we carry on with the same pace and tempo, oversight. Otherwise, if we get behind, we will stay behind all year, and it'll be difficult to catch up. And similarly with urgent care, that partnership working with local authorities, with ambulance services and primary care, that's also key to delivering certainly those 2 top targets. The rest of the targets then are around population health prevention. So we've worked with the teams to build those. And similarly, community capacity, you can see the more confidence in the level of performance being delivered earlier in the year. And similarly on mental health, those are the target performances that we plan to deliver for both adult and children mental health services. So it is a plan. What's most important is the execution and the delivery. Otherwise, the plan is just captured at a point in time. It's the delivery that's key. Great. Thank you.
Russ.
Yeah. So thank you, members. I'll walk you through, if I may, some key headlines from the report, just to give you some insight into really how we've made the financial model. There's been an awful lot of work in terms of governance and oversight within the development of the plans to get to this point. So we've been through executive, integrated performance, executive delivery group, performance, finance, information governance committee, And then we've had health board sessions as well to develop the plan as to how we move forwards. This summarises at a very high level. So effectively where we start on the modelling is an outturn in 24-25. Plan is to deliver an 8.6 million deficit. Forecasting still to attain that plan, of course, with 4 days to go. So hopefully the next 4 days don't move us off that trajectory. And our savings target, a key component of that, and we'll talk a little bit more on the finance report around that, but obviously we've successfully exceeded the £48 million targeted savings within the plan for the current financial year. So really positive performance. That's a real positive position compared to other health boards as well. So others have found those financial challenges too much to overcome, and they've seen deterioration in their financial standing as a consequence. So it's a real credit to us that we've moved forward. £24 million deficit last year, targeting 8.6 million deficit for 24-25 as a base as we move forwards into 25-26. The first column there, an underlying deficit. So our underlying deficit, this includes non-recurrent allocations taken out. So the reason we're targeting 8.6 million is because we have two significant allocations that are non-recurrent within our plan in 24-25, and we're looking to secure those into 25-26, of course. So the first one there, as you can see that moving back up, is Welsh Government underlying deficit funding, £74.6 million. Every health board received a fair share allocation. That is our fair share allocation. So this is not dissimilar to any other health board in terms of those allocation resources. The 82 million is different. The next bar, 42 million of that is discretionary. That's called the Performance and Transformation Fund. We have an option as to how we deploy that resource. There'll be a common theme as we go through here that we'll be transitioning between how we utilise these resources throughout the life of the IMTP, because we'll be at different stages of maturity through all of our development of our models of care, demand capacity, productivity, efficiency. That resource obviously comes back in though, moves us back up. We get an allocation, 1.77%. We have not modelled in pay award inflation. That is centrally allocated. So we will receive another allocation. So the 2.4 billion that we spend this year will probably start to get to 2.5 billion once we start to get pay award allocations in year coming through. So a significant amount of resource that we will be holding on behalf of our local population. The 1.77 is obviously there. It does present some challenge in terms of living within that allocation for non-pay inflationary metrics, especially when you look at some of the pressures experienced by external bodies. We've got a planned care allocation again, 34 million. That is recurrent now, but I think it's important to show it separately. It's ring fenced against planned care. We can only spend it for planned care. We're very much targeted towards additionality and premium working, and we need absolutely to transition that amount further forward into in-house capacity, because we'll get better bang for our buck from doing that. Although we are looking at potential for strategic partnerships with organisations that can offer value for money on a productivity and efficiency basis. And then we've got some other allocations, small amounts, but £9 million in total. Value-based healthcare, 6 goals and further faster, all there to support flow, patient delivery, some emergency pressures, STEC, urgent and emergency care centres. We've then got the costs taking us back out. So we've modelled in some inflationary cost impacts where we think that will move us by about 20 million. We've got growth, cost pressures, which have been indicated. They're unavoidable going into the new financial year, and some prevention investment. It's a small amount of investment in prevention within the plan. We probably need to look to how we can develop more resources as we go forward to support that prevention agenda, which is obviously incredibly vital to us. And that will be more prevalent as we go through the modelling. Planned care utilisation, we have to spend it on planned care, as I've just alluded to. That resource is also reviewed by Audit Wales. It's also reviewed monthly in detail by Welsh Government. So we're not allowed to use that resource for anything else. And that essentially produces and supports urgent suspected cancer performance and planned care delivery, extreme weights included within that, of course. But we've also commissioned quite a lot of resource towards diagnostics. And I think diagnostics is a real focus for us as we go into the new financial year, in addition to all the other traditional areas. We're spending on value-based healthcare, as I've mentioned, which leaves us with a gap, and the gap is effectively our savings delivery. So we're targeting a £40 million savings target. £48 million was this year's target, so it's slightly less than last year. 40 million moves us back into a position of break even. Our plan will therefore reflect delivery of the key first duty for the health board. So we tick the first box in terms of making sure that our plan is compliant and can be signed off through the regulatory. And you heard earlier from Audit Wales, that's really important because you get a regulatory breach if you are not compliant with the key first or second duty. And so we're looking to move away from that as we go forward. So key elements of the plan, I've just mentioned the savings. We do have some costs to mitigate. I've mentioned inflation. That is going to be a challenge to live within that 1.77% allocation as funding, and it will present challenge and difficult choices for us as we move forward. We've also got levels of out of area cost exposure, additional capacity that the areas that are open, and again, interestingly, links exactly back to the structural survey report that we've just seen. Patient flow, patients in our beds when they really don't need to be in our beds, and of course that's deconditioning them, so it's not right for the patient, and it's a financial cost consequence on the health board. So moving those patients through, really important. Delayed discharges, really important aspect. And then a remodelling, and we've discussed this through a number of committees, with the level of underpinning we have within our savings programme at the moment, we've targeted around a £40 million risk to delivery. So we absolutely have to work hard to reduce that risk as we go forwards. There's a lot of work going on in value sustainability, looking at the 5 key strands. We are progressing. There is more savings coming through the pipeline, and all of those savings will not only mitigate that risk, but potentially give us an opportunity to further invest into services we'd like to. So all of that seems really balanced in terms of where we're heading. A £40 million risk to delivery plan, when 50% of that is underwritten through savings programme, is probably the right balance at this time, but those risks are evident as we move forward into the new financial year. If we go to the next slide. So I have to flick it on here because my eyes aren't good enough, but I will walk you through 3 years. Don't worry if you have a lift off me, I'm sure it'll be fine.
What I was going to suggest you try and get the point.
I'm not sure we have capacity enough.
Not before the person being.
Oh, no, be fine. I won't breach. This is just a very quick numerical slide just to give you an indication. This is a 3-year model. We do have to deliver on a 3-year plan. A 3-year balanced plan is another aspect, it's key second duty essentially for us to manage. The assumptions around general inflation, payroll inflation and allocations from Welsh Government are very similar actually to those for the current financial year. So we think it will be quite challenging. The funding will be constrained, unfortunately. And so we've made very similar assertions around cost modelling going forwards. What I would say is we start off with that underlying deficit, 188 million, and we carry it through the 3 years. That's one aspect I would hope would move. So I would look for the 74.6 million to become a recurrent allocation. So once we achieve our 8.6 million control target, that moves away from being non-recurrent, one-off funding, and into our books for the rest of the years. The 82 million, there are some more conditions for us to deliver within that, but within that 3-year cycle, we would clearly have an ambition to move that 82 million into the same place as well. And then my 2 other things really very quickly. The savings target, £40 million for all 3 financial years. So consistency is if nothing else in the modelling. So the £40 million per annum is going to be with us. That's not far away from the minimum ask around the planning assumptions, around 2% anyway. So we would need to deliver something along that level as we go forward. I don't think that's unreasonable for us to target as we go into the 25-26 financial year. And then essentially, you can see from these models that we're not expecting at this time any significant additional recurrent allocations of resource. So how we deploy the £42 million performance transformation and how we evolve and deploy the £34 million planned care resource is going to be a watching brief, and one we need to keep on the radar because those funds will have to react to pressures that we experience that may be unknown at this time, but also they'll need to be really clear to transition us into substantive models of care delivery, as opposed to premium working through commissioning with external partners. Thank you.
So just to finish off before we then come back to Carol for any closing comments, just I thought it was worth pausing on Russ's section there, because the health board's never had a financially balanced IMTP approved before. So the significance of what we are putting forward, I think, is worthy of note. In terms of the next steps on the slide, we'll be making sure that we incorporate any of the key points that come up today into the final plan, along with any other final minor amendments. We will be submitting that then on acceptance of it from the board today to Welsh Government by the 31st of March on Monday. And then we'll be making sure that we do the proper cascade across the organisation, so that the whole organisation is getting behind the delivery of this plan, which we've really emphasised is vital for this next 12 months. So to summarise, the board's asked to receive the plan today. Note that the plan may require some final minor modifications, and then support the onward submission to Welsh Government in the agreed timescales at the end of March.
And there will be what we can describe as a user-friendly version in order for us to communicate that.
Yeah.
The message, as you say, across the organisation. Yeah. So cwestiynau sylwadau cyn dod â Carol mewn I gloi. Rywun gan ni Steve? Question?
Comment?
Yes, certainly.
So the financial duties is really important, but there are other duties that we're aiming to deliver as well, the duty of quality and the other duties that are enshrined within a healthier Wales. So we're trying to deliver the whole suite.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd mention that.
No.
Yeah.
Good point. Yes. Chris has taken a hint on that. Go to Mike, and then another Mike within Ursula, only Claire. Really Gloria with Gareth. Yeah.
Hi, thanks, Chair. I took particular interest in Steve's slide on the Cabinet Secretary's delivery expectations, given that we have a regular meeting with the Cabinet Secretary with IMs. Really good. We're moving from 6 screens at baseline to 20 4 just one small query. There are some cells in white. I wondered what that meant.
Yeah, so some of the cells at the top around diabetes, we haven't got access to the data yet. So
is that an IT problem?
It's partly IT, partly I think an access issue, getting access to that actual data. So it's an all Wales issue. Yeah, looking to get resolved. And then the dental one, they're in white at the moment, whilst the health board concludes the dental contracting to see what additional capacity is going to be generated through those contracts, and then we will insert that into the final version.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mike. Mr. Mike Perry.
Yeah, diolch yn fawr. My question is to Steve. It might be an unfair question in as much it's similar lines with the Cabinet Secretary expectations. In view of the fact that the relentless march of cancer that we're exposed to, are these figures, is there any allowance in these figures for that? Because the graph isn't flattening out. So is it distorting these figures, or do we build it in?
Yeah, so we build in demand growth that we think is going to happen in any sort of period that we're trying to model, because otherwise we will just fail the target if we don't allow for the increase in demand. Then we need a choice around the increase in capacity, and then how long we keep that additional capacity for. So we know with the increase in cancer referrals, that drives the diagnostic capacity required. Often those patients will convert to actual treatments. So we've tried to factor in as best we can the future predicted growth, not only for cancer, but for emergency care, diagnostics, mental health.
Thank you.
I actually don't know who my question's for, but it's
Everybody.
everybody. It's for everybody. Yeah. So hi, sorry, just have you probably. So I've got a question on a couple of comments on the third sector and upcoming discussions regarding costs and outcomes. And obviously, I know that's an issue, but I'd just like to raise the fact that third sector is a really important partner for us, an important stakeholder. And we have a duty for responsible commissioning. So quite often costs push just to project only funding, and that really weakens the third sector. So if we go down that path, they won't have any capacity to work with us and support us as a third sector partner stakeholder. So if you put too much pressure on them, then they're not going to be able to engage and develop and work with us in the sense of this has got to work for everyone across North Wales. So that was one comment. And I had a question around the the value and sustainability section. And I just wondered if we'd planned in either discovering or developing a skills audit of improvement skills across the organisation, because obviously that's key. And if it's not embedded in different teams across North Wales, we're going to struggle for people to own it, and believe in it and embed it in their own day-to-day practice. So I was keen that was an element that was highlighted somehow.
Two really good points. Certainly on the third sector issue, that actually was raised in the strategic reference group, wasn't it? SRG in the last meeting, I think. So that matter of funding on a sound basis. As a board, we've said we are very keen to engage in a more meaningful way with third sector and community groups, because we can see them at the heart of what we can achieve, certainly in the community space that we talked about, the lectureship and preventative work and early intervention. So we're wishing to reset relationships. We want to re-examine how we work with third sector and community groups, and I think this IMTP provides that opportunity actually. So I'm really looking forward for us to do something positive in that space. I think we should monitor that through the appropriate committee, partnership committee, and Noel Clare's keen to do that too, I think. So I hope that maybe answers that. Then on the valley-based healthcare, don't know who wants to pick that up, Carol?
And Paolo would comment. I was just going to say, just in general in skills audit and change, some of that work is under the foundations for the future in terms of what are the skills that colleagues need generally as baseline leadership and management competencies, but also on specific elements of change. We're going to be working on what is our approach to change as an organisation, how do we equip people. So there is an element on that, but there's been quite a bit of work done in this area.
Yeah, so half of what I was going to say was that. So good that we're on the same page. The other half of what I was going to say was specifically improvement. We have a training program that's been rolling for a number of years, where we have kind of self-nomination for people to kind of get training on improvement. We have a bite-size kind of endeavour, which is kind of online, and then a basics, which is a half day, and then an actually in-action level, which is a 4-day but spread over a number of months and a project-based thing. So we've kind of trained hundreds of people, but clearly there's 20,000 people in the organisation. The conversations that we've been having in line with what Carol just said is actually how do we kind of target that better, and how do we broaden it so that it isn't just in the sphere of improvement, but across the various different skills that we need. Planning being one of them is another one of my interests, clearly. So yeah, there's a lot of work going on in the Foundation for the Future to do that. But we have a list of all the people who have ever been trained on improvement. So we're trying to make sure that we can make the best use of them as well.
Claire.
Diolch, David. First of all, I just wanted to say diolch yn fawr. I think Carol introduced the item by describing the journey we've been on, and I think looking at the content and quality of the plan it is a clear reflection, I think, of the journey we've been on over the last 3 years, so 2 years. So thank you, everybody. And I think really good to see a plan now that's starting to think slightly longer term. I noticed looking in the plan though, when I look at some of the population data about what is going to face us as a population here by sort of 2040, as we've developed the 10-year plan this year, we've really got to be thinking not only about how we address current needs, but how we are going to change the way we do things to meet the needs of a very aging population over the next 15 years. So all good stuff there. Really like Paolo, the reference to the fact that this isn't a one-off exercise we do once in the year. We're going to move to this process of continuous planning. And I think for all board members and members of committees, that will give us far more assurance really that throughout the year, everything we do is either a factor in delivering the current plan or something we're going to take into consideration for the future. So that's really good. Thank you. So that's good stuff. The other thing I really like, sorry, I should say, is that it's clear in the plan now what we've achieved in the last year, what some of the challenges still are, and then where we need to head. That said, the number of objectives still for me seems like scary, particularly around the services that need to improve. And I think there's a real balance between setting out our ambition and where we know we need to get to and having a clear path to get to it and having targets that are realistic and achievable. So I guess it's a question for Carol around our confidence levels in delivering the objectives in here, because we want to stretch ourselves and we've got to, but it's quite demoralising for people if the targets we've set seem so unobtainable and we're forever throughout the year. You know, that slide of yours, Steve, that had the reds on, that were forever just, and the performance report today, looking at slides all year that are just covered in red. So question about confidence levels and how we bring our people with us and develop that self-belief that people can see those kind of incremental but steady, determined and, you know, kind of measures of improvement that stick and we build on and we build on. I think PPHP has had a few sessions around the plan this year, which has been good. And I think, you know, you helped us to focus on the big picture items. So I think that's been really positive too. The savings. 40 million doesn't, it's not a big figure in a 2.4 billion budget. 5. So we've absolutely got to deliver it. And we've shown in the last few years we can. So I do feel quite confident about it. But I guess my question on the savings is, because it's 40 each of the 3 years, you can get your mind into thinking it's 140 and it's not. It's plus 40 plus 40. So I guess it's a question about, I think, yeah, it's tight financial control has helped us to deliver where we are today. It's going to be transformational change that delivers those recurrent long-term savings. So a question for us about, again, confidence levels that we know where we're heading, we know what we're focusing on, we know what the kind of hanging fruit is that's going to become those longer term savings for us. And then I've said it privately, but I'll say it publicly. It's quite hard as a board member to see the alignment of the budgets and resources to the objectives in the plan. So I have to ask Carol again, I keep using the word confidence, but I guess, do we know that the budget and the alignment of resources is going to meet our needs to deliver those objectives? Is all the budgets and and the money in the right places to enable us to deliver the outcomes that we're seeking? Because it's quite hard in a really high level budget for us as board members to see that and understand it. And then the final one, not just because Stuart's next to me, but it's a revenue plan, I know that, but capital is a critical part of helping and supporting us to get where we need to get to. And I know we have kind of prescriptive models to follow with these documents, but I think for future years, it would be good to start to see how our capital investment planning is going to align with what's in this plan too. So that's, I get just a belief for the future. Thank you.
Can I also encourage you, Claire, in your committee, that point you made, a well-made point about the permanent planning, almost as that's the description, perhaps your committee can have a look, well, actually, what does that look like?
Yeah, how might we do that?
How might we do that?
Yeah.
And work with Paolo to get that early on in the new financial year, maybe. And the matter about finance that Russ will address shortly. If we can both be rigid and flexible at the same time around finance, because I think that's what we're saying in a way, is that, you know, but the facts change, I change my mind. When circumstances take us in the direction, you know, we have that flexibility as well as the discipline. So some important points there. We'll allow Russ to answer some of them too. Unrhyw un arall cyn I mi ddod â Gareth mewn? Gareth, ti'n
Diolch. Diolch David, a diolch I Paolo a thîm a gwaith caled. Dwi ddim yn siŵr os it's rhaid I fi treiglo, Paolo?
No.
No, okay. That's, yeah. Well, I've learned something important. They're comments rather than questions, but I wanted to come in because I think they tie in very well to some what Claire said. So, look, I think definitely sort of huge improvement in terms of substance and process. And I also do want to underline this point that I think other people have, but about how important it is that this should enable us to meet our two statutory duties, our two main statutory duties. And I must say, I had quite a culture shock when I joined the health board. You may remember me commenting that there were statutory duties that for 15 years we never met, because I thought a statutory duty was a statutory duty. But I also know, as I think Paolo commented, that other health boards clearly this year are not going to be putting forward IMTPs. So, you know, but good that we're there. I really like the emphasis on productivity, and there are lots of, you know, practical proposals, I think, for improvement in the section on planned care. And I think it's important to say that I recognise our low productivity is a symptom of two things, I think. One is the inefficiencies in the way in which we operate, and obviously work is ongoing on that. And secondly, issues around perhaps this is a prejudicial way to say, but about modernising our clinical practice.
Innovation.
So, you know, everything we want to achieve, I think, is underpinned by having to improve that productivity. And I think there is some emphasis, in the plan. Nothing I'm saying here incidentally requires any changes for now, just to be absolutely clear. There is recognition, obviously, in the plan about the importance of prevention and primary care, and I would put the two together because I think we significantly underinvest in primary care as well as prevention. And I guess that leads to my one issue, which I think is similar to Claire's in a way, is that in years 2 and 3, I would like to see higher levels of savings, sort of, I'm not necessarily in the table, but on the understanding that savings from improving our productivity will partly be recycled into those same services to take advantage of improving quality, new techniques, new drugs, but also free up more resources to be reinvested into prevention, primary care. And I think that's not entirely clear. It's clear sort of in a way in our as an intentional narrative. It's not entirely clear in the way we're planning our finances. I'm not quite sure how you show it, because some of that said is savings to be reinvested in the same part of activity. But I do think, and I strongly have the ambition, I think we need to be saying to colleagues in primary care that perhaps not this coming year, but in years 2 and 3, there will be more resources to go towards primary care and prevention. And those will have to be fueled by greater performance.
Producing savings, yes. Yeah, that's the incentive, as you say. Diolch yn fawr, Gareth. So rhywun arall isio question dweud there? Do you want to come in now, Carol or Russ? One challenge I'm going to pose is the public viewing this, or a public if they read this report or discuss it even. Their main focus will be, okay, it's a 3-year plan. Tell me what the health board is going to be like in 3 years. So how is it for example, people in Rhyl West, which is just down the road, one of the communities that is facing lots of challenges from health and socioeconomic factors. For example, what difference will this plan make for the people of that ward or other wards that matter in Llandudno here? So that's one challenge I'm going to pose, which I think that public viewing or public seeing that, oh, the health board have produced a plan, great. What difference is it going to make? And what does it mean for me as a user of health services? So
go at that, and then
pass to Russ, maybe.
Great. Well, first of all, can I just thank both colleagues and colleagues and members collectively for the work and the contribution and the comments. It does feel as though we're progressing. There are some really important questions in here about deliverability and a scary number of priorities. If I start with that from Claire and confidence levels. I think we've been using the term credible plan a lot more because the drive for improvement, because there's lots of improvement to be done, needs to be balanced with a realistic expectation of where we are as an organisation at this stage of our development, but with a big stretch. And I think there was a comment earlier about, you know, people perhaps getting a little bit more belief that we can actually start delivering these things. So we're going to build on that, push it pretty hard. But there's a couple of things on delivery. So section 4 of the plan talks about delivering the plan. 4 major change. There's going to be 4 major change programs we've touched on, but the risk in terms of delivering will be covered off by things like board assurance framework, quarterly reporting, etc., etc. So we will be able to track and course correct. And there will be parts of this plan that are much more challenging to deliver than others. So the urgent and emergency care challenge is not an in-year challenge. It is a challenge of, as you've started to allude to, Claire, you know, the change in the demography and the population and the need. And the NHS has done so much over the last few decades, but it's not been able to get ahead of that. It's still a bit behind it. And we know that that's going to be quite a challenge for us. So, you know, trying to get that balance of improvement and realistic expectation feels really important. Budget alignment, I'll let Russ talk a bit about that, but the headline for me would be, over the period of this plan, we move much more from the transactional and technical efficiencies to much more, where should we put our £2.4 billion to get the best health and wellbeing outcomes for the population? That work is absolutely rooted in the strategy work and the clinical services plan work, and will enable, you know, when we talk about shift left or whatever, but really a very, very strong focus on primary and community care. And, you know, that, but it will take time. Even the highest performing NHS organisations sometimes struggle with that. So it will take a bit of time. Just to pick up the capital plan, we will, when we submit, make sure that we've got a stronger narrative in the submission on the capital plan linkage, because it is really important to say. And then primary care, Gareth, a really important utilisation of resources and the movement. And I'm really clear that we can even utilise our resources in primary community care differently to how we do it now, as well as the potential to shift and additionality in there. And then David's question is a really good one. I feel like
That's why
to my objectives for the next 3 years here. But so, you know, when you sort of climb on top of the mountain and think, okay, where have we been the last 2 years? Where are we going the next 3 years? What would we be able to sit here and say in 3 years' time? That we're an effective organisation. Feels like an interview question. That we are an effective organisation. We have changed the way in which we operate to maximise our potential to deliver. That we have got a very clear strategy and very clear service plans to make these changes. And some of that will be about recentering to prevention and primary community care. And some of that will be about trying to remedy, develop some of the service challenges that we've got. Some of that might be about changing the footprint of the service, for example, and we will have to get into those discussions because every NHS organisation has to get into those discussions with its population. But it you know, and I'll come back to the patient bit. We will become increasingly that learning organisation. We've got medical school paper coming up now, but you know, we will be learning, we will be investing in our staff and working well with our partners. We will be delivering with people, so the focus on compassionate cultures, partnerships, etc. We have to keep going on that work. It is a long-term endeavour. But, you know, in terms of the experience of people in your community and communities across, we have to improve access.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
we have to have better access to dental care. We have to have better access to primary care, in hours, out of hours. So people are ill when they're ill. And we should have made really significant steps to the baseline of access standards in Wales, which is 26 weeks and 36 weeks as a stop, as a backstop. It feels a long way away. And so I won't quite nail down it will be in March of that year, but you know, we should be having those, we should be in the territory of that, certainly, but there's a lot to do to get anywhere near it, if I'm honest, but that's what the public should feel, is that they can access services in a better way. If that helps. And Russell,
I think that's an important message for the public to take that reassurance that that's the focus of the plan, is to improve health and wellbeing outcomes, and access to the services is absolutely central to that, of course. So yeah. Russ, on the financial questions, please.
Yeah, sure. So if I suppose where I would sit on the how are we going to deliver our savings for the next 3 years, and do I believe there's opportunity to deliver that level of saving within the IMTP? So I personally think I've seen significant evidence that would effectively make me believe that we have massive opportunities around productivities and efficiencies throughout the organisation. Visibility of performance and visibility of data is not evident, and clearly if nobody's looking, things move away from where we need to be. And I think there's evidence of practice that could develop. Clinical variation is a really good work stream to look at. And I think we've had a number of external reviews that have indicated there's real opportunity within the health board. And that's not only opportunity to improve services, that will give a byproduct of financial delivery as well. We're also in the plans itself targeting very much a disincentivization, I guess, in terms of how we've historically allocated savings delivery. So we've done it through a salami slice. Effectively, everybody gets a certain percentage, whether your service is productive or efficient or not. What we want to do is change that dial. So value sustainability for me is all about where's the opportunity, where are we spending more than anyone else to deliver a service, a model? Who else is seeing more patients for their sessions than what we are, and how can we get to that aspiration? And once we start building that up through the value sustainability modelling, we'll start to see where the opportunities are. We can get into allocative efficiency. We can then incentivise the wider organisation to deliver productive and efficient services. We can use that model to allocate growth resources so people get a reward. So they're not being asked to cut their service, which is already performing really well, and they get access to additional resources for investment. So I think we've got to shift that culture. And that's why I think there's a real chance for us to deliver it. So my personal view is that should be imminently deliverable within the modelling that we've got, but we really have to engage at pace with VNS. Sort of linking into Gareth's point as well. So organisations, you know, we may be in a position, so 40 million is a level of savings ask. If the level of opportunity is 70 million in year one, why would we not go for the 70 million? So we're not going to be constrained by the targeted level of savings. And when we do this plan again in the future, we might be talking about surpluses. if we're talking about surpluses, those surpluses can be reinvested in those services. As the model is portrayed at the moment in the 3-year, we are talking about reprioritisation. So we might have a different way of servicing growth, allocation of growth to prevention instead of allocation of growth to demand, historically seen within a general acute, for example. So there's different models we can deploy, but that's also why I think there's a real opportunity for us in transition, and why we can't really put too many hard lines around the performance and transformation fund, and in particular the planned care fund. So we have got an urgent need today, and so we are in that need with premium working through external contract provision, which is costly. If we can find that model is more cost effective to deliver a greater access to our local population, we may look to have strategic alliances with those organisations. But at the moment, we've got a double whammy of a cost for an in-house provision and a cost through a strategic alliance. And what we need to do is transition through this year, and we may start using that resource in a different way. And that will give us headroom and efficiencies, and again, financial latitudes, not only deliver the plan, but hopefully to invest in future services and make that shift into prevention as well, which is what we have to do to meet the demands of the future. So I suppose in short, I think the programme we've set up has got the capacity to identify productivity and efficiency opportunity, which will make us more financially efficient as a byproduct, but will improve access and improve services. And then those resources that we've got either as ring fence pots, or, you know, next year we might be sitting here targeting surpluses, can then get diverted to that prevention agenda to try and support greater health, population management and population health outcomes. So that will be my aspiration for the programme. And as we develop the programme, we'll be more assured as we go through that model. And clearly we'll be reporting that through Performance Finance Information Governance Committee.
Billy, I think you wanted to raise an issue too.
Yeah, I'm just a simple question. I just wondered when we'll get an answer from Welsh Government. Given that we haven't had an IMTP that has been accepted before, how confident are we that this one will be accepted? And if not, have we got plan B?
Yes, that's a good question, isn't it? And you know, I think what we've seen today is all the efforts to make it possible for the government to approve it, but it's in the government hands, isn't it, Carol?
Yeah, absolutely. So what happens now is we submit the plan by Monday. Government look at it, a couple of months, come back to us.
I'm careful choice of words.
You can tell, you know.
There's no reason for the government not to. I think, you know, let's look at the evidence. I think that's fair from our perspective. But of course, the government are going to have their perspective, and we have to respect that too. So, you know, let's see.
We're trying. We are signalling a strong intent here. I don't know if it'll be approved. There's lots of challenge in delivery. We know that, you know, Steve's outlined that, and they may take a very hard line that actually, if you can't deliver on the 1 hour ambulance handover, then it can't be approved. They may take that hard line, but at least we've knocked on the door. What happens if we don't is this is still our plan, but they will see it as an annual plan rather than as a fully approved IMTP. But we'll be one of very, very, very few organisations to submit a financially balanced plan, and that is a really important step. Whether the whole thing gets signed off or not, I think that's going to be a great thing.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Very good question. And Claire, thinking about the work around planning going forward, may I ask you to have a look at the work with partners in particular in this space, where it can be developed further and where we could see clear evidence that partners have influenced our planning and what outcomes we want jointly and so on and so forth. I think that would show a further maturity actually in our work as a board. So give that some consideration. That would be well received. So Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus felly i ni dderbyn yr adroddiad yna bydd yn cael ei gyflwyno cyn diwedd y flwyddyn i Llywodraeth. Pawb yn brysur dros y Sul yma yn ystod y penwythnos dwi'n siŵr. Diolch yn iawn am y gwaith sydd wedi digwydd i TRT i gyd. Ac dyn ni'n edrych ymlaen gobeithio am ymateb gadarnhaol i'r adroddiad gan y Llywodraeth. Pawb yn hapus i wneud hynny. Ardderchog, diolch yn iawn. Dyn ni'n symud ymlaen felly i'r eitem nesaf 25-54. Dyn ni'n edrych chydig bach ar ei holi rwan, ond ysgol feddygol Gogledd Cymru, a dwi am droi at Shri at yr eitem yma. Over to you, Shri, for next item, please. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch, Chair. I think many of us kind of forget at times that our health board main function is we are a university health board, and education, training, research is a part and parcel of our kind of delivery programs. And I think there is something like a flagship for the service, for the university board, is the North Wales Medical School. So I don't want to take too much of things, but Jim McWigan, our Deputy Medical Director, has been involved right from the very start. So he's going to present the paper, and I just asked the board to kind of, look at the contents. I take it that you wanted to read the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim. Warm welcome to you. As Shri said, yes, we received the paper, so maybe just focus on some of those messages you want us to hear today.
Diolch Caeth, diolch Shri. Pawb, Jim Gundwi. As Shri said, I'm the Deputy Medical Director at the Health Board. Yeah, it's been a real privilege to be working on the North Wales Medical School, actually. It feels like we're leaving a legacy for North Wales. And it's a programme that's delivered 1 year earlier than the strategic plan had initially. So it's a programme that's delivered well. It feels quite unusual doing an update on the medical school without Mike by my side, because we've done a number of these as a double act over the years, haven't we? So Mike, please chip in if I've missed something. So the Bangor has been delivering an undergraduate medical education actually since 2019 with the C1 programme, which was a Cardiff franchise. But the update is it passed its stage 6 GMC clearance, which means from September last year, it took its first intake. So it took its first intake of 80 undergraduates as Bangor students. And we had the First Minister, the Cabinet Secretary at the official opening on the 1st of October. And the First Minister described the medical school as a game changer. And I think that's absolutely right. It's a game changer for us in terms of recruitment, the resident doctors, because there's huge evidence that resident doctors stay where they train. It's also a game changer in terms of recruiting consultants and GPs, because if you train in an area, you tend to then stay in there for your further training, and you then stay in your area with your substantive job. It's a game changer for the Welsh language revision. There's teaching in the Welsh language at the medical school. There's examination in Welsh language at the medical school, which is the first in the world to be doing that. 15% of the undergraduate intake are fluent Welsh speakers, so I think that will make a huge difference in terms of provision of care in Welsh in North Wales. It's a game changer for research. Obviously, the research profile in North Wales will increase massively with the medical school. There's the development of a joint research strategy, and research improves patient outcomes. It helps with recruitment, but it's also an income and investment generator. So for the economy in North Wales, it's a game changer. And finally, I think it's a game changer for the collaborative arrangements with Bangor as well. It's really invigorated the strategic space between the two organisations. There's a new memorandum of understanding that encompasses the clinical schools, not just the medical school, but all schools, research, education, training, and recruitment. So the next steps now are simply consolidation. The intake is 80 undergraduates a year. That'll be worked up slowly to 140 per year by 2030, although some of that will depend on a capital case that we'll be discussing later. Thank you.
Very on, Jim. That's really useful. Unrhyw sylwadau? Gareth?
Thanks both. I just wanted to say how supportive I am of the medical school, but particularly this model of it's not a bit of a mouthful, is it? The longitudinal integrated clerkship, which is basically giving students extensive experience of primary care and of practice in GP surgery. So I think that's really, really important, and I just really welcome it. And I hope that undergraduates are enthused by it as well. So.
Everybody else? I'm just turning to Mike, Professor Michael Alwyn was here as our representative, of course, from the university, and has followed this with interest and has a great input. So don't know if you wish to add it.
Well, I suppose I have to declare an interest, obviously, as an employee at Bangor University, but it is what drew me to North Wales. The ability to affect the sort of changes Jim has articulated, and Gareth, you just touch on, to be different and to be more focused on the needs of a region. It's the only large region in the whole of the UK that lacks a medical school. So just really a big thank you to the board wearing my university hat. A huge thank you to the board. We can't do this without support. We only have one education provider. Other med schools have worked with 4 or 5 trusts in England. It is just so good to have that very tight, close relationship with Betsy. We simply couldn't do this as a university without Betsy. So really just a big thank you. Yeah.
We're really pleased about the relationship we have with the university, not just around the medical school, but wider as well. So that's something that we want to further develop. And as Jim, you said, you highlighted the opportunity for recruitment and getting future GPs and medics in North Wales training and then staying in North Wales. So I think we have a role as a board to make sure that interaction with the students is a really good one. So their experience, their first experience of the health board, wherever they are, is a positive one, and it continues to be so that they then feel committed. And it's really encouraging to see how many people who are moving into Wales for their training are also embracing the Welsh language, is what we heard earlier from Mike and another language. So some very positive things happening. Jane, Inessa, do you know?
Thank you. I think it's really powerful, and I think the focus on primary care really important. I'd probably, and you know, go and say this, Mike, is how do we also build that prevention, because that sort of training and that way of looking at how you're caring for patients is really important, in that pathway, saying that actually it's a really key role for doctors to focus on that prevention, early intervention space, because it changes the relationship about how you work with patients and deliver to patients. So I think that that's an area where I would really want to explore going forward, how we can build that much more into how the medical school looks at that part of training for doctors.
Carol?
Yeah, great. Oh.
And then Angela first, then Carol.
Thank you. I just wanted to say it's a really important development for multidisciplinary team working, and for us to do that cross training in the university with our AHPs, with our nurses and with our doctors, so that we understand where they're coming from when we're building that team around the patient. So changing models of care in the future, we'll need to make sure that we really understand where we're going. And if they understand each other's discipline, it's much easier rather than it being very isolated. So I think it's a real good opportunity for us. And I know the senior nurses and AHPs in the organisation are really welcoming of new doctors coming in, grown locally, if you like.
Well, Carol?
Great, thanks. Jim, thanks so much for the way you presented the paper as well, because you're absolutely right. The First Minister talked about game changing, and then you've added a lot of colour to that. And I think it's absolutely fundamental to the success of the organisation that we've got these relationships with higher and further education, actually. And this is just the one really critical area that we've been able to get across. I remember my first interaction with this actually was when the GMC came to do the assessment, and I came armed with all the reasons why a special measures organisation would be okay to, with a bit of trepidation, I must be honest, because it wasn't long after the escalation that we were having those discussions. And I thought they took a very mature view based on actually the quality and the commitment of the submission, the amount of work. The second medical school doesn't just happen. A lot of work, and I was hugely impressed by the presentation that Jim and other colleagues in the university and our partnership that we were able to demonstrate there. So I thought that was really, really good. In the paper is the what next as well, really around pharmacy and dental. I'm just building on Angela's point, really, the challenge actually about interprofessional education coming through a lot more. And I think we could actually stretch that out and be an absolute lead in that. In terms of what we do as well in the organisation, we've got the education steering group I mentioned earlier in my report, and that will be focusing really on a huge amount of things, but really the excellence in clinical practice, because as I remember back in the long time ago, 80s, when I was a student nurse, the quality of your clinical placements sort of determined whether you would want to stay or, and where you would want to practice. So I think to be absolutely top draw, and remembering that in Ysbyty Gwynedd, our ED department offers the best training for doctors, and has won that award 2 years running. So we've got something to build on. And then a wider comment as well is around this education for all. And I think not just about clinical professionals, but our relationship with the university. We've talked about, mathematicians, digital. We've talked about all sorts of opportunities that there are, both for us as a health service, but actually in the wider public sector. So I think we're formulating something that can just go from strength to strength, really. So without getting too carried away, I know there'll be evaluations, as we go through, and there will be a sense of whether it's delivering for students as well. But all the signs are really positive at the moment.
Diolch iawn, Jim. Hefyd, pawb yn hapus felly I nodi'r adroddiad yna, gan diolch I bawb sydd bod yn rhwng ar datblygiad pwysig yma. Diolch hefyd am y berthynas sydd efo ni, efo Brifysgol Gyffredinol, angen tanlen fan hynny. Pawb yn hapus, diolch yn iawn I chi am hynny, am y gefnogaeth ymlaen i'r adroddiad nesaf, sef 55 adroddiad blynyddol ar gydraddoldeb. And George, I'm going to present this and to note that it has been to committee, people committee, in that committee. So it had been to scrutiny. I'll ask any members of the people committee if they wish to comment as well, but over to you to present it. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch, Chair. Hwnna'n daw pawb, George Roberts dwi, Cyfarwyddwr Cyswllt Gwasanaethau Pobl. Under the public sector equality duty, the Health Board is required to publish a number of equality reports each year. This year, in addition to those required under the duty, we've also produced a race pay gap report, one of our commitments under the Wales Race Equality Standards Action Plan. I would like to ask the board to note that the final version of the reports are currently being prepared for publication, and any typographical errors that appear will be rectified during this process. I will take the reports as read, but wanted to highlight that under the duty, we have to report data at a snapshot in time, which is the 31st of March each year. The information therefore contained within these reports are at a point from 31st of March 2024, and the activity reflects the period 23-24. Going forward, we can publish the reports in a much earlier point in the year, which will make the data available in a more relevant timeframe. I understand some members of the board have asked for a deeper analysis of some of the data, for example, comparing pay gaps by professional groups. So although that this isn't required under the duty, if it is something that could be reviewed by the People and Culture Committee, should the board feel that was appropriate. So as the chair has said, the annual equality report, the annual equality monitoring report, the gender pay gap report and the race pay gap report have been through the executive and people and culture committees, and they're here for final board approval before publication at the end of March. Yeah.
Diolch yn iawn, George. Clwniaeth yna. Jyst y gwestiwn neu sylwadau yn arbennig a'i droi at fel cadeirydd y pwyllgor pobl a diwylliant fel pwyllgor gafodd y job o edrych yn banw ar y materion yma. Os at y ti, Dyfed.
Diolch. Mae George wedi cyfeirio at ambell i beth falle mae aelodau'r bwrdd wedi dod i'n sylw ni'n barod o ran trafodaeth bellach o fewn y pwyllgor, a dwi'n meddwl bod yn bwysig bod hynny'n digwydd a bod ni'n defnyddio y becanwaith hynny o ran y pwyllgor i allu trafod rhai o'r pethau yma. Wrth gwrs, mae hwn yn letrys statudol arno ni i wneud hyn, ond mae o'n lot ehangach na hynny. Wrth gwrs, mae hwn yn effeithio pobl ni o fewn y sefydliad, a wedyn mae'n bwysig bod ni yn gwneud hwn yn rhywbeth, fel o'n i'n dweud, sy'n fwy na statudol, mae o'n bwysig, mae o'n rhywbeth da ni angen dangos bod ni yn ei gymryd o ddifri. Wedyn dwi'n edrych ymlaen i rhai o'r elfennau yma ddod yn ôl at ni fel pwyllgor, i ni gael trafod yn bellach ac wedyn dod yn ôl at y bwrdd maes o law hefo hynny. Wedyn, ar hynny, sgyn i ddim mwy o sylwadau, diolch.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall, unrhyw sylw, gwestiwn Llwia?
Yeah, there's a huge amount of action taking place, and it's really good to see the list of actions that are there. And you also prioritise actions for the future. What I'd quite like to see, and maybe I'm missing this, and it is there somewhere, is what are we aiming for? You know, what does good look like? How can we say yes with the best, you know? And I can't see it. Maybe it is there because you refer to the strategic objectives up to 24. Well, that's been. So we're now, next week, we're into a new year, and I'd like to be able to see what we're aiming for. What does good, well, not just good, but what does excellent look like? You know, listing all the actions we're taking, that's all really good and positive, but what's the end of the journey?
And I think actually at that point, we can maybe pause for a moment, because that should be the focus of all our discussions, is that context of, yes, we're on a journey, and what does the journey, what's the focus, where do we want to reach? So I think that's something I think we should take on board in general, actually. And then it's progress along the journey then, isn't it, to reach that point. So with this paper, George, maybe that's something to think about in a moment. I'll bring Claire in and then come back to you to answer any questions. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Yeah, thank you for the report, George. There's lots of great activity in there, as Rhian said. I guess two things for me. So when I look at gender pay, 80% of our workforce is female, but we have a gender pay gap where men are paid more than women, which says to me we don't employ many men, but they're in all the top jobs. Yeah. Sorry, I'm oversimplifying, but that's kind of what that data tells us. So what would be really interesting for us to understand better, maybe at the People Committee, is what actions are we taking as an organisation to encourage and support more women into senior positions? Because that's what we need to use this data for. And I noticed that we can't report on disability pay at the moment, any pay gap, because of our data. So my other question is, what are we doing to encourage staff to be really transparent and open about sharing their data? Because this isn't unusual. This is typical in many organisations, that people might fear that if they are open about something about themselves, that may affect how they're viewed or how they're supported or how they're treated. So we can't be really clear on where we want to head to which I think was Rhiann's question, actually, unless we really understand our data first, so.
Rhywun arall cyn i ni ddod â George a Carol i mewn. Shri?
Diolch, Chair. Just a quick reflection. In the current world where there's lots of challenges about discrimination, for whatever reason, it's a multifaceted thing. I think it is important for the organization to have a policy that covers several aspects of all this.
Yeah.
And it can't be just sitting in the board. It has to go down to different levels at a departmental level so that they actually can demonstrate that there is equality at that stage, not at the board level, because it becomes, by the time it's come up to the board level, it's just an oversight. It hasn't really acted on it. So I think the key issues are what do we do from what exactly we see? Do we actually take it to the organization, to the departmental level and make them work for that?
Yeah. No, good point, that it is entrenched in the day-to-day of the organisation. Yeah. Jane, this is done now.
Diolch. I mean, first of all, I want to say, there's a amount of work and things that have gone on, and we've been heavily working with the equality team. I think for me, it's some of a bit leads on from Shree's, which is about the intersectorial nature of some of the equalities. And I probably would like to see a bit more, not just about the sort of protected and the deprived, but actually some of our really vulnerable communities. Things like the homelessness, our asylum seekers and refugees, some of the other communities that may not be easily characteristic as protected, but actually, are we doing enough around thinking about an inclusion health offer for those vulnerable communities? It is part of the ministerial priorities text, and probably something that we should just stress a bit more about the need to be looking at this as a health board in terms of this equalities agenda.
Carol, and then we'll bring George in.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks very much, George, for presenting this. It has been around to quite a few discussions. We had a really, helpful discussion in execs, and got a bit into the detail of the data. Data, I think, needs to be presented in a easier way to understand, and actually really distilling that, what are the big issues, which is what Rhiann was referring to, really. So the sense of being a lot more focused and targeted in our actions against the issues that we've got that are demonstrated through data, but also demonstrated through the stories of people who may be in all sorts of different groups and communities that can share with us their own stories. Been particularly involved in the workforce race equality standard, the discussion with colleagues in the Welsh Government. My sort of assessment of this is we need to do a lot more work in this whole area of equalities in the health board. Not just about lots of actions and activity, but a lot more targeting and very focused work, and actually orientating our efforts into that. So that will require a change. We do have a strategic equalities forum, and I think, Pam, as part of your working, helping us looking at our executive groups, I think, we have a little look at that. Have we got the right collective leadership in relation to that? Because this shouldn't be it's sort of just tucked into the workforce and OD department, people in OD department. This is something for us all, and it reflects, or it should reflect, our culture, leadership and engagement work as well. So a lot to do in this area, I would say, but I know George will come back on perhaps some of the other things as well.
Yeah.
George,
yeah, happy to do that. So I think it's a really interesting point about what good looks like, because that with what we would normally see in terms of, but also what we're intending to do. And I think there's probably a slight conflict between what we're required to produce under the duty and what we need as a board to do our function. So I wonder if we can just look at that. in terms of doctors, the bit that Claire mentioned, clearly we have the majority of doctors we have are male. I'm sure people will have seen the news recently where actually that's changing in terms of the number of doctors in training, and it's now equal between men and women, so that will obviously filter through going forward, and that does skew that bit of data, you know, as you pointed out, and I think it's a really good question around what are we doing in terms of encouraging women into more senior posts. And David and I were just talking earlier about, you know, things like asking for, where possible, asking for experience alongside qualifications, because actually, you know, people who have been out of the workplace for various reasons, caring responsibilities, childcare, etc., or, you know, may not have had opportunities to go to university and those sorts of things. So I think there are lots of things that we can, you know, be doing in that space. And then Shree's point in terms of policy and not being just here, we obviously have mandatory training, which obviously covers all staff, which covers this area. We've had things like the active bystander training as well that's been going out recently. So totally agree, you know, as Carol's already said, more to do in this area, but we are, you know, reaching the wider organisation, so just to be assured of that. Yeah.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch yn iawn am y adroddiad. Diolch am ddod I gyflwyno hynny heddiw. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, ac yn mi edrych ymlaen at y pwyllgor hefyd yn gwneud mwy o waith yn edrych ar y manylion yna ac mater o rhian wedi codi o gwmpas. Wel, beth yw i'r chefnogais ni a lle dyn ni eisiau cyrraedd gyda'r gwaith hwn. Iawn, diolch yn iawn. Pawb ni ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf 55-56. Dyn ni rwan yn yr adran gwella ansawdd, ac dyn ni'n rhannu gael ei holi chydig bach, felly cadwch yna mewn cof, ac mae gennym ni nifer o adroddiadau yn yr adran yma gan gadeirydd pwyllgorau. Dwi am droi at cadeirydd pob un pwyllgor rhag on bod nhw eisiau tanlinellu rhywbeth sy'n angen I mynd I fanyldeb, ond ydych chi eisiau tanlinellu rhywbeth sydd yn yr adroddiad ysgrifennu. Gyda hynny dwi'n troi at Caroline yn gyntaf fel cadeirydd pwyllgor ansawdd diogelwch a profiadau. At y ti, Caroline.
Diolch yn fawr. Mae rhai o'r sylwad os gen I fyma hefyd yn mynd I gyfrio papur nesaf ansawdd, felly na I ddim ailadrodd y bryd hynny. Jyst I dynnu'ch sylw chi, da ni wedi cael a demonstration o'r system newydd Quality Management System. Felly mi hwnna, dwi'n meddwl, yn fuddiol iawn I gweddill yr aelodau annibynnol I weld hefyd, falle mewn sesiwn datblygu, a mi fydd hwnna hefyd yn helpu ni I nodi lle mae'r dysgu yn digwydd, a hefyd bod gynnon ni wedyn y wybodaeth mewn un lle ar gyfer bwydo I fewn i'r Clinical Services Strategy hefyd. O ran sicrwydd, a na I ddim siarad nes ymlaen ar adroddiad ar risgia, ond da ni yn falch iawn bod y risgia a'r wasanaethau bregus rwan wedi cael ei rhannu fel bod gynnon ni un ar gyfer pob un o heini. O ran y cynghori chi, yr ail bwynt yma, mi gyfon ni gyfarfod datblygu QSC dydd Llun, bore dydd Llun wsos yma, a mi gyfon ni adroddiad, gyfon ni fora buddiol iawn hefo nifer o'r cyfarwyddwyr, ond yn arbennig efo Sri, gyfon ni gyflwyniad a trafodaeth ar clinical audit a marwolaethau. So mae hynny'n golygu fel aelodau annibynnol fydda ni'n fwy hyderus o ran trafod y materion yna yn y pwyllgorau o hyn ymlaen ac yn y bwrdd hefyd. A jyst un mater I drosglwyddo I bwyllgor arall, yr All Wales Anti-Sexual Harassment Policy. Dwi heb gael cyfle I gael sgwrs efo Dyfed eto, ond oedden ni'n meddwl sa'n fuddiol i'r pwyllgor pobol a diwylliant gael golwg ar hwnnw. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn. Awn ni at adroddiad gwella ansawdd wedyn nawn ni gymryd unrhyw gwestiynau I Caroline neu I Angela. Angela, both to present. Adroddiad gwella ansawdd. Diolch.
So the report is, I anticipate it's been read. Some key points to note, identify the total volume proportion of national reported incidents is the lowest percentage across Wales, and the lowest median of 79 days open. And as of today, we have only 3 national reported incidents that are overdue. So that is a significant improvement from last year. And we are working really hard with the teams to make sure they're getting that support. From a complaints perspective, you can identify in the report that we have seen that sustained improvement in complaints that were overdue, and we're now in the report identifying that we've got 81.41%, and we're maintaining over 80% on a day-by-day and weekly basis, which puts us in an extremely good position across the whole of Wales. And we were really pleased that from the performance executive delivery group, when it's been escalated around our complaints, at the last meeting it was de-escalated, so it's no longer on that forum, and we are just reporting as normal and as business as usual. Information around the falls training. Colleagues will be aware that we've been doing work on falls, making sure that we're addressing some of the issues that were identified as part of HSE requests for information and internal audit. And you'll note that our falls part 1A and 1B training is above the required standard across the health board. I can confirm from a bank perspective it is also above the required standard, and we'll continue to work with agencies, although it's not mandatory from a contract perspective. From an All Wales perspective, we are supporting those agencies to make sure that their staff are doing the training, or we've got mitigations in place around induction when the staff arrive. From a pressure ulcer perspective, we've now got our quarterly exec-led meeting in place, and we're seeing that information coming through with an improvement in the numbers of pressure ulcers and the categories of pressure ulcers that we're seeing. From a patient feedback perspective, we're getting information, and the report identifies the results, and we are seeing very good across almost 83% of the feedback that we're getting. And you'll note that the implementation of our SMS text messaging within our EDs has given us some really good feedback and allowed us to capture some more quantitative information. Because of the small numbers initially, it was very difficult to interpret. Information in the report around our infection control actions and the progress we're making, and we have just received our HARP report, and that Anna said, I don't know what HARP stands for, but it's the National Infection Control Team who came in and did an inspection across all 3 sites before Christmas, and we've just received that and had some very positive feedback, so I'll summarise that in a future report. And then we're working with senior coroners around the work that continued from our inquest reviews last year, and they've been providing a number of training sessions for us, which have gone down very well attended by staff across the organisation. And I know Carol's been meeting with senior coroners and had some positive feedback about the improvements that we've made. I'm happy to take any questions.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw sylwadau neu gwestiynau ar y adran yna ansawdd os gwelwch yn gan y munud neu ddod at yn gyntaf gawn ni Billy, please, wedyn Claire.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question regarding the complaint themes, specifically the attitude and behaviours of staff. Now, although the number of complaints from our citizens is small, their experience of incivility is going to significantly affect their experience of the health board. So I look forward to the new values and behaviours being embedded into our workforce policies and processes, bring improved behaviours. My question is about how much of the incivility our staff is displaying is down to workforce stress, and how much down to staff not adhering to our values and behaviours.
Big question. Okay, hold that thought for a moment. Anyone else there, sir? Wedyn Claire. A second.
Diolch yn fawr, diolch. Sorry, Andrea. I've just got a question about QMS and I wondered if you could share with the board where we are in terms of implementation. I know there's some pilot schemes coming up, but in timescales, I just wondered if you could share a bit more with us, please.
Everybody out? Claire.
Diolch. Really good to see. I think this report's been progressing really well in the last few months, and I think our response times on things have improved drastically, which they needed to, which is great. And it's good to see some more of the learning in here now than we used to have previously. And I think a fresh piece in here for me this time has been about the proactive visits that we're doing now as well, which is really good, kind of not just waiting to get feedback, but proactively going out to places and finding out what service users and patients think of things. I think what would be really good to see us building on, so the big complaints areas around, I'm presuming it's backlogs in waiting to get services. Yes. Okay. And then we've got a smaller group that it's about communications. I suppose my question is, are those two things connected? So are the communication complaints about the quality of communication, or about the fact that we haven't communicated with people about how long they can expect to wait for things? And I suppose my expectation would be that if a number of the clinical type complaints are to do with when am I going to get an appointment, when am I going to get a treatment, that I would expect as a board we'll start to see those reduce significantly now into this next year. And so it's a question for Andrew about nodding, but I suppose people listening to the meeting might not be able to hear it or see it. I think that's important for us to think about which are the things that we think we're going to be able to start to see some significant change in looking ahead, and which are the areas that still are of a concern to us, and I guess are more related to perhaps performance internally or culture or other aspects of how we're delivering services to people.
Everybody on? Gareth.
I've got a few very small points. I'll try to do them very quickly. Just to build, I've agreed with everything Claire said. Just to pick up, I think it might have been mentioned in my report, but I can't remember that one of the GP practices I went to went out of the way to say that patients now seem to be getting more information about their weights, and so aren't going so much to the GPs to ask them, because the GPs can't answer anyway. So hopefully that's something. Very small point, but just to show that I do read it. I didn't understand the data on Klebsiella, is that right, and E. coli? Because the graph says that suggests that they're below trajectory, but the text in the table suggests the opposite. So that's just, I don't need an answer now, but probably double check that. I also, just to note really, and I think you know this because we've had it in PFIG, that I'm quite sceptical about the way that the savings on legal costs are calculated by the NWSSP. And when we had a representative came, she didn't really disabuse my understanding of that. I'm not saying we shouldn't report it, but just a bit of a health warning. I'm interested in knowing, this is again, I perhaps don't need to know now, but I've had brought to my attention another iris. This is complicated because we have an iris that's our data, which is the a voluntary sector initiative called the Identification and Referral to Improve Safety. It's about violence against women, so it fits into this. And I gather that health boards in South Wales are generally signed up and have had a very positive experience. It's about general practice. I don't, Carol obviously knows more about this than I do, but anyway, I'm just interested in knowing whether we've considered that, and if we have considered it, why we aren't part of it. And the final thing, this is probably it's just picking something small up, but it's symptomatic. I'm looking at Carol because there's a sentence that says there's a concern that the current pan-BCUHP decontamination group is mainly attended by the users, e.g. theatre managers, sterile services, who may not carry the authority to make decisions and authorise some of the high-level decisions needed. And that, to me, goes to the heart of what Foundations of the Future is about, because it doesn't matter who goes to the group. In fact, the people who go to the group sound as if they're exactly the right people. Yeah. The group should have the authority not be overruled by people elsewhere saying, "No, we don't really agree with that." That's, I say, it's a small point away, but it is symptomatic of everything you're wrestling with, Carol.
Good point. Sri, you wanted to come in with a point?
Yeah, just the object. Just wanted to kind of draw the attention of the board to the fact that the mortality report from last time, with the last couple of months report to where it is now, you could see the telltale signs of how we are proactively learning approaches there in the paper. And also we are triangulating the medical examiner's feedback to the reflective practice. And there is a triangulation themes between the medical examiner's reports and the coroner's inquest. So it's not quite there where it should be, but it is actually on the right track, so that we'll expect a proper learning reports from the mortality itself. So you could see all that has changed significantly.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to draw that attention as well.
Everybody out? Thank you for that. Jane.
Mine's really about how we make sure things come together. So the report on falls here is about the training that we do for patients within healthcare settings. But actually, if you're looking at this in the broader context of falls, we're actually seeing an increase, a significant increase in deaths from injury, which is primarily driven by falls in the over 65s, and it's a significant increase. And there's a big disparity and growing disparity between those deaths in the most deprived and the least deprived. And we do have other initiatives like the work in planned care, which is looking at how we keep people out of hospital. But the evidence is really strong about the ability to detect people at risk, 6 months before they have the fall, the importance of training, not just health, but social care and other staff in the factors that would reduce that. And I'm just wondering, will we need to get some of this joined up so that actually when we're thinking about some of these issues in terms of quality, we are looking at that sort of broader perspective about our role in improving outcomes for patients and people in our communities.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. So, a few matters there to the two of you. Maybe you can address, please. Diolch yn fawr.
Yes, thank you. So, Billy, yes, we note the attitude and behaviours come through on complaints, and we obviously really concerned about that, and we work very closely with IHCs and directorates to identify exactly the reasoning behind that and to get information from staff. Sometimes it can be a mix of stress and whether people are actually demonstrating our values. So there is work going on obviously around culture. So, we make sure that we identify whether there's teams that we need to support around that, or whether people have been, particularly busy within a day, whether they've, sort of been a little bit strained, and whether the way that they've come across hasn't necessarily been as they intended. And then we can do some informal counselling and have the conversations around that. So I think we have got a mix. We have seen those reducing, and we do pick them up, as I say, individually with people. There aren't anything. I know we had a conversation yesterday around some quite challenging reports in the press around people treating their patients quite poorly, and there hasn't been anything that has come through from these to me. Anything would come through to me, and I would look at maybe referral through to the NMC or working with our HR colleagues to take something more formally, and that hasn't occurred with these cases, so I can give that assurance around that. From an Eartha perspective, we did show the QMS at a QSE meeting, and it went down very well. We've got a very enthusiastic young man building our app for us, so we're kind of ahead of the game on this. We started off with a spreadsheet, and now we've got this app that we're working with. We've piloted it in different areas, and with Paolo's team as well, making sure that we're utilising it. We've gathered all that feedback, and as part of the RNTP, we're looking at one of the milestones is going to be evaluation of the QMS. We're looking at how we can support the challenge services. So my team have been working around each of the challenge services to see what input and what wraparound we need there for that. And then we've got a proposal that potentially we will then ask all services to complete it as a baseline on the app, which will be easy for them to do. And then we'll be able to collect that information and identify where the areas are where we need to do the most work and focus to get that information. We'll then have a directory, and we've talked about our quality manuals, and have a directory of services where we can identify where the quality is. So we've got a plan in the next sort of quarter to get to a position where we'll be able to then put those out to the rest of the organisation, and then we'll have the evaluation of where we've got learning, but we're building on the QMS when we're picking up the value and sustainability information. How does that feed in our intelligence around quality within those areas, and other things around the way we develop services and things like that.
So is there a stage where you would be able to say QMS is completely operative throughout the organisation? Because I think that was the basis of Earth's question.
So if I may comment, it's a system of work.
Yes.
So a bit like risk management, it develops and
Yes.
evolves.
Yeah.
And for some areas, I should just say, we've chatted about this, some areas have
When we reach the tipping point, as it
used QMS. So if I went to the Posture Mobility Service, for example, very technical, they use QMS and the international standards and all of that sort of thing. Just making it as a way of working. So I think there is a plan to move that through, and completely linked to Paolo's point earlier about continuous planning.
Yes, yes.
Because where we've got quality issues, there may well be a planning issue about how a service is designed or developed for the future. So it needs to sort of come in and be integrated into that, which makes it a hard question to say.
Yes,
yeah, because it's always
evolving.
in place.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
that's in line with what you were thinking.
Yeah, right.
If I can just reflect that there's been organisations we visited to get our inspiration that have been on this for 10 years.
Yes, of course.
And they're not at the position where we're going to be rolling it out and having an app and things like that. So I think, Paolo's team have supported us so much around being innovative on how we do it differently. So
good.
Really looking forward to the reports that come through.
Yeah.
They are. Next is Claire. So asking around access and the communication, and I think absolutely you're right. We'll see a reduction in those complaints once we start getting our access there. We've also see a reduction once we are very thoroughly communicating with people. We have got the 3 Ps, which is doing a lot of work around that, making sure the contact is there. And I know from an IHC Central perspective, that communication is very clear around how we can take it forward, what we can do, and giving people timescales and encouraging our clinicians to have the conversation in an outpatient appointment to say, and this is how long it would be, and this is what you'd be waiting, rather than an expectation people will be seeing in a shorter time frame. So what we'll see once we have a reduction in the complaints, and we're actually seeing it now because we're actually able to see all the complaints because the numbers are so much more reduced, and we're able to review them in that 30 working days. We're actually seeing the complexity is the ones that we're going to be working on. The ones that are coming in and fairly simple for us to address with an apology or an explanation, we're turning around very quickly. We're managing them through PALS, through early resolution, with a conversation with the director of nursing or a matron, and it's the ones that are more complex, the ones that we're going to be dealing with in the future. And then from Gareth's point, the Klebsiella, the table and the graph are different because one includes both community and hospital, and the other is just hospital, which we had a matched on. So I wonder whether I just need to make sure the team make it more clear within the report next time. The legal costs is Pam, I'll pass that there. And then Iris, we did do a pilot in North Wales. We had a cluster, 7 GPs who undertook the pilot for us. I used my safeguarding budget to extend the pilot for 6 months, and the police commissioner extended it for 6 months as well for us to get the evaluation for us to continue it. It didn't evaluate that we would want to continue it necessarily in the model it was. So we've used a review of how we provide from a safeguarding perspective to support the GPs. It also was going to cost us 1/7 of the cluster budget a year, and they'd already allocated that money in different areas. So David and I spoke to the police commissioner, Carol and I discussed it across the organisation, and we felt the model we had was giving us the support needed without following the IRIS model. There are a number of health boards in South Wales who haven't gone with it either. So it's been very in-depth what we've been doing around it. And then the group around the users, there's a review of the terms of reference at the moment of that group. They do have the authority.
I think it's just who's chairing it and where it's going.
Yeah.
So we're just doing a lot of reviews of terms of reference, making sure we're ready for the foundations for the future and the governance that Pam's been leading, looking at where we are.
And I could just pick up on Jane's point, you know, it's really important. I think it underlines what Eartha was saying really about the QMS and where issues come up. Actually, they're often about service planning and what the models of care are. So when we talk about falls, there's so many dimensions of that, of course, isn't there, Jane? And I know that that will sit with you as well in terms of that prevention agenda. So thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, and on the legal costs and the debate possibly.
So I think that's quite a live issue. So I think just I suppose for assurance, and you'll see it's in the plan around what we've called transforming legal services. This year. So as an executive, we've agreed to offset some of our legal spend with recruiting internally, so we can create some expertise in-house. As part of that, we need to have a much better system about how we can track spend, given the previous conversation. So what I've asked Matt Joyce to do is to do a paper coming back through the performance committee to set out the plan, the action that will be taken, and then obviously we'll be monitoring progress through the plan as well. So just want to say there's lots of activity in there, but it'd probably be good for Gareth through his committee to have a sense of the direction.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus, felly gyda'r atebion. Diolch yn iawn yn adroddi'r cynhwysfawr yna. Lot fawr o waith yn ddigwydd ac yn adlewyrchu, dwi'n meddwl, y gwelliant sy'n digwydd mewn nifer o feisydd. Mae yna rhagor i wneud, wrth gwrs, ond diolch yn iawn i bawb sydd bod yn hwn ar gwaith yna. Hapus i dderbyn y droddiad, sgwch yn dda. Ardderchog, reit, dyn ni am dorri amginio ag egwyl fer, a nawn ni ail amgynnull 13:33. So 20 minutes break now. If you are viewing, then you can have a break also. And we will join at 13:33. George?
Just ask people to sign the ballot.
Yes, and during that 20 minutes, and only the 20 minutes, please sign the paper outside in Cymted, whatever that is in English. I can't remember. Right, diolch yn iawn. Hurry up with your break. We start again. Pnawn da, unwaith eto, croeso yn ôl, nes nawn o Bwr Iechyd Prifysgol Cadwaladr. Da ni'n symud at adran yn ymwneud â perfformiad integredig a chyllid. A nifer o adroddiadau yn yr adran yma, yr adroddiad gyntaf, fel yn flaenorol, cadeirydd y pwyllgor wedi cyflwyno adroddiad, felly fel y sicrwydd pwyllgor perfformiad cyllid llywodraethu gwybodaeth. Gareth, ti sy'n cyflwyno adroddiad yno, unrhyw beth i ddweud yn ychwanegol?
Diolch, Cadeirydd. No, I think I'll just say a couple of things which leading into the finance report as well. The first is just to say on the actual committee report, the only thing I particularly draw your attention to is the point about the establishment. One of the interesting things is that we are under establishment in terms of numbers, but we're still overspent. The staffing is significantly overspent, and that's because the sort of the sticking plaster solutions we have to adopt cost a lot more. So it's just a reminder, really, that actually sometimes holding vacancies isn't actually a particularly clever thing to do. It also ties into something I will talk about a bit later about the importance of wherever possible not continuing to have posts that are only like short-term contracts, because if you can't fill them, you then obviously end up having locums or whatever. So that's that point. And then more generally, I just wanted to make a couple of points which are more relevant to Progress's finance report. First of all, I do want to say, I think we've already commented that I don't want to count chickens, but I do think that the finance team doing a really good work. It's not always using the tools you'd like in terms of we're still very centralised, not controlled, but you know, it's really got us to a good place. And I also just wanted to note that because I think it is really important for people as we're in open session to understand this, that we did have a discussion in the private session of the board at the last meeting about the potential management controls, extra management controls that might be brought in. So we were all cited on that, even though it's only being reported now sort of after the event. So it's important people appreciate that, because I want people to know that as independent members, we are properly and fully involved in those sorts of things, which, as we know from elsewhere, can be deeply controversial. So I think that's all I need to say. Thank you very much.
Diolch yn iawn, Gareth, am adroddiad yna. Nawn ni gymryd cwestiynau nes ymlaen a troi at Russ rwan am y perfformiad ariannol. Miso, Russ, your monthly reports, please, you can present that. Diolch yn iawn.
Yeah, Chair. Yeah, so just take you through the key headlines of the finances, just to summarise the position. So we have a targeted deficit position of £8.6 million. We will plan earlier on in the financial year. We did take some action through the Integrated Performance Executive Delivery Group and then wider with members to inform them of expenditure control targets back in November. Since then, we've seen a gradual improvement. We did tighten that group slightly, as Gareth alludes from the previous conversations, mainly around non-clinical, well, all around non-clinical, and mainly focused around other expenditure and subjectives that were not deemed to impact on patient care. And so with that extra push, it's moved us into a position where we are on a trajectory to hit our 8.6 million deficit control target. We are 10.2 million year to date. So that means we have to have a 1.6 million pound surplus in March. All of the modelling that we've done, and I have met with the finance teams on a couple of occasions now, indicates that we are tracking towards that 8.6 million deficit control target for the year. Obviously, the caveat, and you would expect us all, good financial advisors to the boards would suggest that we are such a significant size in terms of organisation, a small percentage deviation leads to what is a number of millions away from plan. So we are looking and closely monitoring that, and there's lots of actions going on in the background to make sure that we remain on trajectory. There's really good reasons fitting that plan. So we've got the 74.6 million and we've got the 82 million, both of which we have received this year and we need to receive next year, or that creates a big hole in our finances. And essentially delivery of that control target is an enabler to receiving that funding. So partially in regards to submission of the IMTP as a balanced programme, but also delivery of the control target for the current financial year is important. I would reflect on the wider organisation's delivery. I think it's really important to reflect on our savings performance in the year. We set ourselves a £48 million target. We've exceeded that. We're at 57 million year to date. We haven't quite got there on a recurrent basis, but that is still, from a standing start, a really good recovery in terms of delivery on savings. And my thanks go to the wider organisation for supporting with that. I would also just highlight there is a potential for slippage. Ironically, on the second allocation of plan care funds, so we received just over £8 million for plan care. Some amounts of that were targeted towards waiting list initiative delivery and further outsourced contracts, mainly in trauma and orthopaedics. We were unable to secure those because of commercial matters that were happening outside of the health board. We have tried to mitigate that by incurring costs within waiting lists that we've managed internally within in-house, but we haven't hit those same levels. So there is a notation in the report that there is a potential for Welsh Government to claw some of that resource back, unfortunately. But then we didn't commit that resource, and so that would be fair enough. We are still watching that position, and if we can commit the resources, of course, then we would adjust that and subsequently wouldn't be making any submission back. And we're in conversation with Welsh Government. That's reported as a potential upside in the financial plan on delivery. So forecast is hit control target, and we're still tracking in that direction. I won't quite know in 4 days because they're all feeder systems, unfortunately, but I will get an early indication soon as to where we land. But as far as I'm aware at this time, there is a real strong possibility that we will deliver our control target for the year, which will be great. The only other thing to mention within the report is just touch on the capital. So we only spent £20 million. I have a big long list of what we've committed resources against. We need to spend another £30 million, not in the next 4 days. It was from the 1st of March, thankfully. So, but if you think of that as a sum, we spent £20 million in the first 11 months. We need to spend 150% of that into the final 30 days. That's quite scary sums. So we are looking at how we can de-risk these programmes as we go forward, and myself and Stuart have had some conversations. Largely they're construction projects, but we are waiting for some CT scanner, 2 or 3 million, 5 million on Llandudno. Largely those schemes have delivered, and we have assurance around the values that are coming through for those schemes. IM&T circa £4 million for some elements. Again, we've got assurance that those schemes are delivering. So it's not the position I'd want to be to give assurance, but we do have line of sight to delivery of the £50 million, £48 million capital programme for the current financial year, which just to allude to members that we're noting that will need to be managed in a different way next year to make sure we de-risk the last month of the calendar year. One of those big schemes not happening could move us away, and we don't want to be in that place. The key duty there, just so members are aware, we can underspend up to £500,000. We cannot overspend our capital allocation, so it is quite tight in terms of delivery as well.
Can we, as a board, acknowledge the tremendous work that's happened, finances and the efforts across the organisation, led by the finance team and with your leadership, Chris. So we've arrived where we have as a result of all of that. So we're really grateful as a board. So all the organisation, as Gareth said, we've had to do this in a way that has been quite a bit of control, central control, but we've had to do that with a short-term measure. Hopefully some of the lessons and the disciplines will allow us to have a different approach going forward, but we've really succeeded in achieving targets and have exceeded the target. So thank you very much to all who've been involved. Unrhyw gwestiwn am yr adran ariannol, sgwch na Mike gynta wedyn Claire.
Mine's a very trivial matter, really. It's for the avoidance of doubt. And seeing that this is a current piece of paper, could we remove the word interim from the title holders? Title?
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just keep him on a thread.
Happy to do so.
Claire.
No, I won't repeat anything you said, Chair, because I absolutely wholeheartedly support the fact that really good financial management across the organisation. My questions about capital. So deeply worrying that we are in such dire need of capital investment and then can't appear to be spending the money that we've got. What are the implications of underspend at year end? So, you know, in an independent business, you might have some different scenarios that you have here. So what happens? Is the money lost forever? That's my question, really. And surprising that some of the lines of underspend as the end of February, like digital equipment. Sorry, Dolan, it'd be good to know why we don't seem to be able to spend that money in particular, when again, that's a huge need for the organisation.
So some clarity on the underspend in general.
What happens?
And those, what's the risk?
Please don't tell me we just lose that money.
Okay.
Because you're about to tell me we just lose that.
So we have line of sight to spend all this. Some of it is because we receive late allocations as well, and then we have to get contracts in place.
Yeah.
So there are slippage allocations that come through. So and largely, to be fair, and I'm sure Dylan will answer in a similar way. Largely, those slippage schemes do tend to be digital because there is a perception we can very quickly spend resource on computers and hardware, etc. So that's largely why some of those elements remain. We would have a regulatory breach or risk of regulatory breach. So therefore, a qualification on regulatory breach, which we had on our annual accounts through Welsh Government colleagues, if we failed to be within £500,000 of the scheme.
Which includes over and under.
You can't go over. Over is a breach.
So if you're under the regulatory breach.
If you're under by more than £500,000, that is a regulatory breach. Yes. So what we would undertake, and we have lots of discussions with Welsh Government because colleagues don't want to have underspends either. So I think Ian is particularly concerned in this regard because there's a lot of health boards that are in a similar position. So he's kind of
that's usually the finance chief of government. So
yes, capital lead, yes. So he's looked at our plans and gone through them. We've brokered where we believe there may be some slippage, and Clondalkin was a good example where we believe there might be some slippage. Our plans, therefore, have been aligned to what we believe can be delivered and also what has been assured through Welsh Government. So this should be deliverable, and then Stuart and the team have been through the capital works to make sure they're concluded. There'll be measured term works that will be undertaken even up to the close of the financial period in order to make sure that we commit all the resources we can out to the programme. So I'm assured as much as I can be that we'll deliver, and we have line of sight to deliver, and we're clearly not going to put ourselves in the position of overspending against a regulatory breach, but there is that risk around that £500,000. And you're absolutely right. We should have had these schemes and planned these schemes to conclude sooner because we need the works to conclude for the staff and the local population, don't we? So we're gonna have another think on these major capital schemes. What I would say is that this health board is not used to seeing a £50 million programme to deliver. And so there's a bit of learning, I think, within the overall cycle of business and what we need to put in place to make sure that we deliver on such a significant sum of money. And when you've got a team that historically have delivered 14 to 15 million pounds worth of capital programme.
Yeah.
And then there's a 50 million pound programme before them.
Yeah.
There's a bit of learning for all of us in that, I think. So the bad, and then the final point, which is the one you kind of,
The bad news.
if we underspend it and we haven't brokered it, it's not there and available for the following financial year. So there's an onus on us to ensure that our plans deliver. We have opportunity to broker resource. If we don't take that opportunity and run it up to 31st of March, then there's a risk we lose that resource. There's no obligation on.
Damage our credibility, because if we
absolutely,
50 million and we used to spend 15, then we don't look like an organisation that can spend.
Good I think that Carol was come in on that point. I think that the broader point in terms of ability to deliver larger scale capital projects.
I think this relates to some of the discussion certainly some of us are having yesterday around our capability around programmes of work. The structured approach, the leadership SRO type approach, good business cases, good deployment plans, escalation and risk management. And to be quite frank, that's underdeveloped. And so then when you do get a big investment, we're just not got the high levels of maturity to be able to deliver it confidently. We've got to shift that really quickly. And I haven't seen signs, new colleagues joining us that have got experience in this will be able to guide us. Some of the work we've done on governance, now the next level plan will help us as well. So we certainly don't want to be, but we really cannot be here again next time.
Dylan.
Yeah, no, it's just to come back on the IT specific. So yeah, we are already prepared with other ready schemes to go.
Yeah.
But we can't put orders in until the money's been secured. And unfortunately, most of our money was Welsh Government last minute slippage. So we've attempted as best we can. We're working with finance colleagues and things like bonded stock and things like that. We've got to also do that side of things right.
Yeah.
And that's been one of our challenges, is the ability for the market to deliver what they need to deliver in time. Yeah. And it's in our ownership.
Yeah. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Os nad oes, gawn ni ddiolch am yr adroddiad yna. A'i dderbyn o, ysgolch yn dda, yr adroddiad ariannol, adroddiad misol. Pawb yn hapus i wneud. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Eitem 2560 ydy adroddiad ar berfformiad integredig. Russ, over to you once more for Steve. Sorry, not Russ. Yes, sorry, Steve. Over to you for the performance report. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch. So, colleagues, this is the performance report to month 11. So the majority of the data here is to the end of February. There are some data lags on some of the indicators, and those are self-evident in the report. The report itself is built on the escalation process within the health board and the integrated performance framework. And throughout the course of the day, we've been trialed a fair bit on some of the reasons why our performance is not where it should be, and then in the IMTP, we've also then described where we expect that performance to be. So I will be succinct if I can in the quadrant areas that we look at. So quality and performance then, obviously Angela delivered the report, but it's really pleasing that we still have no December events, and that's been the situation since July, but we still have got an issue with the learning from events themselves. And we've incurred findings, we are aware, and there are still 50 outstanding at the time of writing of this report. So we need to improve that process going forward. Clinical coding compliance is also remains an escalated issue within the framework, and Dylan and the team have got a plan to improve, but still not at the 95% target that it should be. From a people and organisation perspective, our PADR rate is 79%, and as it has improved across the year, but it remains slightly under the target of 85%. Our sickness absence rate is at 6.3%, and a lot of work is going into that area to both understand it and manage it back to a lower level. Our turnover rate for nursing and midwifery is only at 0.5%, which is really good. I've not experienced a rate of that before, so credit to the team in that respect. And our off-contract agency is 3.9%. That's a key measure for colleagues to improve upon. You know, we both need to sustain our substantive staffing, but also save money through moving away from those frameworks. Finance quadrant, Russ has just updated us upon. So I really want to focus on access and activity. And I'll start with planned care. And so from a referral to treatment perspective, the health board is making really good progress in this area. We know our waiting times are too long, and that's a given in terms of that statement. But there are absolute signs of improvement. And the data and evidence that I point to is that our referral to treatment waiting list is no longer growing at the rate it was previously. So we've got about 179,000 patients on our RTT pathway, but we're removing pretty much the same amount that are going on, and that's good. But what we do know is obviously there are a number of patients that wait too long. But in the reduction, there has been a significant reduction in the number of patients waiting more than 2 years for treatment. At the beginning of January, there was nearly 17,000 patients that were forecast to breach the 2-year waiting target by the end of March, obviously in a couple of days' time. Through a huge amount of work by the operational colleagues, contracting colleagues and other colleagues, we have managed to reduce that to a figure that is likely to be less than 6,000. So that's a removal of over 10,000 long waiting patients in the last 3 months. And not only as it obviously removed those patients from the waiting list, it's enabled the rest of the patients to move forward in the queue, and so other patients below 104 weeks will in turn be experiencing a shorter queue time. There's obviously a lot to do in this area as we move forward, and that's quite an understatement. But we've got plans in place that are resourced within the IMTP to keep that momentum, because we really need to. Cancer performance was 51% at the end of February, which is, you know, not at all satisfactory. There are plans in place to improve that going forward. So one of the biggest areas of that's generating that underperformance is within the tumour site of skin, where there are over 2,000 patients that are currently breaching the 16-day standard. Additional capacity is going into that area, both substantive capacity, insourcing capacity, and WIs, and so on and so forth. So we are confident that we've got a solid plan in place to improve one of the biggest cancer areas that's generating the under delivery. As I've said previously, though, as we treat the backlog, particularly for cancer patients, our performance will deteriorate. So that's a known issue, and you know, we just need to be aware of that as those figures come through. Diagnostics, we're currently got about 10,000 patients waiting more than 8 weeks. That has increased recently, and there's several reasons for that. Partly demand, and as I said earlier, as we seek to treat more patients and as more patients get added to the queue, or go down a straight to test pathway, that will increase diagnostic demand. So again, a lot of additional capacity has gone into that area. And as I said earlier, we will make improvement across for that indicator across the 25-26 financial year. Therapy reaches, they continue to reduce, which is good, but it's still about 1,500 patients waiting more than the 14-week target. From an urgent care perspective, what we've experienced, if we look at the activity that we saw in February 25 compared to the activity that we saw in February 24, we have seen a reduction in both ambulance conveyances and those that present under their own steam, so to say. But we are not seeing that material reduction in patient care delays, and we're not seeing the reduction in ambulance turnaround delays and 12-hour A&E breaches. Now that's a symptom of overall system flow and the work that we need to do with partners to get the whole of the pathway right and speed up patients through that pathway. So that will be an issue for us definitely into 25-26 financial year. Child neurodevelopment remains really cool in terms of performance, and we're doing some work with the team led by Carol to try and develop a sustainable service plan going forward. That is an all NHS issue across England and Wales in this area. Mental health, the adults and children's targets, they're performing relatively well from an adults perspective. There are 1 or 2 targets in the children's area that we need to improve upon. And so I suppose in summary, we are making progress as a health board, particularly in extreme long waiters. We've made good inroads with in urgent care through some of the 6 goals work, but we've not really seen all the benefit because of wider system problems. I'm happy to take any questions, and I might need to refer to exec colleagues if there's something I cannot answer. Thank you.
Steve, that was very comprehensive, and I take this opportunity to thank you for all your efforts in this space and your approach and your huge passion for improvement, and it's reflected in the progress that we are making, as you rightly point out. So I just want to thank you for your personal leadership, which has made a real difference, actually. So we're really grateful for all your efforts. Right, unrhyw gwestiynau, unrhyw sylwadau ar yr adroddiad yma, sgwm. Aelod y Gareth ar y diwedd, aelod y dylsa gynta, wedyn Claire.
Hi, Steve. Hi. I've just got a couple of questions about some improvements you've noted here, and if they're sustainable, because obviously they're going to really help us if they are. So you noted that there's been a decrease in the number of attendees at ED, 10.7%. Does that relate to all the efforts that people have been making for people to get care somewhere else? Does it relate to that?
Yeah, I might bring Gareth in. Gareth, if you want, I think it's probably multifaceted.
Okay.
But Gareth, would you like to come in on that one?
Yeah, your question was about sustainability of that. I think the jury's out in terms of the sustainability of it, but yes, it will be down to the efforts that have been going on, particularly around the 6 Goals programme and work stream 1, which is about managing people at their front door and helping people in the community, etc. But sustainability, I think we need a little bit more time to see whether that's
still good news though, but it does link to something we've been doing is really good. Yeah, thank you. My second question is about the 2-week focus on improving the care pathway, and the 49.3% improvement is huge, isn't it, in that 2-week period? And then there is a note that it has been embedded, so we're hopeful that kind of improvement will continue.
Gareth, again, do you want to
Yeah, happy to. That was a 2-week rapid improvement event that, as you know, Imran led and was given quite considerable spotlight. Really huge amounts of learning out of that. Some of which is immediately sustainable as learning, because a lot of it is learning that perhaps we've strayed from the expected standard that we've agreed with in the organisation. So we sort of found inconsistencies in the application of various processes. Use of discharge allowance is a good example for that. So there's immediate learning there. But there are things that perhaps aren't as immediate in terms of the learning, that require a little bit more effort to embed. That's for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's because learning doesn't always give you the definitive answer. It perhaps tells you what not to do, but you've got to carry on the journey of improvement to find what really does. So there's that element to it. Sometimes it's because we need to change a process.
or use our resources in a different way, and that takes a little bit of time just to work through, particularly in the area that we focused on this 2-week improvement process, which was really around the back door of the hospital in particular, and obviously that's a big partnership agenda for us. So there are conversations that are required with partners to embed some learning, and sometimes the learning can take a little bit longer because it isn't always agreed from within the team. So those that are involved in the 2-week process are very close to it, can see it, but you've then got to go and convince colleagues about that learning and use the engagement from that as well. So yeah, lots and lots of learning there. Some of it's, I would say, now embedded, but it's a continuous process.
Just to note, sorry, that it came up in audit today, and another committee I sit with, it comes up in that as well. So on a personal level, I'd be really interested to see that report if you could. Yeah,
I'm happy to share it.
Thank you.
And I guess, Gareth, just to add to that, so sometimes the NHS quite often does these perfect weeks or perfect theatre session or perfect this, that, and everything else. And everything, including the kitchen sink, goes into delivering that perfection, and some of that is not sustainable. And as Gareth said, we've got some of that in here, and then other things that will be sustainable.
That's good. I mean, that's really positive. Very positive, both of them. Yeah.
I think there's a broader issue that you highlighted in a way about learning. Is something for us to reflect on, maybe not respond to now, but learning and spreading, embedding learning. How does that work? What does it look like in an organisation that has over 20,000 employees? You know, how does that happen? There's talk about learning from events as well. And, you know, there's learning in everything, and we're in that place where we are doing so much improvement. There's masses of learning with it, as you say. So how does that work then? You know, I think that's something to reflect on another time, and maybe the appropriate committee could follow that up, because I think it's going to be part of our next chapter, isn't it? In our 3-year plan, I think it's going to be a central part of the next stage in our improvement journey. Perhaps we can pick that up. I can maybe put it as an action, even if that's appropriate.
Big quality, would it?
I think it's an area that is quite central to or improvement. It strikes me from.
No, I think it links to strategic objective 5 as well, about learning organisation.
Yes.
This is one of the big challenges. Scaling and spreading goods, you know, takes 17 years or something for a good idea to spread into normal practice in the NHS. We haven't got that long. So, and we've got pockets. So I think, you know, there is particular work under that. There's an element of people and culture in it as well as quality. Right. So we could give a bit of thought about around that.
No, great. Diolch am y cwestiwn na. Claire.
Doug, on a similar theme to Earth, actually, I'm going to go on to the Frailty at the Front Door model, which says it was designed as a 3-month proof of concept until the end of the current plan. As funding now, surely, if the evidence is that it's made a difference, we're going to carry on funding it. Because isn't that the purpose of funny money, pilot money, initiative money? Is you learn from it, and then if it's working, you make
snap on that one. This was one of mine.
Practice. So that's the first point. Second point is we have got to do the learning from events. That's just like such an own goal, isn't it? Paying out 130k or more, which could be spent on. Oh, maybe we could spend that on frailty at the front door. So we've got to get, you know, some of those things like that are just simple. We've got better at responding to complaints. Let's get better at responding to these in a timely fashion as well, please. And then my other point was just around People and Culture Committee, perhaps doing a deep dive around absence and stress and mental health, because it's always there in the figures, every board, that's the main reason for absences. And what would be interesting, I think, for the committee to review, are we doing everything we can? Could we do more? Is best practice in other organisations that might help us to address that aspect around absence levels?
So on that, sorry, just cross on that, we'll ask the committee to see how that fits in with the work programme. you remember that committee as well, Claire.
I am, yeah.
So, yeah.
And then I just want one specific question, and maybe it's just wording and maybe I'm being nitpicking. But around neurodiversity, we talk in the paper that this is becoming an increasing priority around children for the Regional Partnership Board. I just think, and i.e. it's okay to say it's becoming, so what's gonna happen? What does that mean? Can we expect some better partnership working around that in the future? What might that look like?
We are. So Steve, do you want to
I'm
come
gonna
back
answer that one
on some of those?
Yeah.
And then we'll get others in after you come back with that.
Okay, so front door model and funding, but some of this is just about timing and the ongoing commitment of the 6 goals funding or not. So that was written at a point in time. We can update the narrative on that as we go forward. Those schemes are part of our plan for 2026.
They are part of our plan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Learning from events, totally agree. We I'll need to do some work with the IHCs to make sure that we don't have those. Keep rolling forward all the time. And neurodevelopment, that's a holding position because we need to do there are conversations from a multi-agency perspective in terms of which component parts of the pathway should be done by each respective organisation. And I know Carol will want to
I'll just add briefly, I was smiling at Vaughan because he was chomping at the bit to come in. We literally had a conversation earlier this week with Vaughan about actually the multi-agency approach. This is a really worrying issue for us. And not every child or family needs the same thing. And at the moment, they're all in the same very long queue to get a single offer of something, and we do need to differentiate that. And there's some great opportunity and work, particularly in Ynys but I would be wishing and influencing some of that being built across. And there was a 2-day event, and I don't know, Vaughan, if you did want to comment, if you don't mind, Chair.
Of course.
It's one of the few priorities for the children's RPB. And there was a 2-day event which was really well attended by all health and social care and education professionals across North Wales, really a good cross-section of people. And the enthusiasm within that room was great. There wasn't any sort of pushback really. Everybody was saying this is a shared responsibility, and actually we just don't need to understand who's on the waiting list, but how are children going on the waiting list and what's that about, otherwise we'll never deal with it from the front door through to the back door. So there will be a plan coming out very shortly now, which I would imagine will need to come here anyway, in terms of how we, all the local authorities work on that list and get to a much better place quickly, but not cutting corners.
No. Good one,
Mike, how we did that? Mike.
Yeah, Claire's that's my question really, but just wanted to make the point about children's neurodiversity. It's a health equity issue. Some parents can afford a private assessment, many cannot. But a delay of a year in a young child's life denies them the help they deserve, and they never make up their retirement. So I just slight concern that we don't seem to have a sort of concrete plan. I appreciate work must be being done on it, but it's just relentlessly falling. It doesn't matter the extra resources put in Q4 just don't seem to
It's just a clarified point on the learning from events. So we've what we've been doing as an organisation, I think since probably the legal team have transferred over, we've got more of a focus in terms of some of our processes. So we've changed our processes and we've got the visibility in terms of the learning event. But I would say it's an issue across Wales, not just specifically. So it's just the issue is more around when we're submitting the evidence, if you like, around the learning, either it's not robust enough, and then hence it comes back, or we're not complying with the timescale. So just I suppose it is in the plan. So just so you're aware, there is some plans in place. It's in escalation through the integrated performance report. Myself and Carol met with the Managing Director of Shared Services and the head of the Welsh Principal in the last week. We are working really well with them, and they're actually very supportive of the approach, I would say. We managed to avert 9, I think it was 9 or 10 penalties this time because of the approach that we're taking to addressing that. And part of the plan is dealing with the overdue, as well as looking at the ones that are up and coming. So I think Carol was really clear that we've got a trajectory. So we're not just dealing with the overdue, we're catching them beforehand. And then that links back to the previous point around learning. You know, this is a symptom, but actually it's about when these things happen, how do we embed that learning? So just as a bit of assurance, it is in the plan. We've put it in as a in the plan for visibility for board members. And it's been through audit committee as well. So just want to give that assurance.
Diolch yn iawn. Gareth.
Yeah, just very briefly, Claire picked up the one point I really wanted to pick up, so thank you, Claire. So I wanted to echo your point about Steve's contribution, but also to say that, you know, hopefully people can see that now in the report we're getting much more analysis and explanation of what we are doing. So I think that's really, really helpful. And we picked that up obviously at PFIG. I just wanted to pick up on a small point, the point about where an area that we haven't paid much attention to is the number of follow-ups that are overdue, and just to tell colleagues, those who don't know, that this is an area that I think we're giving attention to, because it may be yet another area where we are not helping ourselves by adding people onto the list of follow-ups that actually don't need to be there. And the final point, which I mean, I defer to Carol on it, but just to pick up Mike's point on ND, when I went to the team in the East, and this is a few months ago now, but they were literally getting 3 times more referrals in each month, new referrals each month, than their capacity to do the assessments. So the system needs to be re-engineered, and we need to change the way of. But it's not just what we do; it's obviously the implications for education and local authorities also.
Absolutely huge demand, as you say. Right, run Angela, wedyn Caroline.
Yeah, so just coming back to Claire's point about can't we manage them the same way we did complaints? Just for information, we had an inquest oversight group that we set up fortnightly when we had a lot of overdue inquests, and we were in trouble with coroner because they were chasing us. We're now in a different position from there, so I've changed that focus to the learning from events. So we meet on a fortnightly basis. The IHCs and divisions bring their information. Matt is working very closely, providing that detail so that we can go through in that meeting. We've had 2 formal meetings now. It's now on a fortnightly basis to help the processes that Pam and Matt are putting in as well, just so that it's got that operational support. And the formula worked for inquest, so we didn't understand why it wouldn't work for this. Great.
Caroline.
In terms of the overdue reports and the penalties, you know, I'm really glad that there's, you know, support in place now and action being taken. I do wonder whether there are patterns in teams that are laced not just with this, but complaints, mandatory training, and a range of other things as well. I also wonder whether the managers of those teams are aware that there are financial penalties, and also I'm just wondering, are they aware that this is reported to the board in a public setting, and that, you know, this is a matter that the board, you know, discusses on a regular basis. Coming back to the neurodiversity, this is something that QSC discussed at the meeting last month as well. We had the annual report from the DECLO, and we used the opportunity to ask her about this. And we were given an explanation, which was an interesting one, that yes, you know, the figures are low. It's interesting what Gareth said about the significant increase in referrals, and I think that's nationwide.
Yes,
not just locally. But when QSC discussed last month, we were told, well, the fact that there isn't an assessment does not necessarily mean that supports can't be provided, for example, in education settings. But the issue is that schools often want to see an assessment and are waiting for it before putting support in place. But, you know, I'm really pleased Vaughan was reporting about this is a priority for the Children's Regional Partnership Board, and that work, intensive work that's happened very recently, because that's what needs to happen. All of the professionals from all of the organisations, including different departments within the local authority, need to work together on this.
Diolch yn iawn. Karen, nesa.
Just to come back on Caroline's point there, so as a result of the increasing numbers that we were seeing in the LFERs being overdue, Russ is now putting it into his conformance report that comes to audit committee, and it does clearly spell out where the offenders are, so to speak. And I think they are aware, because the charge, if I'm correct, Russell, goes back to that team, so they're carrying that cost. So there is an incentive for them to sort of pull their finger out now and start working with, is it Matt?
Yes, yeah.
And others to get this out. And then I was just going to raise throughout these papers, it's a timing thing, I think, because the numbers in Angela's report versus this report versus what we've seen at audit committee are kind of, what was reassuring from your report was that trajectory downwards. And I'm hoping it's still going down. But in January it was 106, I think.
Yes, the lowest it's been this
now
week.
50. So it's not particularly evident, but you can see that things are improving.
Yeah, and there's a broader point there that we have unearthed, as it were, and that is to give people the full picture, you know, where there's a tendency for us all to work within our so-called straitjacket, but actually give people the full picture for them to understand the impact from a performance and a financial point of view. And I think that's one of the successes of the work you've done around planned care, isn't it, Steve? Where people now realise, you know, consultants understand how many people they've got on their list, for example, waiting lists now they didn't previously, you know. So it's that give people the full picture so they see what the effect is and the impact they have on the whole organisation and outcomes for the population. So that's a really important point. Right, unrhyw un arall wrtha, dwi'n credu wedyn nawn ni ddod y drafodaeth I ben ar hon.
Yeah, sorry. Just briefly, I'm involved with the neurodiversity as an issue through my other hat with the union, and I work with the Welsh Government, also as children's champion. So it shouldn't work like this, but it does work like this, that having the diagnosis makes a big difference in getting funding from the local authority, which absolutely impacts on schools, but also impacts on home life as well in terms of the support that people get. There is a legislative review taking place of how all that works, and we're all crossing our fingers that the contradictions and the inequalities across Wales are taken out of it. So, you know, I will update you briefly as that develops, because I'm quite closely involved with that. But we're all hoping that the legislative review will improve how it works.
Yeah, an absolutely huge agenda. You know, so Diolch yn iawn. Nawn ni symud ymlaen. Ydyn ni pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y adroddiad cynwyso yn Steve ac eraill ysgrifennu gan diolch yn y gwaith. Pawb yn hapus wneud na, diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf 2561, diwyddiad cyfalaf a rhaglen ar gyfer 25-10, and I have mentioned to some people, when the revolution comes, we will be cancelling the word update, by the way, which is one of my pet dislikes. But anyway, that's another debate for another time. But I think Russ and then Stuart on this one, is it? Okay, over to you, Russ.
Yeah, Chair. I don't know why Stuart put update on that. If I briefly introduce the paper and then hand over to Stuart to give some more flavour. So we've gone through the same prioritisation process as we went through in the previous financial year. As roughly £70 million, £68 million worth of bids that we've received. Obviously, we've got to fit that into a £17 million discretionary allocation, this paper is very predominantly centred on discretionary allocation. It doesn't talk about major work. So Clondubno, for example, is a separate allocation stream. And we split that over the category of medical devices, estates infrastructure and repair, and then IMT digital predominantly within those windows. We've still not got a prioritisation between those categories, so it's just being mindful to understand what is an IMT project, a digital project, and how that compares to an estate's need and how we model that through. So we'll still work further to do in terms of that prioritisation process. But we've used historic allocations. We've got a scoring mechanism. We've got a list of schemes. This shows you how we would look to spend the £17 million in 25-26. But it also gives a prioritisation of schemes going into 26-27, and that's useful if we do have slippage, so we can bring schemes forward. So that's the 2-year programme. There is TEP in there as well, which is targeted estate fund. Another £40 million is made available. We have made bids for that. The health board will have to commit 30% of its discretionary budget to support any of those successful projects. There's £2 million provisionally signalled within the paper. If we are successful, we may look to revise the programme just to take advantage of the additional resources we could get from the targeted estate funds. And Stuart, we'll talk a little bit more about that and also on the major capitals.
Yeah, thanks Russ. Penaldar, Stuart Keane Edwy. Good afternoon, I'm Stuart Keane. I'm I think I can still say new, Director of Environment and Estates at Betsy. So the paper you've got before you relates to the requirement for board approval for our capital programme. We get capital from a number of sources. This paper concentrates on the discretionary fund and, as Russ mentioned, the targeted estates fund. And these are generally the smaller schemes rather than the creation of the large shiny assets that a lot of people will see. The paper covers in some detail our approach to prioritisation and in outlining the schemes. It doesn't go into the detail of the schemes because there are pages and pages of spreadsheets that sit behind the scene, and you've probably seen enough graphics for this afternoon. Since the paper was drafted, we have had confirmation on our targeted estates fund. We didn't get as much as we asked for, but we got probably more than our share. It came to about 27% of the total for Wales. So I think that's going to shine a spotlight on delivery, which I'll come on to in a moment. And that's also just cognizant of some of the comments I've heard at board. I think it's also worth noting that there is specific mention to anti-ligature programmes and decarbonisation in the paper. And of course, capital has as a backdrop the condition of the estate strategy, utilisation of the estate, and then strategic disposals. And I think those, again, are all matters for the future. So we're working quite hard to provide the support and progress key projects such as Llandudno Orthopaedic Hub, the Adult and Older Persons Mental Health Unit at Glenclwyd, the Royal Alex at Rhyl, and the IRCF, the Integration and Rebalancing Fund projects. And I just really want to just mention in particular that we're looking at deep dives in these projects and the wider capital schemes in order for us to increase the assurance on delivery moving forward. And I think that's going to be something that you'll be seeing in, I'm reluctant to use the word update now.
Progress report.
Progress reports. In progress reports over the coming months. And that relates to both our in-house delivery, but also how our external contractors, cost managers, project managers, design teams perform on the projects, because ultimately these projects happen through teamwork and we need to take everybody on that journey. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr, Stuart. Can we also say, as well as welcoming you as still new, but also thank you for the way you have hit the ground running and come up to speed really, really quickly. And thank you for your huge commitment to the work and your approach. And we can see, even in these first 3 weeks, you're going to make a real difference, and you offering leadership in this space. So real thank you for your commitment and passion. Unrhyw gwestiynau? Reit, gynta Karen, wedyn Rhia. Gareth wedyn.
Mine's just a very simple, perhaps almost trivial one, Stuart, around what the 100,000 on a therapy manager is.
I can't answer that in detail, I'm afraid.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that.
Go for it.
That's towards the therapy manager system replacement.
Not a person.
It's software.
Yeah, it's software.
Thank you.
Okay, Rhia?
It's probably out of scope of this particular paper, but sometimes I would like to know a little bit about estate rationalisation or even disposals, because this is all about spend. Let's think of things that we don't want to spend on anymore. And, you know, even get some income from it. So I accept that this maybe isn't the place for it, but, you know, just to make it, draw a line there.
Yeah, diolch yn iawn. Teresa, nesa, wedyn Gareth.
Na, da ni wedi dweud therapy manager o'n i'n mynd I drafod. Iawn, diolch yn iawn.
Yeah, I was just picking up on Rhiann's point. I mean, yeah, everybody know that I was bang on about this, but it is labelled 2025 to 2030, and I would hope, and we're not going to see this next year, probably not the year after, but within the latter years of that, we should be seeing some money coming in that we can spend. So both saving on the revenue, but so that I sincerely hope that anyway. And the other thing, I'm very pleased. Congratulations on the TEF. That's great. And the final thing I say, obviously, PFIG looked at this report, and I think we felt assured by the process, even if we don't have the knowledge to be able to sort of question the results. I mean, the process sounds sound, and I think that's what I would say. The board. I think that's where the position we should take. So
no, good, important point. Diolch yn iawn. Claire.
Taking all of that into account, I'm just going to only emphasise one very small point really, which I think Stuart said we have to approve the programme, but the recommendation doesn't say that. And it does feel a bit, whether it's how it's come out on my laptop, but it feels like a bit of a cut and paste of 4 or 5 different things. This report, I've got different fonts, I couldn't work out whether I was looking forward or looking back. And I think I understand how our capital works, but I got confused in the paper. So I'll pick those points up separately with Stuart. I'm sure this is all about Stuart's just arrived and he's picking up something and trying to put a bit. So, but it would be great to see for the future really clear capital strategy, and then these things will come through and almost just be, we won't need to discuss them because they're things we need to do and we're going to do. So
Come back on that, Stuart, now get Caroline.
So I understand, and I think you're right. I think probably sitting here this time next year, there'll be a different report. But
Yes, absolutely, and I think we are all enthusiastic about the work that we could achieve in this space. You know, I think there are huge opportunities, and you're unearthing some of them already. Carol.
Yeah, I could agree more with Claire. I think it's just about trying to move things into a different space. So at the moment, it feels like the capital lane is that the space, like built capital is there, digital is there. With service change, we've had these sorts of conversations. So there will be some categories of our work that actually is a service. The built environment and digital, and we need to start to see those a bit more in the round and fully more integrated. So that's important. There is a requirement to sign off this, but we will connect it, Claire, as we said earlier, to the plan, so we could be putting it up further on. I think there's an important point. I made it a couple of times. We've not quite moved this on, which is for the board, for us collectively to be cited on what are the things that have fallen out and not made the cut. We're aware of that.
And rationale.
Just to know what that looks like, and then to reinforce Rhiann's point, we don't want to be spending money on properties that we don't need. So we really, you know, I know we're very keen, Stuart's very keen as well to get stuck into some of that. But again, that needs a more strategic discussion as well. So we're gearing ourselves up to get into that arena, I think.
Great. Diolch yn iawn. Ni pawb yn hapus gefnogi ac i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna. Sgwch dda ar y rhaglen ar gyfer 25 i 30. A diolch am y gwaith. Pawb yn hapus. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi am gefnogaeth yna. Ymlaen i'r adran nesaf, llywodraethu a sicrwydd. Jyst rhybydd, dyn ni tua hanner awr ar ei holi rhedeg yn hwyr, felly os ydych chi eisiau cadw hwnna mewn cof, falle bydde hynny o gymorth. Felly, eitem nesaf, 2563, adroddiad sicrwydd y cadeirydd o'r pwyllgor archwilio, o wedyn gawn ni adroddiad llywodraethu corfforaethol. Felly, Karen, over to you if you want to highlight any matters from your assurance report, please, as chair of audit. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch yn fawr, David. I'll be quick because of making some time. And we've covered some of the things that I was going to raise around the LFPRs anyway, private conversation. The only thing I'm going to pick up when Gareth gave his update from Peake was around the establishment and the vacancies. Because in audit committee, we had a situation where the financial approved establishment didn't match the HR establishment, which is something that is going to be reviewed very swiftly and corrected. But I wondered which establishment you were looking at, whether you were looking at
it's the one that's reported in the finance papers, yeah.
Well,
maybe Russell can have
maybe we can have some clarity on that if you know the answer.
Yeah, no problem. So we have a manpower system which reports manpower organisational position, and we have a financial ledger which reports budgeted whole-time equivalents by service. And there's always a little bit of a mismatch because the two systems don't talk to each other. Every organisation I've ever been in has been, when we looked at that within the audit committee, we felt that was too big a gap for us to be comfortable. So we've agreed to go back and have a look to make sure what is happening in the manpower system, which is the system that's used to effectively determine whether you can go out to advert for posts, because it effectively says where the position is on those roles, versus what we've got as budgeted establishment within the finance model. And it's just that catch up between creating the budgeted roles because of developments versus updating the manpower system for levers, etc. But as I say, the gap we were a little bit uncomfortable with. I was a little bit uncomfortable with. I've never seen them ever say the same figure, so if that gives you an assurance or not, I'm not sure. But it just felt too big. So we're doing a piece of work in the background to just make sure that alignment takes place.
I just think that needs to be brought back to people because your recommendation.
Yes.
We need to have not a gap of 300 pounds.
Yeah.
And that was the key thing. I just wanted to flag that. You know, there's some ongoing work that needs to be concluded.
Great. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen felly adroddiad llywodraethu corfforaethol a Pam.
Yeah, I was just going to link back to the previous item I floated to this. So in the audit committee, there were we reviewed. There's been some changes to the standing orders, which have been issued by Welsh Government, particularly around the timescales for papers and some minor changes. So we considered those in the audit committee. There's a link in the paper, just because it's a matter of the board. The board just need to approve those changes. They were very minor in detail, and we are doing some work, myself and us, on reviewing the scheme of delegation going forward. So just wanted to draw that attention. And then in terms of my specific report, there's, I think I'll take it as read. Happy to take any questions. The one point I just wanted to draw to attention, you'll see in there, we're still awaiting the outcome of the judicial review in terms of EMIT, so just the board to note that. And also there was a potential judicial review between the Health Board and the Council regarding an individual child, we voted that judicial review and an agreement was made positively from a health board perspective. So the team in the IHC would really be well to get the best outcome of that. So just really wanted to reference that. I'm happy to take any further questions. There's just some ratification of the board is required to make.
Diolch yn iawn, Pam. Unrhyw gwestiynau am yr adroddiadau yna, sgwch yna? Os nad oes, felly, ydyn ni'n hapus i gymeradwyo'r newidiadau i'r sod fel mae'n cael ei alw? Gyntaf, pawb yn hapus i adroddiad Karen. Ac yna, yn y adroddiad Llywodraeth Corfforaethol, dyn ni'n nodi cynnwys cadarnhau y camau gweithredu gan y cadeirydd, dyddiedig 19 o Fawrth, ac yna bod ni'n cadarnhau y rhestr yna o'r clinigwyr cymeradwy a'r meddygon a'r y materion dyn ni wedi trafod mewn cyfarfod preifat o'r bwrdd Ionawr 30. Pawb yn hapus efo hynny? Unrhyw gwestiwn? Na? Pawb yn hapus? Iawn. Diolch yn iawn i chi am hynny. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf 25-65 fframwaith sicrwydd y bwrdd a'r gofrestr a troi'r Pam unwaith eto. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. So this is, sorry, it's the corporate risk register, not the board assurance framework. So what you've got presented is the corporate risk register. It's been through the committees in the last cycle, as well as we consider it as an audit committee in some detail a couple of weeks ago. We've had some discussions at executive committee in the last week or so around having a workshop around really getting underneath some of these risks, because whilst I think we've made quite a lot of progress, it's making sure the actions are the right actions to drive down the risks. So that was one of the discussions. So I think this is a part of us taking the risk this year to the next level of maturity. So I think so just as a bit of a sort of live update in terms of some of that. There is a bit of a lag just because we tried to take this through the committees before coming to the board, but we at the exec committee last week we were reviewing the end of year position. But specifically in relation to this paper, you'll see there's been one change of score highlighted, CRR 2418, and one of the other areas which we talked about, which Carolyn mentioned, it was around splitting out the risks in terms of those challenge services. So I think still more work we need to do on some of that going forward, and that's part of the discussion we had at the executive committee in the last week. I think we've already had quite a lot of conversation on risk, David. So individual executive directors will be able to give any specific responses to the risks which they're responsible for, but happy to take any comments or questions.
Diolch yn iawn. Yes, I had the wrong
Yeah,
heading.
sorry, no,
so yes, thank you for correcting that. Corporate risk register. No question is sylwadau na.
Just lobbying as I'm supposed to for primary care, but genuinely, in most of these risks, there is a difference between the inherent risk and the current risk rating. That's not true in the primary care risk, and that just points to the fact that we're just not grappling with this from a strategic point of view, in my view.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Claire.
Again, sorry, a comment that's more style than content. I apologise, but when our refreshed approach to this was first developed a year ago now, it was sharp and focused, and it just feels like it's grown into a 76-page report now. So we're kind of telling the history of everything almost back to when the world was created, rather than we've seen that, we've reviewed that, we've actioned that, let's just keep it fresh and current. So and then I think, as you picked up, Pam, on some of the actions that we still need to do, we're not clear on dates and whether that's going to reduce the likelihood of something happening or the impact of it if it does. So yeah, so thank you that you're going to get on with that.
And I'm sure Carol might come in as well. So I think that's exactly the conversation we've been having, Claire, is, you know, there's so much, you've got to go through this process.
Yeah.
So you've got the visibility.
Yeah.
But then you say, actually, are all these really corporate, highest level risks?
Yes.
And should they be more in, you know, the next year down? But as long as there's the visibility and the escalation. So I think that was exactly the conversation we were having last week, you know, going into the new year, recognising actually the progress we've made is really good. We've got the visibility, we've got the ownership, we've got the scrutiny through risk, but actually what we need to do some of that work as we, and it links also to the board assurance framework there. What's the difference, you know, as we move into the new year, aligning it to the new plan to make sure it's all strategic. But so you were.
Oh no, I think Claire was listening into the exec committee. It just feels as though it's grown
into a
streamlined focus. We shouldn't have as many risks.
And being really clear about, because actually the 3 A's reporting from committees to board. So being clear, what's at committee level, what's board level, and actually that 3 A's reporting should, if it works well, and I think it does, identify if any of the risks that the committees are looking at need to be brought to the board's attention, and it's only then those ones that, thanks.
Good that we're all on the same page.
So, good, diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw arall? Na, os nad oes i pawb hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, yr adroddiad risg, pawb hapus i gymeradwyo beth sydd wedi anfynellus bod na. Diolch yn iawn i chi, mae'r gefnogaeth ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf 2566, a dyma adroddiadau'r caderyddion a'r bwyllgorau a'r grwpiau cynghorol. A beth dwi'n neud fel arfer gyda'r adran yma ydy gofyn i unrhyw un o'r caderyddion os maen nhw eisiau tynnu sylw ni at unrhyw eitem. A felly dwi'n wneud hynny. Ac wrth wneud hynny, dwi'n gweld, os dwi'n iawn, di Jane ddim yma o ran y grŵp weithwyr proffesiynol gofal iechyd.
She's just stood down, I think.
Dyn ni yn y broses o ail benodi rhywun yn dydau. Ond rhag on bod na rhywbeth i godi.
Dwi'n fodlon iawn rhoi diweddariad. Sgwrs positif swn i'n deud, a fel da chi'n deud, da ni mewn proses o apwyntio'r cadeirydd nesaf. Ond yn ddiolchgar iawn i Jane am ei arweiniad hi wrth gwrs a'r holl waith mae hi wedi wneud dros gyfnod amser o mae pethau'n symud ymlaen. A sgwrs da, rhaid mi ddweud.
Gwych. O'n eisiau nodi'n diolch ni fel bwr i Jane am ei gwaith hi a byddai'n anferllythu at ei hi o ran y bwr. Os nawn ni atgoffa fi o hynny atgoffa yna. A dwi'n ddim yn siŵr os dyma gyfarfod bwr ola, neu ola? Na, mae'n un i ddod eto.
Sorry.
I've got one for that.
Newyddus iawn i gydnabod wasanaeth i hefyd. Felly, os oes gan gadeirydd un o'r pwyllgorau rhywbeth i ddweud yn ychwanegol, dyma'r cyfle.
It's not as chair, it's on other people's reports. Very briefly, if I may. So the first is to say how much I welcome the executive committee report. I know we decided, but it's really helpful. But the other point was, and one I have mentioned, but I think it's really important. So there's a reference in the HPF report to posts that are funded non-recurrently, and there's the reference in the executive committee report to rolling forward posts by 3 months. And I just think we need to get a grip on this. So within PIFA, we had a discussion on a specific paper. I think it was in the private session, so I won't go into it, where we agreed that there were posts that were being funded non-recurrently for 5 years, and that they weren't, it was incredibly inefficient and bad from a quality and a finance point of view. So I think that if we've got any contracts what we've been recurrently funding for more than 2 years, from non-recurrent funds, we really ought to think about making those permanent, because the individuals will have it anyway if it's the same people, won't they? They get employment rights after 2 years, I think. But it's just a question that there's so much of our money that is still labelled by the Welsh government as non-recurrent. We know in practice it will be recurrent for 2 or 3 years at least. So what we can't do is having posts that we're saying non-recurrent, and they can only be filled on a 6-month or a 12-month contract, when that ends up costing us a lot more and delivering a worse quality of service. So, I mean, I'm quite happy to say that is part of my committee at the party.
Since George first and then Carol, but there may be something wider about this that execs may wish to look at. I don't know, but I'll give George the opportunity first and then come to you, Carol.
So just from an employment perspective, after 2 years, people on fixed term contracts gain redundancy rights effectively.
Yeah.
But it's 4 years in terms of you have to be in a post for more than 4 years to get permanent rights within that.
Thank you. Sorry about my ignorance of employment law. Although it is good likely to change, isn't it, with the new employment bill when it eventually comes around. But even so, it's more the point about the quality of, and also of course the people themselves, that it's just so unreasonable to repeatedly tell people, well, we can only be sure that you've got 2 months before you might be thrown out of a job, because they'll go and the good ones will go and get jobs elsewhere.
Carol?
There's a huge amount of work to do on establishments. There was discussion just now about the finance of the establishments. George and I have discussed this as part of Foundations for the Future. We really need to regularise the workforce, lock down the establishments. Be really clear about that. We're discussing a targeted piece of work about fixed term contracts. They're everywhere. It feels like in the organisation, and they should be used very selectively. We should be offering project work and all sorts of different opportunities for people to be developed, rather than fixed term contracts. We also need to take probably a clearer view on where certain policies can and should be applied, and where they shouldn't be applied in the benefit of the whole organisation and career development. We know there's a lot of retire returns sometimes. Well, we've had feedback that can stifle the potential progression, but equally we want to maintain people's expertise. So I think there's quite a lot of work for us to do in this area. The 3-month rollover related to the discussion earlier about where would we realign the resource to the priorities. So some of that will be happening. So quite a big piece.
Well, it's the main thing is that I'm not surprised, Carol, that I'm glad this is recognised as an issue, and we just need to sharpen up our
the inconsistencies in approach are not something we wish to embrace, really. But I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for not just the execs, but also feed into the people and coaching committee, and with progress on this and issues that need addressing, that'd be helpful. Make a note of that. That'd be good. Diolch yn iawn. Felly, rhywun arall efo rhywbeth. Mike?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Diolch yn fawr. Just with the SRG, there's a couple of things that we particularly concerned about other members where the text says, raised concern regarding the lack of timely communication by the health board to their third sector stakeholder partner regarding ongoing joint funded projects. It's not about the actual communication, if I'm honest. It's about the money, and it's when we actually able to give them assurance of what their funding is going to be for the next year. Because, at the end of this year, they haven't had confirmation. So they're in the process of actually having to give out possible redundancy notices. So, if we can be a bit more charitable and fund them Christmas time or whenever we can get Russell to open his hands, that would be useful and better planning for the sector. They're going to become very, very important in the future, the third sector. So it's important that we service them well. And the other one was we've had discussions and representation really about getting representation for children and the homeless. That I'm just alerting you to this because that's an interesting one, because the homeless are transient, obviously. So it does make you think, who are we going to get to
Yeah.
represent them?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we'll have to get something on a roundabout or something. I don't know, but just to alert you on
Yes.
that issue to come up. Yeah.
Diolch yn fawr, Mike, that's really useful, and that matter about funding is an important one, isn't it, Steve, with commissioning where people need some certainty and they need it earlier, and there are examples where it goes to the wire, which can help for anybody.
No, agreed. So we are doing a third sector review as we touched upon earlier, and we have been late communicating, but a letter is going out tomorrow, should be about the funding for 25-26. So that's just a broad update. Obviously, I don't know the detail of each any of some of these contracts, but that's just a broad update. So we will get better at doing this.
Diolch
yn fawr. Caroline.
I thought there was a Welsh Government requirement that all third sector organisations had to have their funding for the following year approved or notified before Christmas. So if there were redundancies, there would 3 months was possible. I don't know if that's a requirement or whether it's just best practice in certain sectors, but that's what I will work to. In terms of getting representation of the views of people who have been homeless and children, I think there is best practice elsewhere. It might be good to get someone who has experience of homelessness but may not be currently homeless. So I'm sure there are people you could talk to in housing, in various local authorities, possibly Vaughan might be able to be in touch with relevant people there. And the same with children. I don't know whether it's children in the round or children who have experience of care, but again, there are various ways of obtaining that representation as well. Again, I would suggest you talk to Vaughan.
I'm going to take 2 very, very brief comments from Karen and Jane, and we bring this item to close.
Okay. Just to answer Caroline's, there's a Welsh Government third sector funding agreement which third sector bodies can sign up to, and it allows them to be paid in advance and stuff like that, but I don't know if it's relevant to the health board.
Well, I just to confirm, as Steve said, we're going to do a review of this work, and whatever is required, we're going to do.
My next bit was, can that come back in the next report? Any progress on that?
Well, maybe a report to the committee at the relevant time in partnership committee that's the sector review when it's ready. It will be reporting committee. I think, am I right in saying that? And then an opportunity then to report to the board in due course.
Oh, it'd be fair. It could sit either way, but I think this one is a commissioning review, so probably would sit more with PFIG, but there's a link obviously with PPHP, I would say as well, so yeah.
Okay. Jane, final comment.
Very quickly, we are doing work as part of a multi-agency around homelessness, so it may be the easiest thing is to link you into that group and they can probably find the right representation.
Okay, diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad yna ar argymhellion sgwlch yna. Gan ddiolch i'r holl bwyllgorau am ei gwaith diflino yn ystod y cyfnod yma. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf 25-67, unrhyw fater arall. Does na ddim mater arall. Yr eitem wedyn ydy 25-68, adolygu effeithiolrwydd y cyfarfod. Felly, unrhyw sylwadau ar hyn. Karen?
I'm so sorry, I might have missed it because my thing wasn't working properly. But on the very first paper, the REMCOM paper, we've been asked to ratify.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you speak up, please?
Ratify the appointment.
The ratify the appointment.
Oh, yes, because all of it.
I didn't know whether I'd missed it because my thing was hissing too much.
I might have missed, we might have missed it on the, so that is just, whilst the appointment's been made, just under the standing order, because it's a board level appointment, the board just need to ratify the appointment, so.
Thanks for pointing that out. So, are we happy to ratify the appointments as outlined in that paper? Right.
You definitely have to delete interim after this.
Ardderchog, diolch yn iawn. Thanks for that. Right, ymlaen ar effeithiolrwydd cyfarfod, review of meeting effectiveness. Unrhyw rhywbeth i ddweud, anybody wish to say anything in terms of what we can make more of, what we can do better, what we need to improve as part of our improvement journey as a board. We're always looking to seek to do things differently when they help support the work. But Mike, some thoughts?
Yeah, just a compliment. It was so nice to see an actual video of a real patient's mother of a patient in the patient story this morning. I thought it was very powerful, and also really good of that young mum, to allow the video to be taken. Normally it's a series of nice images, and a lot of work goes into these, but just I hope it goes on the website. That was great.
Yes, that's a good point in terms of these experience stories. Where do we share the work? Because as you said, that there's quite a lot of effort gone into that, so it's important that we can share it. Priya?
Yeah, I just like to say, I think this is the meeting that I've spoken least at, and I think that reflects the understandability, if there's such a word, of the papers. You know, I think there are typographical mistakes throughout, which I'd like to get rid of, but I think the actual quality and the fact that we've been through committee and development, and I think that's come to fruition here, really. On a practical note, I still think the room is dreadful. I've booked now to go to audiology because is it me who needs aids, or is it people cannot speak up, or we haven't got the technology we should have, for goodness sake. You know, we've got enough technology to have translation facilities. We've got mics. There must be a way of making everybody accessible to everybody, because it's a matter of being accessible, and the chairs are incredibly uncomfortable. You know, the room is just inadequate.
I support you on the chairs.
And I might see it behind. It was quite comfortable.
Sorry, could I come in on?
No, hang on,
Yeah,
please.
sorry.
No more on that.
No more.
But yeah, I think the matter of the acoustics in the room is not brilliant, so it doesn't help. And if there's someone who does have struggling a bit, it impacts on people. So I think we need to have a think about that. It's quite difficult to get the perfect room because we've got different issues in different rooms. So but the team will, and I know a lot of effort is put into preparing these meetings, a tremendous amount of effort. So we don't want to burden the team further, but yeah, anything we can do to help, maybe experiment sometime. But any other suggestions, any other ideas, any other comments about the effectiveness of the meeting, please?
I'm just to piggyback to say that if Chris has been here and Tamina had been round the table, we're just getting so big that we just need to really think about
it is difficult. There's no easy answer. We've done quite a lot of research in the past, actually. But to reassure you on a spot on Paolo and Stuart, this was your first official meeting, so I'm just wondering, from your perspectives, with fresh eyes, what your thoughts? You're still in one piece after that experience, but I'm just wondering, was it as you thought it would be? What would you like to see us do differently or better, or apart from the updates vocabulary? What, any thoughts would be welcome?
I have to take responsibility for the update. So I'd attended board meetings at the Christie.
Yes.
And these are, I have to say, these are completely different. Right. I find them far more constructive, more open, in terms of the conversation, and that they are less directed. But I have to say, so before coming here, I had several calls with people.
Yeah.
It wasn't with you, but it was with a number around this table. And my experience at Betsy in the first 7 weeks, and it is only 7 weeks, has been that those calls which came over to me as being open, transparent, supportive, constructive, focused on a way forward is everything I've seen.
Right.
So for me, there's no surprises.
No.
Because it's the world I've seen in the 7 weeks, and that is being totally open with you in terms of how I have found things. And those calls I had were one of the reasons I actually really wanted to come here.
Yeah.
And even though it's in special measures, the highest level of special measures, I wanted to come here.
Yeah.
So, and so for me, there's no surprises for this meeting.
No, great. Diolch yn fawr, Stuart. That's really welcome comments and contribution. Paolo, beth dan y ti? Sut ti'n teimlo yn ffurfio? Ti'n bod yn o blaen ond yn swyddogol heddiw?
Yeah, well, o'n i'n mynd I dechrau yn deud hwnna, actually. Well, ddim y tro gynta. Sorry, I'll switch to English. It's a bit difficult with me, isn't it? When you never know what's going to come out of my mouth. But, and people are doing this with the headphones, so I'll switch to English. I was going to say the same thing, which was, it's not my first time. It's the first time sat here.
Yes.
It's not my first time sat there or there,
Yes.
yeah, on the outside. But I think I'd echo what Stuart says in terms of the openness and transparency, but also I think a comment that was made earlier, I think Gareth made it in relation to one of the committees, that it just feels a safe space. And that, I think, is a testament to the discussion that we have, which does inject challenge on important topics, but blame isn't kind of coming with the challenge. And I think that's really, really important for us to continue to have this open discussion and relationship, and clearly something that perhaps in the past wasn't the case. So that would be my feedback, and thank you for indulging me in my contributions today for my topics.
Diolch yn iawn. Nawn ni ddod ar cyfarfod ben efo hynny. Dwi'n credu pob yn hapus I ni wneud hynny. Diolch I bawb am y cyfraniadau a'r holl waith sydd wedi digwydd tu ôl I llenni hefyd I baratoi cyfarfod. Diolch I Catrin am y cyfieithu. Diolch I Philippa, Fiona ac eraill, Lorna hefyd am I gwaith hi yn paratoi ac yn gweithio yn ystod y cyfarfod. Diolch I tîm technegol sydd wedi cefnogi ni I sicrhau bod ni'n gallu darlledu o'r cyfarfod yn ogystal, ac gyda hynny nawn ni ddod y cyfarfod yma i'r ben. Yn cyfarfod nesaf ni ymhen Davies ydy diwedd Mai, 29 o Fai. Da ni rwan yn symud I gyfarfod preifat, so dwi'n cynnig felly ein bod ni'n cael allan cynrychioli y wasg ac aelodau eraill o'r cyhoedd yn cael ei eithrio felly mwyn I ni drafod busnes yn gyfrinachol o dan adran 1 o deddf cyhoeddus 1960. Ydy pawb yn hapus I gefnogi'r cynnig yna, os gwelwch yn dda?